One quick question.
Okay.
You went to Christ Redeemer yesterday, yeah? You went again?
Yes.
Fun? You like it?
Yes, I like him.
Recommend for everyone at home to go?
Of course, if you're Rio, you should go.
Do you think you look a bit like Christ?
No, I don't think so.
The hair?
No, it's not the same.
Not the same? Okay, I do, but he doesn't. Thank you very much, James. I won't bother you anymore. All right, this man though, he can't escape us. Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm very good, and you're always smiling, even when I know you don't want to speak to me.
Yeah, when I see you, I can't stop smiling. You know that.
It's because you go, I best smile, because otherwise I will cry, as Banks is asking me more questions.
Yes. I try to act stupid, so you you will move some another way.
But I like talking to you, Fame.
Yeah, thank you. I like it too.
There we go. How are things in the Virtus.Pro camp after Pro League now coming into Rio?
I think we're feeling great. We had a lot of time to practice before this tournament, and I think we all have big expectations. And this city is very important for us, and the country is beautiful. We just saw some statue of Jesus Christ and all this stuff. Yeah, it was perfect, and I think we have good energy, and looking forward to play our first match.
Did you all visit the Christ Redeemer together?
Yeah.
Okay. So team activity, go up top, enjoy the sights, take your pictures, go tourist mode.
Yeah.
You enjoy that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I enjoy it very much. It's so good.
What is it about Rio that you like the most? Obviously there's good memories, but I mean, what do you enjoy mostly about Rio?
I think first of all is people are very kind persons, everyone, and very funny. Second, I like the food. Everything that I ate was very good, especially seafood. I ate paella yesterday. It was amazing.
Look, he's smiling more now we talk about food. I like this. So that's your favorite food here?
Yeah, and of course I love cheese bread. That's my favorite meal here.
See, this is fine for you, cheese bread. I like cheese bread, and then I just start getting more fat. It's like I'm eating too much cheese bread, man. You're fine.
You can do it.
I can do it.
Little bit.
You just want me to get more fat, babe, so I can't chase you.
You go to gym, I think.
Yeah, I go to gym.
It's no problem for you to eat some cheese bread. Of course, no problem.
But I eat too much because it's so good.
Yes. Me too, but you know.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm young, that's why I'm so skinny.
So it's my age that's the problem. Yeah, I understand. Practice for you guys, what did it look like before coming to Rio? Did you have like a boot camp? Was it just online?
It was online, just as usual, but we had a lot of time because we skipped Blast.
Yep.
But nothing special, just from homes, online, and we had a lot of time, yeah.
And in terms of having a lot of time and getting yourselves ready, we still haven't seen the best Virtus.Pro in a little bit of time. Is it starting to get frustrating for you guys, knowing that you're not living up to the expectations you have for yourself and like the fans have for you?
Yeah, of course, nobody likes to play bad, and we all have this mentality that we have good potential, and we just need some little fixes, and I think everything is gonna be good for us, so I hope for the best.
Can you tell me what some of those little fixes are? Like, do you have an idea of what it is that's making it not go so good?
Oh, I can tell you a secret.
Okay, you can't let the secret out there. But overall, you've had changes as well, right, in terms of coaching staff, that side of things as well. What difference is that bringing for Virtus.Pro?
Oh, it's hard question. I don't know. What can I say? It's no comment.
No comment? He's very good at avoiding this right now. Fame, you're becoming too good at interviews that you're even avoiding my questions of it. Okay, last thing experience, that's it. Last thing I'll ask you then, what is the goal for you guys here? Is it minimum, you must make playoffs? Is it to win? Obviously, I know you want to win all tournaments, but where do you put your expectations as a team?
You know, I don't want to set high goals because if something go bad, it's not good. But I think our minimum goal on every event is to go to the playoffs, to the stage. I think that's a good goal. But of course, I think in our heads, it's always we want to win every tournament, and that's the best case scenario for us. We just hope for the best, but I think the minimum is to go out of the group.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck for it all, man. I'll see you in the playoffs.
Thank you.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are we doing?
Что он спросил?
Как мы?
Good, good.
You good? Yes. Not done English for a while, Electronic, no? Where did you spend your time after Pro League? Was it at home, family time?
It was family time as always.
Good.
Yeah, we've been practicing
Okay.
since Pro League, so nothing special, you know.
You feeling ready, though?
I hope so.
You hope it-
We'll see.
I keep hearing this from the Virtus.Pro players, though. I hope so. We're not sure right now.
I mean, you know, when you meet your struggles a lot, it's kind of hard to predict anything, you know. So it is how it is.
Is it
ready.
Is it frustrating for you? Do you start to get like sad and angry about not being able to perform to what you want to do as a team?
I'm a bit sad about myself, you know. So I need to prove myself that I'm capable to be a tier 1 player. So yeah.
You are a tier 1 player, Electronic. You're one of the best players we've seen, right? You are a dominant player. How do you feel is like what do you feel is the biggest problem you are having on Virtus.Pro?
I guess it's changed about the play style, you know.
Okay.
The way how I'm playing on the map,
Yeah.
how I'm acting on the map, like for example. I guess this is the main problem.
Is it hard to be the player you used to be? Like, is it hard to do the normal things you would want to do? Are you having to like adjust?
I mean, I need to find the balance, you know.
Yep.
So, for example, I don't need to be that aggro player as I was before, right? And I'm trying to find this balance.
Okay. Do you feel like it's nearly there? Do you feel like we're ready to see it again?
I hope.
You hope?
Yeah.
We all hope. We all hope. Norbert, I'm going to leave Electronic alone because he hates the English interviews. Thank you very much, Electronic. Dennis, you can't leave me hanging. How are you, Norbert? You always have to talk to me because the rest of your team don't really talk so much.
I'm good.
You good?
Yes.
You must like Rio, right?
Yeah, of course. It's like home. The second home.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Because of the vibe, you know, you're coming back after 2022 major, and it feels amazing.
And does it feel special? Does it feel different for you guys when you come into Rio? Do you see it in the rest of the team?
I don't know, but when we went to SSD, especially me, I saw the stage, and it reminds me the major, the players. So I know for me it's a special place.
Special place. And in terms of being a special place, are we ready for a special Virtus.Pro performance?
I hope.
You don't seem too sure right now.
I don't know what can I say about our performance. It's every time when you or someone asking about performance, I'm saying we will see, and we will see the first game against Mongolz, and it's best of one.
Yes.
I don't like best of ones.
No. None of us like best of ones. Hopefully, soon enough, all tournaments will just give us only best of 3, and we'll get away with not having it. On that, so we know we don't like best of 1s. Do you like best of 5 grand finals?
I think Vitality in Cologne played best of 5s.
Blast was best
Blast.
of 5s, yep.
If it's 5 maps, it's interesting to watch. If it's fast 3-0, no.
Oh, no. You're like, may as well be 2-0.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys are practicing online, I'm hearing. I don't normally ask about how practice goes because everyone says, oh yeah, practice was good. Do you see a change, an improvement in the team through practice? Can you see a difference?
You know, on practice, it looks like you are playing good.
Yeah.
And if you feel like, oh, we're playing good. But when you come to official games, sometimes you're playing very bad.
Okay.
So I don't know what to answer, but I hope we will play better than on Pro League.
What kind of changes do you guys try to make though, as Virtus.Pro? Like, what are you looking at as the things you need to make a change on in order to be where we expect you to be?
I think first thing is believe in ourselves, and we need some wins to Bro, I forgot this word, I swear.
Wins to boost the confidence?
Yes, confidence.
Yes, yeah.
We need to gain some confidence. And these two things that we lost, I would say.
And in terms of losing the confidence, that's obviously hugely important, but I've also seen the mental frustration from the team. Are you still having a problem with that like players are getting frustrated, not doing what they should do, maybe mentally breaking before the game's over?
No, I think we're strong mentally because we never give up with the score like 11-5.
Yeah.
We're trying until the last round. It's sometimes, different vibes before the game. Like we can't go with the same mindset to games.
Okay. And so for you guys, it's about the stuff before the game that's very important.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. What do you need to feel? What needs the vibe to be?
I don't know. I think I should scream a lot.
Scream like, yeah?
Yes.
But you and Electronica look as like should be the two loud ones, yeah?
Yes, and every time me and Electronic saying to the other guys on the right side, why you are so quiet?
What do they say?
Sometimes few rounds they're screaming, but then they're quiet again.
Does James scream that much? Do we ever get big roars out of James?
Bro, almost 3 years I'm playing with James, I never heard he screaming.
What was his reaction actually when he won the major? Was there more scream or just, yes, we did it? 2 years ago, I'm trying to make
yeah. Like, James, he was just smiling, I think, and giving hugs to everyone, but I don't remember he was screaming. I think only me and Fleet was screaming.
Yeah.
If you rewatch on the YouTube,
Okay.
I see only myself and Fleet screaming.
Okay, so we need to get more Virtus.Pro players screaming and shouting and being more hyped.
We need to be more angry.
More angry?
Yes.
And control the anger, take it into the game and take it into wins.
Yes.
Okay. So anger is key to the wins for VP. Let's see if they get angry in their opening games. Thank you very much, man.
How's it going, guys? How are you guys? You just have some lunch?
Yeah, it was really nice actually.
Do you guys like all the meats that they have? Just basically all meat and rice?
Yes, it was really good.
We had chicken and beef, and it was really good.
Chicken and beef, a little bit of a combo platter. So at this event, are you guys going to get first place or second place?
I mean, judging by our past results, this should be a first place.
Okay, so it just alternates every event, first, second, first, so now it's first. Okay. Now, people say that it's Blade system that Alexi B is calling. How much individual freedom do you guys feel like you have within that for your own personalities to come through?
A lot.
A lot, yeah.
We for sure can do whatever we want. But we have to implement it into the so-called system. So if you have an individual play you want to do, we'll create a round or a default to accompany our play.
When I was watching you guys play the last finals, it seemed like you were really good throughout the entire tournament at staying to like the system and playing together, and your teamwork with the flashes, the utility looked great, but then sometimes you look like you've never played together on the same team. Do you know what I'm talking about? That's why you have the smile. What causes that, and how are you gonna fix that?
It's a great question. I don't think we know what causes that. I mean, the best of five, usually in the best of five, you always play worse than you're used to. I don't know the reason. Maybe it's because a lot of pressure, it's a grand final. But we're for sure working on the solution, but we don't know what's the problem. We have to find it.
I think 2 tournaments in a row, you have a little bit tired, of playing 2 in a row without any off days. It's for sure like, how to say it in English? You can feel it when you're playing.
Fatigue is the word.
Yeah, fatigue. That makes sense. You pull off some really incredible clutches, and like, for example, the 1-on-2 on Anubis there, where you flick shot the last guy at Donut. Ancient. Yeah, where you flick shot the guy at Donut. How do you get so good with those types of clutches and intuition, knowing these people where they are? Is it just something you just know, like, oh, I know what I'm gonna do, or is it like, oh, he's gonna be here, and you're thinking to yourself?
I don't know, just understand this clutch were away, and it was easy because I know one guy in Temple, he did, wait, it's not Temple. He was there, and I heard him, and I just know that second guy for sure in Donut, so it was easy.
Well, and there you go. It was just easy. you like to push up and push these smokes. Are you trying to be like Stewie, reincarnated, the smoke criminal, or are you just trolling a little bit when you're like getting a little bit close to smoke, maybe in situations you don't need to?
Wait. Is it a bad thing or a good thing?
Sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not good.
Most often it should be good. If it was most often bad, I wouldn't go for it. But sometimes your opponent is just playing a little dumb. Maybe he uses all of his bullets into the smoke, and then you know he's reloading, so you'll push and kill him. And then he's probably going to feel really stupid afterwards. Also a mental game. But if I die, I mean, I tried to go for it. It didn't work out. And yeah, next time I'll be more cautious.
Do you like pushing through the smokes or getting close to them in this game or CSGO more?
Good question. CS2 more.
CS2, even though like when the smoke starts to fade, if you're in it, it's not good for you?
Pushing the smoke, I feel like it's better in CS2, but fading the smoke is for sure worse than in CSGO.
In CSGO it was better to push into the smoke.
Pushing the smoke was not good because your model is already out, but you cannot see the player, but in CS2 it's way less of that.
It's almost like the cloud follows you out.
Yeah, it's better to push. Worse to stay.
So look, are you guys having a discussion about who's going in first? Or?
No, that's always me.
Always you? Is that it? Oh, is that because you're the prettiest? Or?
No, because these guys are full of baiters, you know, all of them.
Ah, so it's a bait ranking.
Exactly.
Who's number 2?
Who is entering number 2? Shui, for sure.
Shui number 2. Okay, interesting. Glasses on? We gotta stick together, you know, people with glasses, you can't just take them on all the time. Shui currently getting his picture taking, and there's a few different poses we always do. This one, classic. Then in a second he'll ask, you know, stand to the side. We're imitating. Mongolz is one of the, dare I say, favorites to go far away in this tournament. So while they're currently having a bit of fun, I'll go interrupt them and I'll have a conversation with my Danish friend over here. It's called Cyon. So we'll just move in. I'm sorry, Cyon. I'm gonna take your time a little bit away from your teammates. I just said that you're one of the dark horses maybe to win the tournament. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I think we're a little bit under the radar right now.
Why's that?
Because we went out of groups last tournament, and usually we do pretty well.
Why did you go out of the groups last tournament?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's also something we really try to work on coming into this tournament. Yeah.
So I saw during Cologne that you've been practicing. You had this facility, you know, in Hamburg, I believe it is, somewhere in Germany. Is that a facility you guys are still using coming into a tournament like this, where you know the crowd can be very loud in Rio?
Not specifically this tournament, but it is something we will use quite frequently when we have a big tournament coming up.
Hey guys, any of you want to talk to me? Because I have a question. I'll take, no, you have good English. I hear that. Yeah, good English. You can't point towards a teammate and then come in.
Okay.
Hey bro, okay, I have a question. I'm in Brazil. Obviously I'm from Europe. How close is being right here to be at home for you? Does it feel like home when you're here?
Yeah, I think so, because I love Brazil. There is the best beach on the world, so I like to be here.
Now what's good about the beaches, huh?
Yeah, I like it. I like the beach so hard. Yeah.
Now, why is the Brazilian beach one of the best in the world?
And the sand is very good. It's like white, and I love that. And the waves of the ocean are very big, so I like that.
All right, so it feels like home, you know. You got the sun, you got the beaches. How confident are you coming into this tournament that you can do a good job once again?
Yeah, I think now we are very confident. That is what we talk about, like the past days and weeks. So we need to have fun and play good CS now.
All right. I know you guys have an awful lot of fans online. Whenever you guys do well, my Twitter's always spammed with, you know, compliments and cheers for you guys. Do you think anyone is going to travel to watch you guys play in Rio if you make the playoff?
Yeah, I think so. Argentinian fans are incredible, so I hope to be on playoff and maybe some fans come here.
Hello, Roger.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Nice change of weather compared to Denmark, right?
Yeah, like don't know how to react to being in 30 degrees in October as a Dane. So yeah, I'm taking every bit of, you know, time in the sun to at least enjoy it a little bit.
And for coaches, normally on media day, not too much to do with it, right? So this is a good day for you to prepare for the event. But how have you guys been getting on as this new Astralis, and just so much change you guys are going through? Because obviously we had the full finals, but now Rio, you've had a little bit more time.
We had a little bit more time, but unfortunately we also had some people being sick, like post-event. So, like, we've tried to maximize the number of days available, but obviously it's not perfect. But yeah, we believe in our team, so let's see what we can do here.
In terms of that, right? Obviously, you guys went through a lot of stress outside of the server as well, coming into that with the whole thing. How much do you think that affects the rest of the players when it came to like the full finals and just the mentality?
I think it was a lot of a roller coaster. I think the first day we didn't really have, our heads in the right space. There was so much happening around the team, around the server, in and out, So, but I think in the second game against Spirit, I think we got to show what type of CS we want to play. Also that we can battle against the best, and probably should have won it. But yeah, I think we got to show who we are, and hopefully we can build on top of that for this event here.
What's it like for you now being back on Danish soil, right, in terms of having a full Danish team? Because you spend so much time doing the international side of it. Is there some major differences you notice?
I think the first thing that comes to mind is always like the unity part. When you are an international team, it's harder to build that natural type of unity. But when you are like Danes that have known each other for a long time, you create these bonds. Even when you're not playing together, whether it's on the flights there, talking in player lounges, everyone likes to talk their own language. So exactly. so you get more like small talks with them, and yeah, the unity part obviously comes out as the first one for me.
I'm glad you spoke about unity, because there is that elephant in the room of the past, maybe not so much unity between Yavi, Stown and Cadian. You guys obviously said in like the press release and stuff that it was something you could get past and everyone was willing to do it. They're on the team, so they've made some sort of agreement. But was it strange for you to be, because you were not in this drama, then you're now the coach of it all and you're just around it. Was it a weird scenario?
I think it was one of these things, where time goes by and you get stuck on some details, and the more you tell these like stories and stuff, things tend to get bigger than they were. I think that's a lot of the things that I've thought about when they've talked about it, at least. But yeah, like everything is like as if it was just continuing from the old time. So I'm very happy about that, because it was one of my question marks when we talked about Cadian in the first place. But I also do want to say, like, when he comes into a room, if you don't buy in, like, it's gonna be hard, but everyone is buying in, and when you get people to buy into Kasper's leadership style, I think everyone can see that people enjoy being around each other, and there's always like good moods and vibes, and obviously also testosterone when you have him. So yeah.
Definitely a lot of that floating around. We see it on the cameras for sure. I want to also just ask around the fact that you've come into this role now and you are a bit more of like, I'm not going to say the father figure, but you're older. Do you think that helps with what this team needs? Because they're not the youngest players, right? You've not got a bunch of young players fresh coming in. You've got a pretty mature set of players overall. So do you think your experience and your age also helps you with navigating all of this in the team?
I think so. I think if you put a young upcoming coach into this one, like it's either it's make or break. Either you hit it home in the first time, or you're gonna have a hard time, navigating through all the different things that comes along being around a young team. So obviously, I think my profile fits the team pretty good. I have the experience. I also know when to give room. I think with Device as the in-game leader, I had to take a little bit more charge, also to help him develop into the role, talk expectations. But with another, old veteran coming back into leadership role with Cadian, it's also for me to give him a little bit more room to settle into the role, and then take over a little bit more along the way. But to be honest, we've been playing together for like seven practice days so far, so it's also hard to pinpoint everything down to the detail this early on.
How hard has this whole journey been for you though? Because you were stable on OG for so long, and already it seems like, obviously OG went through a flux of players, right? But on Astralis in your just few months, it's been a crazy experience, right?
I think it's the classic Danish thing, I thought I escaped it back leaving for an international team, but there is like But that's the thing that I think the national teams can do when they actually make changes. You have this like instability to get on the same page. We talked about unity, right? And it's also one of the things that I think elevates the national teams. That if you create this unity, then you can build, you know, another layer on that you probably couldn't have been doing if you had the 4 same players and 1 international talker in an international team. So I think there's lots of positives by being like this this national side. And yeah, as I said, we only scraped the surface so far. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about the coming time.
And what does it look like in terms of your relationship with Cyon and how you guys want to act in the leadership role? Because I think you're very different to what I would say Exist was on the heroic days. Exist is very quiet, but I know you are vocal and you have your own opinion, your own idea of how it is, right? Not in a bad way. I mean, I know you're laughing, but I mean, it's like, I always see Rugger as, I've got a plan, I know what's going on, and you have a mind more for how you want to see it. So are you guys on the same page? Are you seeing some like, okay, we need to have some middle ground here?
As I said, I try to give him room to settle into the role here in the beginning. So the feedback that we've been having so far is like trying to find, you know, the middle ground and then push to one of the sides to see which direction the teams responds better in. And I'm not saying that it's gonna be either his or my style. I think we need to find, you know, common ground, so to say. And also, the more we get to learn, understand each other, the more I know which roles I need to help him with and what he needs help with from me. So he is a little bit more freestyle than other leaders I've been working with. So for me, it's also about putting things into boxes so the players know, okay, it might be freestyle, but at the end of the day, we still have, you know, our framework of how we want to play.
Yeah, nice. And I have to ask this, and I'm hoping I can get a cheeky answer from you here. Was Hooksy ever an option for you guys that everyone spoke about?
Not from my side, at least. Like, obviously, when you talk about making changes, not, you know, an overnight decision. It's a long-term thing where you have names that you want to keep track of, where they are, how does the team currently looks like, and what are the like upsides and downsides, and then you try to evaluate as you go along, like which direction the team is going in and which profiles might be there if we need to make a change somehow along the way. So like we never really, at least not from my side, maybe management, you never know, you know. That's the good thing about being in such a big organization, that I'm only getting asked about like my core expertise. So yeah, like we obviously discussed Hooksy, but at the end of the day, I think Cyon was a better fit for this team also.
Now, last thing I want to touch on with you is you've been doing this for a long time. Astralis now is obviously meant to be going to lift trophies, win majors, win championships. But how much do you want that for your career as well, considering the time you had in OG?
Obviously, when you are in a competitor, especially in a very like...
It's Rio helicopters. It happens all the time. Lots of tours going around. Maybe we'll visit one as well. It gets louder as it goes over our head. And then I will let Rugger finish roughly... pretty good timing.
Yeah. When you are in a competitive environment and you use, you know, 120 to 150 days a year away from home, then obviously there's also that that you really want to win. Yeah. To also, you know, put some jewelry, put some trophies, you know, behind the hard work, you know. So obviously it hurts not winning, but I also think that with this team we have a really good shot at it. And I think with the previous roster in the beginning, we were also pretty close to making it like to the finals. So hopefully from now on here we can talk about how many trophies instead of getting the first one.
I like it. I like what I'm hearing. Thank you very much, Rugger. I appreciate you, man. And we'll see you later on.
We have the Mongolz just arriving, and I'm not gonna lie, a team that I absolutely love to watch play Counter-Strike. They always play with a certain carelessness in a way, you know, they always just want to go for it, and it feels like one of those teams that never really get affected by the pressure as well. However, they do struggle sometimes to make results, but we'll speak to them about that. They're heading in now, they're getting the makeup done, they're getting the pictures done. You want to talk to me, right? Yeah, okay. Welcome to Brazil. How do you find it so far?
We're feeling great. It's the third time I'm here to Brazil. Yeah.
Okay, and how has it been going the other 2 times you've been? Have you been feeling good? You've been playing well, or is it difficult to perform in Brazil?
I think it's a little bit difficult. I think. Yeah.
Okay. And how comfortable are you coming into this tournament? I feel like you guys are always, you know, you're always a team that no one wants to play because you're pretty annoying to play against. I'd say, you know, most people agree with that. How are you feeling right now coming into this tournament?
I think we're feeling confidently this time, and I hope there's no jet lag or something this time. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to ask about that. The travel here. How long is the travel for you guys to get to Brazil?
At least 40 hours, all the travels and the waiting time, everything.
Wow, that's a long travel. How are you feeling right now? Are you jet lagged? Are you tired?
No, not really, but
okay.
I don't know about my teammates, but for me it's not difficult for me.
Okay.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
Something like that.
Making history, absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollick's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The action is heating up here in Rio, but we've already said goodbye to 2 of our teams, and that was Imperial and Pain, the local heroes not able to be local heroes this time around. But the positive, the bright side, it's Furia and Na'Vi have made it through to the playoffs. The Brazilians are going to go crazy for their Furious side, but there's still 4 more spots to grab and only 12 teams that have a chance of doing it. FaZe taking on Liquid, becoming quite an iconic matchup. Then we're moving into Mongolz taking on Complexity. And then if you want some Dane-on-Dane action, we've got Astralis and Heroic. A lot of personal rivalry in that one. But first up, to kick things off, we've got Vitality going up against the Mongolz, but someone's going to grab a playoff spot. Vitality might be favourites, but will they fall here? We'll have to wait and see. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, Rio.
Oh yes, the Rumble in Rio sets to continue at the Intel Extreme Masters 2024. You guys should know the rules by now. 2 strikes and you're out of the group stage. Some teams already fumbling the bag yesterday, Anko.
A lot of teams fumbling the bag.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say Freya G2 off of the back of that win at Blast, right? FaZe losing in the best of 1 to Furia as well. I guess, you know, Astralis beating Eternal Fire, also a little bit of an upset considering how Eternal Fire has done at Pro League. And yeah, life comes at you fast in the best of 1.
I have to agree with that. It is tough when you have those BO1s, and especially if people are traveling to so far away and then they go down. And you know, some teams you're kind of expected, like, oh, FaZe, yeah, they sometimes do that where they go down, but maybe you don't expect that of the other teams. Eternal Fire, they usually do better in the earlier stages and then fall off later.
And we've gladly sacrificed both Imperial and Pain for Furia to be in the playoffs. Yeah,
was that the sacrifice we had to make?
Yeah, I think so, right? Like, what else? You're not going to get more than 1 Furia beating Mongolz, right? Who expected that? Mongolz took it down the last couple of times they played. So, yeah, I think Fallen getting an opportunity to play in front of the Brazilian crowd in this arena is something that everyone will be looking forward to.
Right, we had 8 best of 1s going down yesterday, 4 best of 3s, if my maths is correct. We've got a lot to break down, so I thought thought, why not have a fun little crossword to quiz some of our knowledge and explain maybe some of the things that happened yesterday. Let's start with question or prompt number 1. The only team to pick and play Vertigo. Who was that? Do you remember?
Got to be Complexity, because it's the only map they can ever win. And they lost it.
And they lost it, yep.
So there's that.
I think you can fill in.
Oh, this is going to be rough.
I think you have to hold it down real hard. There we go. Lovely O.
But I don't write an M like this.
It's fine. Look, we've got some lovely B-roll to hide your horrific riding, Yanko. Yeah, tell me about that Complexity surviving steal. Was it a deserved win for them?
It's one of those things where you never really know what to expect from Complexity. Sometimes they're able to take down teams such as Mouse, and other times they lose to other teams. So, you know what? A win's a win. It's a BO3. They did it in fashion. Imperial pushed them to the limits, and Imperial did pretty well at Pro League as well not too long ago. So, deserved, sure.
Yes, Freya? You want to say something?
Is that fucking hieroglyphic?
Do you want to give it a go?
No, not at all.
Yeah?
This was my game that I made.
Oh,
really cheating if I put the
You
answers
really
in.
put thought into how it will look like writing on the telestrator, small letters into small squares.
Yeah, the squares are quite small. I'm sorry about that. That
No
does say
problem.
Complexity.
I'm looking forward to the next one and doing it again.
Yeah, you've got 7 more to go.
Yeah.
For Complexity, like when I was chatting to Lige pre-game, I was asking him, what does it take to actually break into the top 10? You're number 11 at the moment. It's like, okay, all we've got to get is our game sense, communication, nades, strategies. And I was like, damn, this list is kind of never ending. Did it feel like that when you were watching the game?
It felt like the same things that were plaguing Complexity, for the majority of the iteration of this roster, right? Like rounds with advantages, just complete breakdowns in some of those crucial rounds, communication breakdowns. Even Lige in some of those rounds was doing inexplicable things. It's like, just not enough discipline in key moments for Complexity.
Which is interesting because Lige is he's one of those whole package type players, like one of the best or the best NE's produced for a long time. You have Twist and Naf alongside of him, and then you have other legends that I guess don't play that much anymore, but he's survived the test of time. He's usually pretty smart at what he does, has a good read on the situations, and uses that information and those reads to go and make his plays, and then he's got the mechanics to top it off. And when you see a drop in performance, either in terms of mechanics or the reads of the game, or both, that's when you're like, what is going on here?
Okay, prompt number 2. Complete this Dinko quote. Classic, beep, BS.
First of all, it's like you're making it out as if it's Anders, are you kidding me? Like Dinko has a quote.
Iconic.
Like what is Dinko? Some iconic caster now that you need to remember his lines?
It's 4 letters. I'm just going to say donk.
Incorrect. It's a team. What's a team, that gets away with a lot of BS sometimes, sometimes can pull rounds out of the...
But GTWO. G2.
No, that's also incorrect.
Classic Navi.
No.
Because it's not. It would be classic Fnatic
Begins with an
BS.
F.
That's like the one, but
FaZe. Classic FaZe BS.
All right, you want me to have a go at this one?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, go
Let's see
on.
what
Give it a
happens
go.
here.
Like, hold it down. Yeah, there we go. That's something.
Yeah, it's not you, it's me, Freya.
But it's all about Frozen and Robs now together. Frozen's going to peek and try and act as that second player, and then hope that they forget that Robs is here or don't even think about the possibility that he is. So that's worked out so well, and they've got the bomb in their possession now. Lux and NQZ have to pull this back. And they're going to spot it. Robs just checks down lower, and this is a classic FaZe BS round. And they have pistols in the ramp room, and they just unravel a ping.
Don't you tell me that wasn't a sick line, Yanko. That was a sick line.
That's one for the ages.
It really
Definitely, Freya. It's one of the lines of commentating in Counter-Strike 2.
Of all time.
Of all time,
and you actually nailed that. I think Josh is now the writer from now on.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Tell me about FaZe. I didn't expect to see them... Well, okay. I didn't hope to see them in the position of elimination on the first day. Maybe that's another thing, but hope they'd have got over that.
You would hope so, but I don't know. They have such high ups and downs that you never really know what to expect. And when it's that opening match of every tournament, you always go in like, don't know really what to think. When they get to the playoffs or later on, like after that first round, you're like, okay, yeah, FaZe is going to make it. They're going to get at least like top 8, top 4, usually top 4. But then it's always that opening game. You never know.
The great procrastinators, Freya, always taking the long road, right? That's why after that loss, you're like, I don't know, this is on one way, we've seen this from FaZe so many times before, right? They will go on to lift the trophy as well. So them being in the lower bracket isn't a surprise in its own right, but obviously now they're going up against Team Liquid today, right? A good team, but a team that they slapped around at Blast. So no reason to not feel confident going into that one.
Prompt number 3, the number of Brazilian players remaining after day 1. Just players, not coaches included. I mean, the number of squares probably gives it away.
9.
But no, 5. Whoever said 5,
Furia.
you're correct. Yeah, it's all a Furia, basically.
3 down. 1, 2. Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, no, it really is. Yeah, you want to write it?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. I think in my head when you said 5, I'm like 5 letters. No, that doesn't work. But
It's fine.
you know, it's early.
a bit early.
Yeah, it's a bit early.
That's what the players are saying as well.
Yeah, kind of heartbreaking when you're coming in with, 14 Brazilian players? After day 1, we're just left with 5, Janko.
Yeah, but I think even for all the uptick that we've seen lately in Brazilian CS, you know, for a bunch of them to make the playoffs would have been pretty surprising, although Pain in their best of 1 against Mouse should have at least gone to overtime, right? They threw that final round away a little bit. For Imperial, a bit more of a difficult road, having to go up against Vitality immediately, right? So it was always going to be an uphill battle, but yeah, as I said, sacrificing them for Furia to be in the playoffs, #worth.
You really recovered that as well, Drew.
Yeah, I tried. You know, it looks better on the big screen over there than it does over here close up.
Much better, actually.
Yes, yeah, entirely.
If you're
different,
dyslexic.
I think.
Okay, let's look at this one down, by the way.
Yeah, it's complexity.
Okay.
Yeah,
true.
bit of a mess, I guess. Yeah, any takeaways on Imperial Pain not making it through to even day 2? I agree with Janko. It would have been maybe an upset, maybe unexpected to see multiple Brazilian teams in the playoffs, but at least winning a game, right?
When we look at Pain, they do get scrappy with like the teams that are in the kind of like mid, like 15 to 20, maybe top 10 to 20 range, but you didn't really expect them to make it to the day 2. Imperial, maybe you can make a little bit of a case for, but again, it's like a last minute thing that they come here. They replaced another team. They weren't really ready for it or prepped or anything. So, you know, can we look at Pro League and say, oh yeah, we expected them to do better here? Or do we say, oh, maybe Pro League was the anomaly here?
Okay, prompt number 4. The player who got the first ace of IEM Rio. Who do we think that is?
So
I have no idea.
I'm wondering, did Cows get an ace at long on Dust 2, or is that only a 4?
Hello? Oh, Chad and Alex. I think they've got the answer.
Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm Chad Birchall, and this is...
I'm Alex Machine Richardson.
Are you sure?
I am 100% on that one.
And you might remember us from such major grand finals as IEM Rio 2022. We're here to help with the crossword. It's 5 down or across.
Yeah, I think it's across.
And it's about aces.
Aces, yeah. There's been a couple first day. I had a look, did the research. Serato, he was doing something with a pistol.
Mirage.
I think that was a big one on Mirage. We also saw Yakinda pick one up for Liquid. But the first...
And the answer to the question that everybody at home wants to know
is...
ZywOo versus 9Z.
There you go.
Absolutely nailed it. You didn't nail that it was 4 down. That's totally fine. But it is indeed ZywOo. He was looking great yesterday.
Was it another pistol ace, perhaps?
Yeah, I think maybe it might have been. Oh well, still counts.
You just know, like for Apex and everyone else, if the game starts with a ZywOo ace, you're like, all right, I feel pretty good about this one and how it's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty handed how Vitality dealt with 9Z yesterday. Was that the result that you expected, considering, I mean, Vitality, 3rd best team in the world, just recently won Cologne?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's always tough in those best of 1s and in the openings, right? Going up against the underdog, but they took care of business. Going up against the Mongols for a playoff spot, I think it's probably one of the quote-unquote easier roads to the playoffs compared to some of the other teams. But that's the benefit of being the high seed, right? Like you get some of those easier matchups. The problem is if you don't capitalize on them, like maybe some of the other teams in this tournament, then the lower bracket is going to get real tough.
Yeah, but look, they play Mongolz. Mongolz beat Eternal Fire
Here we go.
a couple times. Eternal Fire took out Vitality at, like Pro League. So, yeah, Mongolz definitely has a chance here. It's not going to be an easy layup.
Yeah, no, I think that's very true. I mean, for Vitality, what are your What's like the minimum expectation at this tournament, considering they didn't do so well in Copenhagen? Obviously, ESL Pro League wasn't great. They did win Cologne, though. What's your expectation?
I mean, minimum expectation is top 16, but realistically, you should be looking at semifinals. I mean, you would be able to make an argument that it should have gone the distance at the last, I mean, a couple of events that they've been to, but then somehow they lose to themselves. They had such a good win streak going on, and then you look at them eye test wise, it seems like something happens in the late stages of either the series or the map where they just crumble as a team. And you look at how well they do certain things, especially their CT sides moving around, being proactive, diagnosing what's going on and moving ahead of the situation. They're so good at that, but then in some rounds, it looks like they haven't played before.
Yeah, we will have more time to be diving into them in our first best of 3 of the day. Let's move on to 5 across, the team who almost fumbled a 9-3 lead versus Eternal Fire. Do you remember who had that?
It also
has an A in it. So.
Yeah, exactly. And an I over there.
Wow.
Right?
I'm
it's
surprised
becoming
you can
easier.
read that.
That's how a crossword works. That's wild.
That is wild.
You want to break it down while I write this in? This is going to take me a minute. There's a lot of weird letters.
I prefer breaking it down. Yeah, I think that was a weird one because Zantares had 1 kill in the first half on the CT side, right? He's been absolutely on fire pretty much the entirety of CS2, more or less. So a really slow start for him, which hurt Eternal Fire, you know, only getting 3 rounds on the T side. Usually they're a really good T-sided team. Then they start coming back on the CT side, right? Astralis starts struggling on their T side, not really finding any solutions. It was a freeze time call that really sort of bailed them out, getting them to match point, and then in the final round of regulation, just managing to grind out a win for Astralis.
Are you more satisfied with this version of Astralis compared to what we saw back in Copenhagen? Admittedly, wasn't very much, right?
No, I'm not really impressed at all, and I think they're going to be struggling to put all the pieces together. This is their best opportunity to make playoffs by beating Heroic in the winners game, right? But they don't have a lot of time to practice. I mean, it's this tournament and it's World Finals and it's RMR, and you know that's pretty much it. So they're going to have to be doing a lot of stuff on the fly.
Yeah, very stacked indeed. Prompt number 7, the team Furia beat to qualify for playoffs. Janko, you already mentioned this team. Who is it?
Mao. Yeah.
That's it.
Mouse. Yeah. You see, there's an M and there's a Z. That's pretty easy for you.
Sorry, that was throwing me off for a second because this is an M here. Yeah. Okay, let me give it like the middle section. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry, yours is way better.
Thank you.
Either way, Mao's being beaten by Furia. That's kind of crazy.
I think for Mao's, it's, you know, we will learn a lot about them this tournament. We heard a little bit from Torshin, some interviews, you know, they've been working on changing a little bit how they play or how they approach and view the game and all that stuff, because Pro League was abysmal, couldn't make it out of the group stages, really losing to Complexity twice in that one. So here they're looking to bounce back really and sort of try to find themselves again. They were a team that was #1 for a little while in the first half of the year, so definitely need to bounce back considering the tournaments that are coming ahead.
Okay, we got 2 more prompts. Question 7, the player who had a couple of unfortunate team kills on that map of Ancient.
Wonderful. Oh, oopsie.
God. These guys.
What do they want?
I'm on air. Hello? Oh, it's Banks and Rush.
I got our brilliant observer Rush with me here right now. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. It's a pleasure to be here, man.
A pleasure to be here as always. How tired are you? How jet lagged are you? Fine, good?
To be honest, I landed pretty late, so I just went to sleep Insta and not really been jet lagged at all.
That's why your observing is so damn good. But I got a fun question for you right now. I don't think you were observing this game, but in the Na'Vi game, there was a player who had some unfortunate team kills go on. Who was it?
I believe the player was wonderful. You know, it does happen. You know, there's cases where sometimes you have to shoot the person in front of you just to make sure you kill the person who's behind that person. It's a part of the game. You have to do it, though.
All about the kills. Screw your teammates.
Well, not screw the teammates. You gotta guarantee the kill at the end of the day. You know.
Rush says it in a nice way. Nah.
Always looking on the bright side, isn't he? Didn't really matter for Na'Vi though. They won the series anyway.
Yeah, it was a 3-mapper that was kind of one-sided. we don't really like those. But yeah, Navi just showing why they are the best team in the world, and I think definitely hungry to beat Team Liquid, considering Liquid beat them 2 times
Yes.
At Blast groups, right? So looking for some revenge there, and yeah, Navi is the team that you doubt the least at the moment about getting upset or not making the playoffs.
Final prompt, number 8. Now this was a take from Mr.
Oh
Jacob
my God.
Pimp-Vinicare, the player that Jacob was referring to when he said he is one of the best players, if not the best player in Denmark currently.
He actually said that Tassis is the best player in Denmark currently. I mean, it was one game, brother. Like, first of all. Second of all, have you seen this guy play when he's on the stage? Because I haven't. Right? Like, I think probably you still have to give it to Blame F, even though we don't see him as much because he's in Fnatic and, you know, trying to grind out in Tier 2. But or Device, if nothing else, for the nostalgia and hoping that he'll find his individual level now that he doesn't have to in-game lead. And yeah, I think just the state of Danish CS, not great.
No, it's not looking the best, but they did beat G2 just yesterday, Josh, as you write Tez.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff.
There's a lot of S's in that name, and it's in there. Did I? No, honestly, I thought it was a little bit of an upset happening. I thought Heroic and Astralis would be meeting each other in the lower bracket to take each other out, and I know what it feels like to kind of get backstabbed off a team and brought back in. The resentment always stays, so...
Yeah. That's going to be an interesting clash later on today, but first, we got the Mongolz versus Team Vitality waiting for us on the other side of this break.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Well, you brought up Copenhagen, so I'm going to ask you, how devastating is it? Like, the way that you guys lose, looking at it, seems like it's really tilting and aggravating. How do you guys kind of like deal with those emotions on the stage, and how are you going to overcome that type of thing for this event?
Well, what's tough is the last 2 months we lost 2 games, and 2 games we should have won. When against Satan Alpha here we have a 12-9 lead and we don't convert it on Anubis. Same against G2, 12-9 lead on Mirage City side. Well, it's really frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. I felt like we didn't play good, but we had enough to go through, which is pretty embarrassing, but that's how it is, and we can't go back in the past anyway. You need to go do more further, so pretty devastating, mostly for me because I played really like shit the last 2 games, but that's how it is, and we just need to step up and go as far as possible here.
When you feel like you're playing personally not well, does that affect how you call some plays, either the start of the round calls or any of the mid rounds as well?
Well, it depends. A bit more lately because I think I did probably the best tournament individually as IGL in Cologne. I'm talking not IGL, but pure player. So I had maybe more expectation in my head towards myself, and I played really bad. So probably it affected a bit of my calls in some ways. I think I didn't. I left. I'm an IGL that leave a bit of freedom, but not too much. And I think I gave a bit too much the last few tournaments. So I need to get back to my own and call the way I like to do it.
Well, you guys look really good when you're on form, and I love watching you guys play your CT sides as well, how you move around and fish for the info, and then when you feel like you know where the enemies are, you take the space on the other places. It works really well, so hopefully you guys can regain that form. Anything you want to say before we go?
No, in a way I'm disappointed about us, and I just want us to do great here. We won last year here. It was the beginning of everything, I would say, for our season last year. It's just before the Paris Major and everything, so we really want to do something great here, and it's always nice to play in front of the Brazilian fans, so hopefully we're going to at least qualify for the playoff.
Vitality versus the Mongols for a spot in the top 6 at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024. For the former, playoffs is certainly a non-negotiable, and for the latter, this could be their first big arena since June of this year. We've got the 13th best team in the world ready to take on the 3rd, and Yanko potentially do what this core has never done before in actually taking down Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a great victory for the Mongols, but I think from that talk you had with Apex, you were saying like you're a big fan of their CT side. I'm not a big fan of their CT sides. I think they overdo the moving around stuff. Like, you know, in the G2 game last time, they have like 5 guys mid on Mirage on CT side with 45 seconds left. It's like, you know, guys, they need to play a little bit more default. I don't think they trust their players to play enough default on the CT side, so they always do these things where they like take risks and gambles or go for aggression, right? And I think that's something that teams can prepare for and sort of punish.
I mean, you heard me glaze him on a couple of instances here already.
Yeah, but now he's not next to you, so you can be honest.
Well, I mean, I think that interviewer asked some hard-hitting questions there. When I look at it, I can agree that moving around all the time isn't good, but the way that they do it is they're diagnosing first and foremost what's going on, and then they make decisions. And I like how they gamble stack, and I like how they get that information first, and then they push the extremities where they know that the enemy's weak so that they can close down the map. And the reason why I like that, especially in a game like CS2, where you can break smokes and the meta is a little bit different, but especially on maps they play such as Anubis, where you don't get to see teams doing any sort of value on that CT side aggression. They're one of the few teams that actually get away with doing it, but then also you look at how they played, you know, Dust 2 as well, or Mirage, and they are able to get a lot of value from that, but, you know, it is a little bit of a double-edged sword that, as Apex was saying, sometimes they give a little bit too much loose and freedom to the players, and they're not as disciplined. And then when they're not as disciplined, that's when I think everything starts to just spiral out of control.
Well, gentlemen, I might have just the remedy for you, because we have some more Apex, courtesy of James Max.
Apex, you had a very smooth start against 9Z. I saw you let off a big cheer when you won that map as well. Did you really want that revenge after Dallas?
Yeah, that was really important for us to get that revenge, but also we want to do well at that tournament. As I mentioned before, I think we fucked up the last 2 events. We threw the games, we had the games in our hands, and we fucked up. So for us, it's just to get like a redemption in some sense.
In terms of getting a redemption, also in terms of getting better form, I remember when it was last time in Rio, you obviously have some good memories here, but it's where we saw you guys talking about peaking and being ready for the major and future events ahead. Are you got this same plan as a team going forward? Are you going for the same recipe?
Well, as you might know now, it's our last event with Mehdi before the major, because we're not gonna go to Singapore with him, as he's gonna become a father, and we want him to take care of his wife and his kids. So it's going to be an important one for us, just to show where we are and to get a decent preparation for the IRMR first.
Now, to get this playoff spot, you're going up against the Mongols. Is there something really you need to be careful of or mindful of when you're going up against these guys?
Well, nowadays, anyway, you need to take care of everyone. Everyone can be dangerous, so of course we don't take them as easy. They surprise people, they can be really good, so for us it's just focusing on us, play on our 100%, and once again, if we play on our A game, there is no doubt we're going to win this one.
And the A game for you guys right now looks very scary. There seems to be like a flow state you guys can hit. Is there something you need to see happen or something that needs to change in order to hit that in these games?
Well, I guess we had a good discussion before the event starts regarding our 2 last events. We all want to do much better here. So if we continue with the flow we had the last 2 events with a bit more peps, I would say, I think we can win tournaments again.
Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
truly is dad's season, Yanko. Mezzi, obviously this is going to be his last tournament prior to returning for the RMRs and hopefully the major of Vitality qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rio, as they pointed out a couple of times, a catalyst tournament almost for Vitality last year. And here it's just about taking care of business, right? Going up against Mongolz, you know, if I were their coach, I would say stuff like, just, you know, in post plans, don't pull nades too much. Like they do something a little bit more out of the box. They're more aggressive. They might run into the bomb site. Just be ready for that stuff. Hold lines, you know, play with a lot of discipline. And I think if they do that, they won't have trouble taking them down.
I mean, we're looking at the Vita right now. On a map like Inferno, I would have to agree with you there, because that is like the ultimate you get punished map if you do sort of overextend on some of these instances, especially if Mongolz decide to hold there and wait for you. It's a trap. It's a big trap.
Any hope of this going to a third, Yanko? Do we see Mongolz maybe picking up their map like Inferno? We know they're good on it.
It's possible. I respect their game, you know. It depends a little bit on how on point they are. It's been a little while since we've seen them, so let's see what they've been cooking up in the meantime.
Well, we are ready to be diving into Vitality versus the Mongolz with the crossword kings themselves. It's Chad and Alex.
Was it 7 or 5?
4.
Down, across?
I think it was 4 down in the end, but we were told 7 and 5. So you know what? Either way, I enjoyed the crossword.
Well, 369, damn so fine. Counter-Strike is divine. We're about to get into the Mongolz taking on Vitality for a spot in the playoffs. Now, I feel like every time I say playoffs, I have to say baby.
Playoffs, baby. Yeah, it does feel good. It does feel good. And so does Dan. You can see, I call him that because I'm cool like that. But yeah, Apex, you can see the leader.
What's the first name of a single Mongolz player?
Oh, easy, man. 910's first name is 9.
Okay, and 10 is his last name.
Yeah.
Well, today, Alex, they're going to have to do what they haven't done before. That's topple Vitality. A map is a good place to start, and we turn to their territory. That is DE_Inferno.
They have to take down the Woo. They have to take down Vitality, who have been looking like they're one of the top 2. And so for Mongolz, who have been consistently kind of pestering the tier 1 opposition, constantly keeping them on their toes, taking wins, taking close games, and what the hell are we doing here in second mid? Bit of an interesting start.
The conga line.
Yeah, they do a little conga. 4 of them heading apps with just blitz spotting mid.
Well, it is a 3-player B stack from Vitality. It's going to be Spinks and Mezzi over towards the pit and balcony positions. You are just getting the highlight of the B setup. They won't be getting any action. They'll be on the retake. Keep in mind Apex's flashes. It's about what can Mezzi and Spinks do. They need a kill or 2.
Testing out the balcony area, and the Glocks have found both of the frags necessary. Spinks and Mezzi empty-handed as the site is taken.
Well, this retake already feels like it's quite impossible, and at this moment, Mongolz know that the stack was over towards B. So how are they going to set up for the retake?
Our team's just overcomplicating T-side pistols. 5 sets of Kev? Is that just the Mongolz way?
Well, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, they will be saving. I think it's just fortunate that right they've picked. It's a roulette, right? Again, we had this discussion yesterday. Right? They picked the poison of a side. They've gone to the one that is least fortified, and they didn't get any kills. If both Mezzi and Spinks get a kill on the way in, then the retake's possible. It's a 3v3. Apex has flashes, getting a couple kills on the way out the door, but no armor, which means there'll be no Famus. Who was yelling there?
I don't know. Sounded like a Mongolian.
Oh. Okay. I like that.
Yeah, got to keep the energy
keep that
high.
up, yeah.
I mean, especially when you're up against a Vitality. You need every little ounce of confidence you've got. You got to be not only just mechanically gifted and locked in, but you do... It's Mazinho getting the action going. I love that.
I think it was translated in one of his videos, like he was doing it as banter back, and it was like, well, that felt good.
Yeah, right.
Like, it is a bit of fun.
Especially when the your opposition's going to be doing it to you.
Well, they did force. Okay, so this is a curious one.
It is curious. I
guess a CT side Inferno, but we don't see a lot of MP9s in the purchase. Just one for Flamesy. Quite a heavy B lean to start things off. 4 players. Apex with Util at the ready. Senzo, you could be in trouble, my friend.
Yeah, it's all about this flashbang, and he still manages to get the kill. And get away from the hunt. Okay, the jig is up, pushing through. Flames overlooks Techno on the half wall, and that's Apex to find something back.
For a second.
For a moment.
Well, Zywo's still here. Deagle in hand. No, never mind. Zywo is hedging his bets. He's heading over towards the A-bomb side to group up with Spinks. Now, at the moment, with the low HP of Blitz and Senzu, I think you might want to send one in to test out the waters. Mazinho is starting to congregate with the rest of the team. He was dealing with the A push through either boiler or apartments, but they'll just group up and they should be able to find the finish. They'll be diligent, use their utility, I'm sure. Continue to keep the advantage in their favor, but this is a spotless start and should continue that way. I'm expecting a 3-0 for Mongolz out the gates, and that's fantastic news. You talked about them being one of these teams pestering the Tier 1. I think they fall into a similar category as an EF, but I would say Mongolz have been more consistent. Maybe they get more shine because of the region they're from.
Yeah, I think that's also
it's
fair.
Slightly more exciting from that, but I think we also like the type of CS that they play. So I think for the Mongolz to be able to break through or make a dent in an event like this, like we're beating Vitality, which they haven't done before, and then into play, that's great news, right? This event is seeming already, I don't want to say a little bit strange. We discussed on day one, out of the 16 teams in attendance, you have from like 1 to 21, right? A couple of teams spotty, missing, like Spirit, for example, who chose not to come. That was their decision. But I think that when you look at the competitive nature of the field, anything seemed possible. Because at the moment, I think you have Na'Vi who are playing the best overall Counter-Strike in terms of
like
stylistically,
play,
yes. And I think their individuals can show up to get them across the line. I think then it would be Vitality after that. And I know that they toppled them in Cologne. So Vitality, as mentioned by Apex in the interview, they won't have Mezzi for the World Finals. So this event for them would be kind of their... For me, if I was them, you want to go deep for sure because they're that elite level team. But overall, you just want to make sure you don't have any crazy collapses or anything wild because you know when you go into World Finals, it's going to be more about the good vibe tribe. And then you need to get things back together and focused in for the RMRs. Because we're on the home stretch. The year is almost over, everybody.
Oh, time waits for no one. It really doesn't. So, speaking of, it's got some birthdays.
Yeah, I brought it up. I was just seeing if there's any talking points. It's Zeus's birthday today. He's turned 37. That's Ukrainian Zeus.
37 today.
Yeah.
Shazam. Happy birthday to Shazam, who abandoned us for cartoon animals.
I guess someone's got to do it.
Someone has.
Lauren did as well.
Yeah, and I'll still say the same thing to her. I'm going to try and get her back.
She was streaming some DayZ the other day. The new map.
Oh, was it Verdansk?
Don't even start with me. All right, well, look, let's get excited. Because Apex has found Senzu through the smoke.
Bloody hell. I didn't want to get excited about this one, but it looks like Apex has made a conversation out of it after all. Shouldn't be anything to be too concerned about. They have still got the lion's share of their defense on the A-bomb site. God Flash lined up from 9-10.
They have to go.
And they are on their way. Zywoo is too, though. Dark, and there's Apex just on the edge of that smoke. Techno walking on through. What a shot that is from 9-10. He just saw a little whisper of flames. Still brings him down. Comfortable now in their conversion. It was a little threatening. Playing around those smokes.
It shows you timing as well, in the sense that if Zywoo was there, 2 seconds earlier, would have got that smoke off and maybe they would have cancelled.
What the hell was that?
That was a headshot.
Okay.
That's what Zywoo does best.
He's actually holding this angle that could have been walked into. So he's doing, you know, there is an art form in Counter-Strike to just getting the most out of every scenario. I think that's something Zywoo certainly specializes in as well, just seeing if he can milk anything else out of this round. If any oversteps, any misplays, he's accounting for them, he's prepared for them. Mazinho is going to lose out on his Mac 10. Techno brings down Zywoo eventually, and now it's just Spinks, the last to fall. Mongolz get that 3-0, and as you said, main objective here for Mongolz, step by step, is win a map.
Yes,
Inferno,
right?
Would you say that's probably the best candidate for it?
Yeah, and they've changed up the veto today, right? So I was expecting a Mirage pick. That's actually going to be the third. Both of these teams played Mirage as their best one opener yesterday. It was a little bit more difficult for Mongolz. It was a 13-10 versus VP. And, well, for the likes of Vitality, they ran over 9C. And that's where Zywoo got the first ace of the tournament. But guns are out. So's the AWP for both 9-10 and Zywoo. Let's see if they can be influential.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Zywoo's immediately gone and fired off a shot down mid. 9-10 posts up.
And it's classic jousting there between AWPers, right? The T's making sure that they... Oh,
ouch.
Dearie me. Same half-wall type smoke that you see in play there that we discussed with the likes of Eternal Fire on this map. So Apex and Flamesy have dealt with this on the reg.
Yeah.
I think that's what the kids are saying.
I think so. And this half-wall smoke, the one that does land on top.
Did it land on it?
I don't think
this one
like
didn't. But that one where it lands on top, I really like that evolution.
Yeah, it just stops that boost response.
Yeah, and it even stops the logs boost.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Because you can do half-wall boost and you can do logs boost to deal with the traditional half-wall. But up the guts and middle.
Yeah, no brackets info. Flying blind of Vitality.
Mezzi has full nades. He can block. Oh, Great cam.
Oh,
the ramp.
Oh, Techno's hit a banger there. Big off angle from Spinks. Gets nothing done. Zywu flubs the jump up on the box. Still hits the shot. Brings down Senzu. Pressure from every front though. Vizinho pushes into the side. Gets a double kill. Clears out Pick. Clears out A. Nothing here for Flamesy. Does slink past. A little bit of timing perhaps as 9-10. Does call mid clear.
I think it will be the save. Just based
going
off.
to check it. Is he?
No, that's the thing. It was acknowledged. Mizinho's dead.
Okay. But it's still a save.
Exactly. Apex is too far away. He's already over towards the B side. So 9-10 going, hey, look, my bad. He did slip the net. That was always a possibility. Mizinho was trying to already get on the warpath for the hunt. But regardless, a 4-0 spotless start for Mongolz. Now, some damage has been done in a few of these rounds, sure. But Vitality yet to get out the starting blocks. And they will not be able to get the Zywu AWP for the next round of play. I'll be marooned on the A side. And great work. I love the response. There was the Banana 4A, the utility a little bit back and forth, but then quite quickly Mongolz said, hey, let's group. Let's execute. The wrap was great. It was Techno's opening shot, wasn't it? Quite a... Oh, Apex, you can't...
You can't be doing that.
You can't be doing that. Oh. Well, that was a little bit silly.
It's not ideal. Mezzi's Mr. Assist right now, or at least Mr. Damage. He's got himself, what, 65 ADR? Not a single kill. So he's connected bullets almost every round, but yet to find the lethality. I imagine that's the pistol. We just saw this one onto Mizinho. So just need to tighten up. Vitality, yet to get on the board. And look at this buy, Chad. I mean, buy, quote unquote, just to save guns and a bit of extra juice.
I think that's the problem with a team like Vitality. They're always threatening, and these are the type of rounds for Mongolz. If they want to win this map, they can't lose.
Yeah. But for some reason, they always feel like the easiest ones to just let slip away.
I think that's because these rounds have the most amount of potential variance.
Yeah, I see you. Like you have to change your mentality when playing against these rounds.
Everything is possible.
Right.
And so is that. So 9-10.
That was the AK. That's a huge scalp to find. It should be recoverable. I think it's going to be Apex trying to pick that one up. But you can understand he's a bit cautious. Doesn't want to give it up. Mizinho might lose his AK here.
Yeah, this is tough.
This is scary. Gonna get cleared out. Good trade from Spinks. Finds himself the AK upgrade. Tested in mid is Zywu. Somehow he's alive. He's alive. He gets away. And now Spinks in pit. So actually, Mongolz going long is the path of least resistance.
Mid to B is their best option, but they don't know it. They've smoked off Arch, they've smoked off Library, so it's unlikely they go through their own utility.
Spinks, nice clear here. Perfect placement of the crosshair. Finds Techno. Out comes Senzu with the swings. Zywu's dig deadly. Huge first frag. Now Blitz looking the wrong way. An opportunity just between the two wickets there.
Ooh, Blitz is considering the mid to B. 9-10 just investigating brackets. Blitz is going on his own. This is a bad call from the in-game leader of the Mongolz. Oh, he's just going to fake it. Okay, knowing that Apex has to play between both sides, the sound cue, he was already investigating, but this is going to keep him close. And now they just need to clear out the site. So they've bought themselves a little bit of extra time.
Oh, that's my favorite
Checkmate.
kind of play, Chad. I bloody love that. I love that from Blitz. Like, he's just got such a visualization of the decision Apex is trying to make. And
Sees
he's like,
exactly where he might be on the map.
Just going to throw a seed of doubt over there.
And now a death. Okay. Apex not retaining that AK-47, but it will be a buy round coming in again. Zywu's AWP a possibility. Again, it's just AWP with one flash, right?
Yeah.
Because of the over-investments that he has. I can't believe Mizinho gets a kill here. I think he's spotted as he's coming up the stairs because the way that Mezzi swings into that, it felt very premeditated. So Mizinho does really well to get one. If he got none, maybe the round doesn't even go in their favor. So a dicey one. Couple of these touch and go, but a great start from the Mongolz. Back into the weapons.
Flamesy, he's been stubborn about this. Senzu jumping up and Flames getting down comfortably. Very nice start for Vitality. His stubborn nature, after all of those nades thrown his way, this leads to an opening kill.
Yeah, but we saw one of them was misthrown, and you can see just how little damage he took right there. So hardly dissuaded to be pushed off of the line. That's an unforced error from the Mongolz. They find themselves at a man disadvantage and have forced into the three-man A setup. Techno needs to pick up the bomb. Apex on a string being called over quite quickly. Are they rocking same utility? No, it's 3/4 this time round.
Boost?
Could be the perfect answer.
Yes. Really going to limit their options if they try and get across from this. Now the flash has already been used, and it's perfect. Lovely structure of this round from Vitality. You can see their problem solving live, and Mizinho should be dead. I think he actually caught a whiff of Apex. No, did not. Apex gets a comfortable frag. Techno, 9-10, going to try and break through this side. Look at the setup, though. I mean, this would have to be quite exceptional, especially now Techno's caught out by ZywOo. Good re-peek from the AWP, and he might even swing in for another one. Finish it off, get himself the triple. 9-10 reveals his AWP up short. 25 seconds to save.
I think it's the better option. I understand they have residual cash, but I think it's probably better at this point in the game to save because you've already got 5. If you get 6 or 7, that's a great T-half. Yeah. Actually, well, it's a good T-half.
You probably feel hard done by, though, starting 5-0
right.
and 6, for sure, for sure, for sure.
So you want to see what they can walk away with and just going to play the percentages. 9-10, that would have been a wild way back in.
Plus, he's got, like, what, 6 grand on him right now? Like, yeah. Bring that through. You've still got 6 grand in the bank as well. And he can actually facilitate an AK-47 for his compadre.
Senzu bought in immediately with an AK, so we'll see him sell that back because, as you mentioned, he can be dropped. Now, the problem with this is definitely that's to force either the library player over towards Arch, which can soften up the A side, but they had all the answers. The number advantage made that much more comfortable for Vitality, and that all came with, look, the unforced error of Flamesy getting to stay on his line and getting that opening kill.
What nade missed? Because I didn't understand.
One of them hit the front of the mouth of Banana Wall and just bounced in front of him, and one was a bit deep behind him.
As opposed to being both just on it.
Right, like, yeah, and that's obviously, right, with the 2 nades, it's very unlikely that both of them are going to land in the exact same spot, but I think they're both aiming for the mouth.
Right.
And one of them's just landed in front of the wall, so it didn't sustain much damage at all.
Okay. Well, they managed to recover 3 AK-47s Vitality, so that's going to...
Yeah. Whose timeout was that?
Great question.
Maybe production can let us know. Mongolz timeout. Thank you very much, MC. I think that was MC.
It was. Or Simon. HE's this time do a lot of damage both ways. ZywOo with just a limb hanging on. Same can be said for Techno and Blitz, down sub 50.
I like this, though. This is Counter-Strike, obviously, but they didn't throw out the half-wall smoke, right? So the expectation, if that's how they're going to take this banana control, has just been changed. Straight out the gate, more aggression in the face. ZywOo forced off the line. And now they could just go for a B execute.
I'm terrified for Mazinho. Just look at the minimap. Like,
oh, yeah, he's surrounded.
He's surrounded, but he's fine for now. It depends if they want to probe any further towards the apartments.
If they go up top mid, this setup is perfect to deny.
Yeah, look at it.
And the util is... They have these mollies, but I don't know if they'll use them for mid control.
Your flash is going to achieve nothing. Their setup should be perfect. As he turns, active on the angle, spotted out on the elevated position. Good shot from Mazinho, but Spinks perfectly positioned to deliver the triple. Locks down mid, brings home round 2, 9-10 empty-handed. And it is just going to be Techno left to his own devices, helpless at the top of Banana.
And look, I know if people tune in and listen to every game that you and I cast, I sound like a bloody broken record, but not having Banana control, right, what do we say? We need to have brackets control. What did Complexity not do yesterday?
They didn't have either.
Banana or brackets. Well, right now, so much pressure on B. Vitality has said, look, we need to be stubborn somewhere. If they return for this map control, we need to lock it down, and they did. A massacre in middle. Spinks reigns supreme and looking to be another save.
And you know how we talk about, how the stats don't tell the whole story? Spinks doesn't get 3 kills there if Mezzi doesn't die. Like if Mezzi's not taking first contact, if the 2 people aren't swinging looking for Mezzi, Spinks doesn't get that multi-kill. He's 0-7, but Mezzi contributed into that round.
Oh, definitely so. Just to say for Spinks, that's the 4th ace of the tournament.
Oh, it was an ace.
Yeah,
he got the last one as well.
With the AWAP.
4 aces so far in Rio, just starting day 2 though. But yeah, Mezzi the bait, Spinks absolutely nails it.
And trades it out. Doesn't actually want to carry double orb. So, okay, money. Light on. Mongolz in with the buy.
Blitz and armored clock.
What's the B rush?
Ooh, yo, they have paid a heavy price to be this far up. Look how much damage has been inflicted. Vitality handling this with poise, with class. There's a double kill from Apex just to start.
And the nade. Maybe another ace on the table.
It's Ace's turn. It's Apex.
He hasn't seen anybody yet.
But there might be more. There certainly might be more. Look at this. 4 players around B site. They're boosted. You're dead men. Dead men walking. Just too clean. Too easy. Vitality. If you ever were wondering, how do we stop getting B rushed? I hate getting rushed by these pesky Tech 9s. Copy and paste that round. The amount of HE, Molotov damage, spam through smokes, that was brutal.
If it had to be lovely, and I know we can't get it, but maybe if we had like a bird's eye cam of them coming up banana with barrage, utility, seeing. But playing anti-rush in that situation or making sure you've got the protocols down to B, they're very important for your B defenders. Worst case scenario, you get one, you get traded, they take the site, your players can't retake. So I think the biggest key, they're going to put pressure banana again, Alex. They're doing it again. These same nades over the wall, bang, bang, bang. This time it works. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but look at Flamesy. Oh, he's dropped a nade to delay. He is in desperate need of help and assistance. 6 HP. The clock can bring him down. He's been overlooked, has some discipline. Full magazine, but down. 9-10 pulls him out, and now their round is looking good for Mongolz.
It's all about the nades right now for Vitality. What can they use to retake with this? Mollies, there's smokes, there's flashes. This is still possible, and definitely now.
How has he done that? Zywoo pulls 2 out of the hat. And a potential third, denied by Senzu. Solid work from the AK-47. No Kevlar on Senzu. And that's a masterclass from 9-10. The fact that he finds Spinks puts it all onto Mezzy. Yet to frag indeed, but 2 to find. An opportunity to come up clutch. Smoke and a kit available for the Brit. Audible now. Rounds the corner, they know exactly where he's coming from, and it's a lovely collection. That is an interesting one. I want to hear your thoughts, Chad. The same call back-to-back.
Just as I was glazing them for being able to deal with the B-rush, this is the opposite of that.
But it was
spectrum.
what you were saying. Well, you lose your first rifle, and suddenly you have to play retake, and you can't retake.
Right, and I wonder, like, in the first time they did the rush, I wasn't certain when they were running up banana if one of their nades hit the half wall and bounced back on them, or if it was one of the CT nades, right? I didn't, because Apex still had a HE, which could have been dropped, right? But I'm not certain. I'd have to go back and take a look at it. Yeah, Flamesy's util damage is insane at the moment. But this
with Apex combined, that's like, what, 500 damage?
So here it is, all the nades just chasing them down.
Whoa,
and that's sick. The opposite of what happened in the previous. I love the tenacity from Mongolz to go for that back-to-back and to really punish. Part of the game plan, obviously... Yeah, well, the intensity, obviously, right? There's so many nades in the face.
T-side utility damage is quite rare, but a lot of it so far, we're only, what, 10 rounds deep, 9 rounds of play, and they've got over 400 nade damage combined as well from the Mongolz. So these HEs up top banana are working, as we just saw demonstrated perfectly. They steal away a 6.
Well, do they go to the mouth of banana again, or do they call it off? It looks like Flamesy and Apex are happy to stand in the same positions. And then we're back to that half-wall smoke.
Is that a missed mid-smoke, or is that what they're designed for? Like this kind of weird... This one?
Let me go.
It's got like a kind of a gap.
Yeah, if it has a gap, probably slightly missed. Okay. I would say that is definitely missed.
Bit wonky. Bit askew.
Hasn't landed perfectly, but they're going to get banana control, and then they can just execute, because now, in Mongol's mind, you would think that they wouldn't be so stubborn to fight for the top banana control, but they are.
There's more nade damage. Apex and Flames both humble. And there's more! I'm actually loving this. Like, you can stay there, you can fight top banana, but you will be catching nades. Backup smoke available. Is he going for it? Okay. Oh, well, he is going to get flashed, that's for sure.
Spinks is here.
Apex back at the side. Spinks cleared out. Lovely shooting from Techno, but he's not going to be ready for Apex, surely. He's clearing. He knows he's got to find him somewhere. Still goes down after 1. Clean. Admirable stuff from Mongolz right now.
Yeah, great half now. So 7 on the board. And I was about to discuss the fact that it was a change of the tides, that the 3 consecutive rounds the Vitality picked up, they only took 2 casualties. So they were relatively clean rounds. They had lots of residual cash to work with, and they still have residual cash on Spinks, Apex, and Flamesy, and we're going to get these 2 saves coming through. But for poor Mezzy on the other side of the map, still yet to frag, probably think he's not getting to play much of this game. So now, if I'm that of Vitality, I'm thinking I have a couple of options. Do we want to all in for the banana control? So we're going to start 3 or 4 players, and we're going to go for like full layered utility and try and like fight fire with fire and win out that exchange. Or
I like the sound of option 2 before you've even said it.
Do we play more through halls, right, and try and deal with the Mazinho and take that space of the map there, isolate that type of a duel to give us an opener, play more passive on B. We still need to show our face. We need to throw a smoke. We need to throw a molly. We can't just give it to them for free. But then turtle up a bit more and take space on the other side of the map, find that kill, or allow an early rotation.
Okay, well, there are the options. Let's see what they opt for. Vitality in pursuit of a 7-5 half. This is the advancement match. Playoffs up for debate. This was an important kill from Techno.
You said you wouldn't, but they have to know Apex is around somewhere.
I kind of like corrected myself during it because I was like, wait, he knows it's Apex.
Right, nameplate. Yeah. There's the smoke properly. Here's aggression. Here we go. See? They're taking the fight on a different front. But look at the setup from Mongolz.
It couldn't be better.
Hello!
Cleared out, gets the frag, gets away. Senzu was coming in for the flank anyway, but Spinks' aggressive adventure has been cut short.
But this is exactly what you want as a team. As an in-game leader, as a coach, as the brains behind the operation, you want to force the opposition into decisions to have to deal with what you're getting away with.
Right.
And this is picture perfect from Mongolz. It was off the stubbornness of those B rushes. They've stuck the landing. They just need to convert this one. There has been big damage to Techno, decent damage to 910, so this one isn't over just yet.
Oh, are they going to try and get a timing on the nade of the smoke? No one would be exposed yet. I think they've mistimed that. Nothing to be revealed. 50 seconds as they are starting to test Mezig. Will he leave with 0? Or is this his round? His sight being tested. The multi-kill opportunity. He gets himself the one. Flames from behind strikes for the double. Oh, a triple from Flamesy. Locking it down with ZywOo's help to end it.
All right, well, that's going to fill them with a little bit more confidence. But right now for Vitality, they're going to feel that they've been kind of chasing their tail a little bit.
I don't know. If I'm Mongolz, I feel like every time I've tried to go brackets and A, I've been multi-killed by Vitality.
It was good on the wraps, right? When they were able to get those wraps in a little bit earlier within the piece. But yeah, going up the funnel, right? The death funnel of short can always be risky. But right, the way that this started was perfect. They got the kill. They forced Vitality into the type of play that was more aggressive towards A. Just unable to find the close. So final round, first half. And it feels like we've had quite a lot of gun rounds and buys, which has been nice. I think we've had like one full eco, no full ecos actually.
That's easy, that's comfortable. Techno goes bravely around the half wall.
Important trade.
ZywOo catches the blitz search up mid, so it is only a two-man defensive A. 910 immediately takes the space of his fallen comrade and will continue to search. He's got the bomb on his back with an AWP. This implies to me that the Mongols have a good suspicion that they are isolated, ZywOo and Mezig.
I like this from 910, right? This is an educated move to take arch side, knowing that the AWP would have to rotate back over, but this is the biggest problem, the timing on the flank. Senzu's searching into hall, so he won't catch them from behind. Apex will have a very good timing on this. He knows they have to be long.
Oh, he spotted him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this could be the double kill flank. There's no way they're considering this. And a clean double, not available. The dink found. Mazinho limited, but will be able to pick up 910's AWP to use that instead. Held by ZywOo, not going to miss that shot. And now it puts it all onto a very low HP. Mazinho. Not necessarily the primary AWP, and it feels like an AWP. That deagle from ZywOo closes it down. A 7-5 half. Not too shabby after a 5-0 from the Mongols. IEM Rio Day 2 continues, as does Inferno, the first map between Vitality and the Mongols. Should be an interesting one. This is Group B, the upper bracket. Neither team has let Victory slip by the wayside. Victory versus 9Z for Vitality puts them here, and taking down Virtus.Pro. A little bit more work from Mongols, 13-10. But we find ourselves here, I say we, joined by Chatty B, and we're heading into the second half. Loved that first half. Some Counter-Strike. It was Counter-Strike.
Right, it was a decent pace to it. I love the macro, the overall. So yeah, cool stuff. Let's hope it continues here in the second. Vitality now on the attack, and Blitz.
Easy.
Some flak damage. The question of this round is all about Mezzi's smoke. So they're going to silently ascend up and towards the window room. Got MC and Rashley on the obs. Apex and Mezzi down towards T-stairs. Now, I think Mezzi's getting in position likely to throw this smoke. Probably just a moto smoke and a flash. That seems the most common approach in this type of a scenario.
Flash catches Mazinho, but so does the headshot from Blitz. A real chance. It's 9-10 that finds the one on the bow, so Zywu's gone.
This kill's important for
Pit
9-10.
is occupied. Mezzi and Flames applying some pressure to this side player. Rotations coming through from Techno and Senzu, but too late. 9-10's gone.
Bomb still loose.
Yeah, it needs to be picked up. We'll do so now. Flamesy gets it through. Default plant. Apex has their mid-rotate, so they really have to be diligent about this. It's unlikely that they do a full clear into this corner. And so Apex is going to hear all of this. Here's them clearing a boiler, starts his hunt and looking to find themselves a clean click. It does find Senzu. Techno unloads the dual Berettas, 15 left, 2 to find. And not clearing all his corners, not far off, you know. Brought Flamesy low. Good job from Mezzi. Gets himself a double kill, actually an important double as well, to get himself not only on the board, but Vitality taking a pistol as well.
Now, I swear that, did they just smoke themselves off Moto again?
That on the way, like in the 2v3, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what though. I think they were trying to do a slightly further forward.
Let's bring the energy, guys. Scream if you win the pistol, etc. Guys, okay? It's time now. It's time. Yeah.
Who did the it's time?
Mezzi?
I don't know.
It sounded British.
I do like that though, because they've got they need vindication for Portaz, right? So anything else that is even remotely similar seems fair.
It's time.
Because we never hear from any other coaches, do we?
No, we don't. Someone's got it out for Taz.
Yeah, who in production hates Taz?
Fine, let's find out. We're going to start doing investigations. We just had like 6 production people in our ear.
This is going to be a biff, Alex.
It is going to be a biff. 5 USPs and a flash. Blitz sets him up. They push through, and Apex gets himself a couple. Actually, it's Mezzi that steals away one.
Oh, he deserves him. He had a tough first half.
Yeah, let him have him. Zywu bursts away at Senzu. So yeah, the USPs have had a go. Get down Apex is something.
All right, well, we're all tied up here at the MCG. Actually, we're not at the MCG. That's the Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Oh, I was like, Madison Care Gardens? What is that? Okay.
What is the new name of this arena?
I don't know. I'm going to call it the Pharmacy. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah.
Okay.
It used to be the Jeunesse.
Oh, is that the official pronunciation?
I think so.
Woo. Woo. Woo.
Did he say careful B-Rush or what? Oh no, that was a B-Rush. Is that just reminding
I think
himself?
it was about the flash. Like I dodged the flash or...
Right.
All right, well, rifle round. Second half, about to get underway. Spink's still on the MAC-10. Rifles in the hands of everybody else. AWPs won't be making a debut just yet.
Early spawn smokes from both. You can see them in the minimap there. And a chance presented itself to Senzu, but Mezzi very quick on the trigger. They've invested a second smoke to extinguish there, so that's a lot of investment for very little gain. They have not crossed half wall.
It just stops potential harassment, right? It gives you more room to work with, and I agree with you, but it also shows the stubbornness for your want of this banana control.
Right.
So they will get it completely. It has drawn a rotation point, and right now Mongols are split 2-2. I think that they have to go for a gamble. Like maybe even call 9-10 over, because at this point it's such a hard round to win with limited utility.
Ooh, Blitz just about gets away with that. Techno has to be alive, has to live on, doing his best to survive, and with 4 HP, a stray bullet brought him low. But he lives on, and it does, I mean, that's enough to save the round, right? If he goes down, it's a very different scenario.
I'd still want to just execute B with the util I have available. I always feel going back to Porch, right, and coming up the short side with the pit anchor player, he could also be side, or there's pressure applied lightly. If 910 walks through this, great. It would have to be super... He might even catch a timing on the kill on Spinks. Okay.
Whoa, that's brave.
Now you have to go B. You have to go now.
Techno gets him. Brings down Apex despite the 4 HP, gets the info on the cross from ZywOo. Can he come up clutch? We know what he's capable of. In a 1 versus 3 with some low HP players as well. Techno, oh, on his head, the nade lands. The first of the clutches found. ZywOo maneuvers towards the ruins, anticipating this 2-man partnership. 910 isolated, he's individually isolated 2 of the 3. Smoke and hold, maybe there's a kit not present. Mazinho going for a 10-second defuse against the Woo. This is surely going to end one way. He's just going to come and stab you in the back. He gets the first. Mazinho off the bomb, spam away, and down to the knife. ZywOo comes up clutch.
Oh, an Apex with some fire in the belly right there. That's one of those contenders for the best player in the world with a stylish 1v3. The nade, catch that.
Nade, bullet, knife. Like every kill with a different weapon in his arsenal.
And this was the opener from Mezzy. So that's how it started. This is how it ended.
Boink.
Woo, 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 ZywOo. And yeah, Mazinho getting off, right? He thinks, well, he's just going to knife me, so I may as well try and shoot. Then the fact he doesn't find the kit, it's so desperate in that situation. That sucks for Mazinho. And Mara, you can see his distaste of the scenario. There's their chance to start making a bit of a case in this second half.
Do you think it benefits you to go, okay, we're going to lose an occasional clutch to ZywOo when he's in the server and kind of just dismiss it as that's one of the...
Oh, definitely.
That's in your interest to do that?
That's like if you're up against a simple in Prime, if you're up against, a ZywOo is a great example. These elite of the elites, because of the way that they approach the game and what they can do, you just have to sit there and say a few of those are going to happen, right? And that's across a series. Hopefully not in one map.
No,
right? You don't want to give a few of those in a map, but a few of them in a series. Yeah, it's going to happen. He is going to have some moments that are potentially, well, are definitely round defining, but potentially game defining. He's 17 kills. You got the next closest on the team, 13 being Apex. So the Frenchman doing the work.
Nice control from Spinks, clears out Mazinho. And now that SMG doesn't get much done, actually. He meets his end. Blitz is 5-7, but the A-site's lost, and Vitality got this one on lock. Apex, as you said, the second in command with the frag total, gets himself his 14th.
And the AWP will be out in the hands of 910 next round. Lost Burn is going to get piped on through at the maxed out of 3,400, with what he's got saved with the residual 29, so we will see the AWP most likely. But at this point, we're getting in the same territory, just with a different buying pattern as we had to start the game, right? Because we had Mongolz win the pistol, then Vitality went in full force, right? And then we had a save, and well, it wasn't even a save, it was some light upgrades still, and then it was the buy. And that's when the AWPs came out very early within the piece. In the second half, it's going to be a little bit different. Yeah, it'll be around different, I think, before the AWP comes out for both teams. So this time around, we had the pistol win for Vitality, then we had the eco from Mongolz, then we had the buy, now we've had a partial. So slightly different.
So I think Mezzy's desk needs to be a bit higher.
How much higher?
Approximately 4 centimeters higher.
That's not... That was your 4 centimeters?
Well, I had like that. What's that?
From the bottom of the desk?
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably more like 4 centimeters, yeah. Insta boost. Catch that.
Get trucked.
That's the ZywOo classic, isn't it?
Yep. Takes the spawn. I love that, because you know he's just going to say, I'm going to go open B.
See, Summit might be dead, but that move's not.
Never. Oh, they're just absolutely owning them individually here. Blitz spotted out, sprayed on down through the corner. ZywOo with a nice aggressive opener. He's found a second as well. And this is your first gun round. It just falls apart, falls through your fingers. 910 puts up a little bit of resistance, but back is turned as Spinks arrived from balcony. It's beautifully structured. Senzu, quiet time so far on Inferno from him.
Is that like nap time or?
Yeah, it is nap time for Senzu. Tucked in, little blankie.
Yeah. Well, look, Vitality, they're like Rio. They've been here before. They've won here before. 2023, they had Magic Dupree in the roster, but still Zywoo, Apex, and Spinks present for Flamesy. And that Mezzi, this would be, well, their first if they lift the trophy again. Zywoo was the MVP last time round.
Oh, that's unlike him, MVP.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual.
Unusual.
Like a blue moon.
Yeah.
But he's in fantastic form right now. 20 kills, 2 assists, 6 deaths. Having a bit of a barn burner, bit of a classic. This is...
When you were competing, Chad, what do you reckon your like Steam 2 hours was before a tournament? You know, like your 2 hours, 2 weeks. Your like Counter-Strike hours in the last 2 weeks on your Steam profile.
In the last 2 weeks, you'd want to be in the 80 territory, 80 plus. Yeah. But the biggest issue back when I was competing, Alex, was you'd travel to events and there were no prac PCs.
That's true, actually. It's a different time. It was a different time.
Right,
you know?
That only started to come in as I was ending my career.
What, like the prac room situation?
Yeah. That was E-League. Epicenter did them first. Then E-League provided on-site ones, so you can come in and warm up before your games. DreamHack provided some on-site ones, but
it was E-League.
And for example, it was like the DreamHack ones in the early days were like curtain. So like
you were right next to each other.
Yeah, there was no privacy. Yeah, no. You couldn't really talk about.
That's not really good. That doesn't. It's a half solution.
Yeah, but at least we had PCs.
It's better than no PC.
Yeah, I remember one event we traveled. This was a DreamHack. We traveled for obviously the 24 hours that it takes to get from Australia to the UK.
Yeah.
They nerfed. That's when they nerfed the Silent Stem 4. We didn't get to play on a PC and to see what the changes were like of the update until we played the match, first match. Yeah. So pretty cool.
Yeah. Senzu's got a Vox Eminor sticker on his deagle.
Yeah, mad respect. Yeah. Maybe that's why they smile at me at the lift.
That's why I'm always smiling. My color caster attended majors.
Look at the util damage this game. I love Inferno for nades, especially if they're on point.
Yeah, everyone's got some crazy util. Apart from Spinks. Spinks doesn't know how to throw his nades, apparently.
Or he gives them to Apex.
Or he's giving them to Apex.
Yeah, he's the donator.
Donator.
Okay, Mongolz. Well, this one's gotten away from you damn fast, hasn't it? From a 5-0 start to a 10-7 scoreline in favor of Vitality. That really speaks a lot about how this game has trickled. In the last, what are we talking, 12 rounds of play, Vitality have won 10.
9-10. Catches a brunt of damage from the HE. Good timing. You can see that that's going to dissuade.
They're coming through.
Oh. 9-10 anti-flash. Oh, he's played it well. Oh, so good. Sets up Mazzinho for a quad kill with the FAMAS. They needed that. A gift. Multi-kill mastery. Spinks has slipped out of the balcony undetected, but they'll be acknowledging that potential. No one was on site. No one has the info. Blitz. He's going to get the first-hand knowledge. Counter Spinks, but he did hit the dink, so really limits Spinks' chances at doing anything more.
Yeah, look, a clutch seems out of his remit, but damage is good. If they come to him and he gets another kill, he can save, right? It doesn't really matter either way. But if he gets more damage, and that's a player spotted, that is huge, right? The ramifications of that. The nade from Mazzinho, that's going to finish it. Oh, Senzu steals it just. All right, well, poor Mazzinho doesn't get his ace, but has a hugely impactful round set up by the damage of 9-10. So great little wombo combo in the middle and the smile on his face as we were just talking about the game slipping away from them. There's a little dent. Now they need to make more than that.
Lovely play from 9-10. Really admirable. Playing close to the smoke with his SMG. Anti-flash, he knows that they're not going to walk through it dry, and if they did, you know, congratulations.
Right, you've got me there.
Yeah, well done.
Okay, well, some residual buys available for Vitality. Got enough cash for the full now and into the next. And then the loss bonus will start working in their favor. Well, here he comes again.
What are you up to?
They're going to boost half full, I think.
That's a really clean way to get some top banana control. You've already got it.
No way.
Just like that.
Just straight through.
Wow. Careful, Zywoo's hunting. First man in.
But perfect pressure. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to keep the CTs on notice. Look at the two key pieces of util they used. A smoke and a molly towards top B to block, and highlighted just there by MC, also blocking towards top mid. So Mongolz are feeling pressure everywhere on the map right now. And it's about how does Vitality want to ping pong, right? Obviously going between, you're knocking on the door, you're showing a bit of a threat. Eventually you need to find a finish. The finish might come their way.
Aggressing. Blitz, Senzu, and Techno just going to walk in dry. Zywoo, will he peek out into this? Woof, he does! And Techno nails the shot.
Had some big rounds this game, Techno.
Yeah, he's looking sharp. Catches Zywoo on the swing. Flames lowered down. Nice HE. Finds 3 of them. Just a bit of chip damage. Flamesy knows this lineup. He can wallbang 9-10 if he gets it right, but instead takes the fight. Finds Blitz towards Library, can't close it out. Senzu, what have you got? Oh, he's been overlooked. A lovely angle, lovely position rewarded. Mezzy, a bit lazy on the clear.
Yeah, and again, you can understand the reaction. The time is getting against them. They need to kind of force themselves in towards a site. But yeah, I think that's some of the problems. You're also not having that expectation that the player's pushed out, and the time is against you, so you're not clearing all your corners, and he just gets the profit in what could have been a fragile situation. So here's Techno sitting Zywo on his ass, an absolute banger of a shot, and Senzu closes things down. So everybody contributing for Mongolz. And that's the Apex Classic right there. Another save from Spinks. Now, Spinks can drop one. Mezzy can by himself. Should be at least 4 AKs on play. No, 5. We're all good. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, the residual cash is definitely there. And this is going to be the second of 3 tactical timeouts used from Vitality. Feeling the pressure in map number 1 of a best-of-3 series that will book you a spot in the playoffs. We've already got Fury. We've already got Na'Vi. They're from Group A. We're in Group B right now. And later in the day, Heroic versus Astralis.
Ooh. Is that the second game on the second stream?
I think that's B stream. I think we're going to be covering G2 versus Eternal Fire, which is an elimination game.
So we get Tessa, Shush, Stown, Yabi, and Cadian in the server.
Yeah, but this time with Cadian on the other side. So he's, he's been back and forth a few times.
That should be fun.
All right, what's the timeout? Where has it found us? What has Extaz had to say? I do think that, setting Zywo up for the banana aggress, but maybe putting a bit more behind it. Oh, this is nice.
Good nades, great nades. Oh, it's destructive. Dominant. Zywo does somehow get away with a kill. Not dead yet, but tucked in on that half wall. There's another from Zywo. 2 frags, could be 3. Techno next victim. Traded out by Flamesy.
They're in and they can set up for the post plant. They would be expecting maybe a response a little bit quicker. 9-10 and Mazzino weren't really moving because there's 3 players. So they've just gotten over here now. Bomb getting planted. There's another smoke available.
Tough one to get back in. They're actually going to double up towards the ruins. I like the idea. Smoke banana. The expectation is it's going to be backside, maybe ruins, but both of them are occupying coffin side. Okay, well, you cleared out backside. Spinks is ready for this fight. Still 9-10. Good for it. What a double. Very nice from 9-10. He was moving. Just very quick on the draw.
But you were pointing it out, procedural, right? Like, it's actually the Ts who smoked off banana because they were worried about that threat coming in quicker.
Yeah.
So that meant that the CTs, no, well, it's very unlikely. Look, there's always a possibility, but it's very unlikely. Molly new box, Molly dark. We've removed a lot of options. Swinging into the ruins fights. Beautiful work from 9-10. 17 kills from him now. This was crazy in banana. I thought this was going to be a shutdown, but this is what we see from Zentaras using the smoke because it creates that little gap, right? That little air gap where you still have the sight line to car. Yeah. And that's what Zywo used to exploit and get a couple of nice kills there.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, it was crazy because, he got a kill. 10, 15 seconds pass, didn't move a muscle, gets another. He just feels like a ghost. They couldn't find him, couldn't track him because of that gap you've highlighted. Again, it is cool to see the star of the show going in first.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what a baller he is. And there's a Zywo effect. Straight into the B site, charging now. Keeping it simple. Keeping it simple. He goes down to Techno. Techno's got a better of him a couple of times now. Nade good. Very good. Not able to find him. They just tuck in instantaneously. Dip behind the new box. Dip behind the second orange. Molly will force Flames back a little bit. Has to go down to 37.
Good CT utility for this. Molly's, smokes, flashes. They can make this work.
Yeah, flash is given to 9-10, so he can hold the line at the back. Apex does catch one Techno with the nade.
Maybe save.
Yeah, I don't know. The smoke just feels like it's too persistent. It's lasted too long. Great Molly forces him out of new box. Flash push. Blitz is blind. Up and over. Only the one. Can't clear them both down. No ammo for this. No time for this. Blitz just trying to help. Trying to get on that bomb. Flames will close it down. Down to the 1v2. Down to the wire.
Yeah, damn. This is a good game of Counter-Strike. I really like what we're seeing from Mongolz. You want to see them being able to contest in scenarios like this. And again, it's Zywo just cracking open banana. Third timeout, Mara hits the big red emergency button. They do have money for a buy, sure, but things are starting to get really tough. And because of the heads-up nature that they're finding in Banana, and maybe Senzu struggling a little bit individually, if players are just going to contact on you, what's one way to deal with that? The AWP. So instead of you getting, 9-10 over towards Banana, they're going to just get Senzu out with an AWP that could make up for the tough individual form. Now he can hold a line. The likes of ZywOo is going to waltz into it like that, because think about the difference and the contrast of the Banana control.
Yeah.
The barrage of nades, right, it was from the T side harassing Apex and Flamesy. A lot of this is them getting harassed in Banana, but then waltzing through smokes and taking fights. Vitality want to take the jewels. Well, this is it. This is the defining moment of this game. Can Mongolz bounce back? If they lose this, 2,400 into the final round of play.
ZywOo didn't get the best Banana spawn, so you're going to have to do something different.
Look how rough it is for Vitality with how close the game's been. They just won the round, but everyone down. There's 3 Galils.
Yeah. Well, that's already shaped up nicely. ZywOo put down to one-shot headshot range for that M4A1. Senzu's AWP, waiting for that contact swing, and he gets it. That's exactly what he was looking for.
But I'd still want to execute onto the AWP.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that means the pressure would then be put on Techno. Techno needs a kill or 2.
They're pushing. Techno just at MP9. Senzu gets himself a double. They try and push through. They try and disrespect the incendiary, and he punishes. Techno empty-handed. It has to all be Senzu. This could be miraculous. A quad kill. Quiet half from Senzu. Quiet map from Senzu. But this round, this must win for the game, and now falls to Specs, who could come up clutch. Oh, spotted out 9-10. He spots him. Still can't finish off the job. Mara can't believe how close that got. Bloody
After
hell.
all the work Senzu did, that one almost got given away. I thought they were going to come running through the smoke while the bomb was getting planted. They didn't quite believe it. Had to sit it because the finances are where Vitality are at, and Spinks almost steals that one away.
Oh, that would have been so hype for Vitality. Oh my goodness. Senzu did so much work. You highlighted it. He's been struggling to hold that fight. Let's give it to them the other way. Takes the AWP, takes the shot, hits the smoke shot.
But because of the damage, he can't double AWP again.
Ah, you're right.
So
he's
how does
lost
it
that
change?
again, yeah.
This looks like, from the pattern we're seeing from the T's leaving spawn, this is an A execute. This is going to be a set piece of some variety. 3 straight up second mid, just general harassment utility. This is going to be Poppy in the face. Mazinho 9-10, you got to hold on, boys.
Yeah, 9-10 blitz coming over as well. This is going to be quick. Smoke immediately thrown out, and now here comes the Mac-10s, the Tech-9s. There's pace to this. Blitz throws out an incendiary to slow their crawl. Arch smoke, limits his options, pushes through on the flash. He's blinded himself, spams away 20 bullets with nothing to report. 9-10 overrun after the one. Mazinho getting peppered. It's falling apart for Mongolz. They've lost the sight. Potentially a 12th for Vitality found with just this Tech-9 Mac-10 buy. Brutal. Nice nade onto Mezzi. Still so hard to get back into this. You do have a smoke and a kit. Apex. What is that? What is that from Senzu? He's only just spammed the smoke, catches Apex relocating.
You're considering it now. Before you weren't enticed. Now you're going to give it a go.
Oh, Messi has to move again. Got the nade, the incendiary, it's all found him. Now the Tech-9 on him. A Tech-9 versus an MP9, and run down. They're onto the bomb. Perhaps Techno can get on it. Long range Tech-9 required. Gets the forced off of the bomb. It looks like a ZywOo clutch after all. Confirms he's off the bomb. Jiggles out. Techno can't do anything and denied. ZywOo clutches up 2 taps. Long range with a Tech-9 makes 12 a reality.
This is Counter-Strike. This is what it's all about. Back and forth, clutch moments, retakes, and down to the wire.
Oh, and the way that's planted with the balcony pressure, it's just so horrible for him. He fakes, he has to get off the bomb to acknowledge it, and all ZywOo has to do is just confirm he's looking at him.
And again, another round where almost everybody goes down. No, make it everybody. ZywOo falls with the bomb. These last stretch of rounds, the back and forth we've had of this, both teams' finances are on the ropes.
Everyone's poor.
Everyone.
What's going on in Blitz? The flash, the self-flash, how nasty was that?
This is a fun game of CS.
It is, it's great.
Both teams are going to have expended all timeouts in regulation. Mongolz just need 5 kills. And they could take us to OT and we can continue this madness.
He's such a beast. The fact that he gets the double dink Tech-9 to finish as well after winning the clutch already. He's such a mastermind. 25-11 for ZywOo. I've living it up large here in Rio.
You see there from the Mongolz, if you don't laugh, you'll cry, right? The smiles on the faces. This is a close game. Look, losing sucks, but this is one of those games that's been fun, I would imagine, to play.
Oh gosh, it has to be. No idea what's coming next.
Bloody hell, 1M4 up against a bunch of Galils, a Mac-10, an AK-47, very light on utility. The individuals from Mongolz need to make some magic happen.
contesting apartment. Spinks gets one, Flames finds the other. Their aggressive app setup destroyed. And now already nightmare fuel for Mongolz.
Just putted in now, Vitality.
You think so, but Blitz could clear out Bedroom. He's staying active, he's staying ahead of the play. I say that, he does actually receive to try and get some answers middle. Techno could flash him.
Nah, this has got to be it. All Vitality need to do right now is group up in Banana and execute. Unless there is a literally 3-man gamble stack from Mongolz towards B.
How about losing the bomb?
In Chicken Pit.
In Chicken Pit.
And Spinks being low on HP.
Oh, you know, Blitz hasn't had a Blitz round.
No, you're right. He hasn't.
Oh. He tends to have at least one like crazy impactful round per game, per map.
Now would be the perfect time to do so.
Might have to be. He hasn't left A, and so it will come down to Senzu and Techno's pistol.
Techno still has a smoke.
Oh, smoke at 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Yo, you know that's a potent recipe for success.
They have a nade. They can break.
Break and go. Break and go. Better be perfect. Senzu can flash and push. This would have to be good. Techno will push with it. Second flash. Go on the second, he says. Flash and push. Blitz is dead. Flames' luck finds him, and it's too good, too easy. Techno has to do the impossible. A 1 versus 4. As he isolates the 2, they are running A, but he's ahead of the curve. Wait, what? Indecision. Flames, he hasn't gotten A. It's going to be awkward now. 10 seconds. Still short. Still short. 8 seconds. Techno, if he could just stop the plant. 1 bullet could do it. They are planting with a second to spare. Flash. Not bad. Flames throws one out. Where's Mezzy going? A wide swing. Comes down to Techno. Whoa! What a clutch! What an insane time to come up clutch! Techno extends play. He is the 4K.
The timing on that. Everyone's sitting there. They got the stopwatch out. They're sitting and running towards the site. Are they even going to get the plant in?
Oh, that's some Counter-Strike right now. It is so entertaining. I'm so glad Inferno is still going. Vitality, probably not. I mean, that was a 5-7 1v4.
This is sick.
What the bloody hell are we witnessing? So yeah, Blitz goes down.
Then that opens the rotation back because they were blocked,
That's right.
Mezzy swing. I guess they're meant to double swing.
Holy.
Miscomms, pressure. We're all tied up. We're in overtime. And guess what? The money's there. Those double orbs back out.
I got goosebumps, bro. My skin is crawling. Oh, wow. Look at the conviction from Flames. He's already pushed up apps, and actually he's been punished for it. That's exactly what Mazzinho needed to do. Some confidence and some conviction. Double nades onto Senzu. Isolates Techno as the sole defender of B, but he stands and he delivers. Throws out the smoke, will delay. Techno passes the test in the absence of Senzu. Now Blitz is aggressive.
He's getting horny.
Yeah, info. Apex heard as well. Down covered by 9-10. Bomb on the floor. I love this little switch up from Mongolz. They're bringing aggression into the mix. Spinks anticipating a push, but not ready for Mazzinho.
And they know where Mezzy is. They know exactly where he is. Boxed in, pinned down, thrown against the wall. Mongolz about to take the lead. Mezzy getting flash, molly, naded. Completely surrounded.
I can't believe we're in overtime.
Think about the clutches we've had in this game. Yeah. We had like a Spinks ace.
Zywoo 1v3.
Couple of Zywoo clutches. Techno clutch.
4K.
Senzu massive 4K on the AWP. Spinks almost 1v3.
Yeah, oh my gosh. One map of Counter-Strike.
This is how you want Counter-Strike to be played.
For real, for sure. It's entertaining. It is. It's also not only entertaining, but it's like unpredictable. You just don't know what's coming next. Apart from this, we do know Xtaz gets 30 seconds on the mic. Mara as well.
And that's why if you want to go check out our B stream, maybe you could be a Counter-Strike fan.
What, you have to be...
Sorry, an exciting Counter-Strike fan.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. That looks like a good game as well. I'm sorry. I won't be doing that. Let's keep the facetiousness to a minimum.
Well, if they get knocked out, then...
That's good.
For someone.
For some people.
All right, well, in case you're just joining us, maybe you haven't been watching CS2 since we changed to MR12. We've changed the timeout rules. Once you get to OT, each...
Just guys, because I repeat, because no one answered, just answer me, it's important guys. Just say okay, it's so important when I talk.
Send and receive,
yeah.
Right?
Then I'm not focused because I repeat, but it's fine.
Wait, then nobody said okay?
No one said Roger, no one said yes.
Wait, so he said say okay and then nobody said okay?
Well, I think maybe when he makes the call mid-round, that's a quick one. Senzu delivers, Mezzy tested. This is off the back of a Vitality timeout. And they're the ones in a disadvantage. A 3-on-4, bomb still T-stairs. That's going to be Flames to retrieve and concedes all of apartments.
Look how aggressive 910 is. Oh, he was. He was just posted up down middle. He just moved, I promise.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been very good to catch this Flamesy Stairs arrival, but he's just going to be housekeeping mid-aggressions. Zywoo finds himself an AWP from Senzu's corpse.
I feel so bad I just spoke over Apex with that because it's kind of...
what he was talking
exactly
about.
what he was talking about.
Didn't realize they had more to say.
Nah, me neither. Well, stalled again.
How many smokes left for Techno? None. Blitz? None. Maybe there's one idle, but I don't suspect so.
I think right now, the fact that they don't have any crowd control utility.
Yeah, nothing.
So Blitz maybe just with the flash if they execute, because Vitality have more than enough. Smoke's available, Molly's there, flashes too. This is about to be a 3v2 on the B side. Vitality can still do this.
But will they? Blitz, good timing on that HE. It's just a little early, but Flamesy catches a lick. Yeah, they're ready to go. 25 seconds. It does look like 910's going to start to cheat over. Techno active on the angle. Dink down. Nice frag from Flamesy. Blitz to be found. They have to isolate him. He's done well to isolate. Two individuals. Flamesy and Zywoo both fall to Blitz. Good catch. Spam from the smoke. 910 just pushing through. Throws the AWP on his back and says, I'll get the job done.
It's been two or three rounds. Let's just chill.
What started in an incredibly dominant fashion, then was clawed back to. Vitality took the lead momentarily. Mongolz managed to claw us into OT. We find ourselves here. That's a crazy shot.
That's nice, isn't it?
I didn't even know you could hit the head over the sandbag.
Guys, we get entry every round in like this every round, boys. It's been
And Apex down in the first 5 seconds. That's a funny one.
Oh, tough.
That's a funny
tough.
one.
They're not aging well for poor Dan, are they? Well, okay. Flamesy's been able to get the space at least. That could be punished. Spinks spamming through makes it feel like they're still suppressed, but the second mid option is always available. Right now, Senzu and Techno on B. It wasn't them vying for much control. You can see them a bit more of a passive stance. Well highlighted there. It's 910 on Arch with the AWP. Will be smoked off. So question marks. Hey, they can come up now. That's going to put Blitz and Mazinho on high alert. Nice nade. Chip damage. And limited options for Vitality. A man disadvantage, a minute 10 left on the clock, and Mongolz looking to clean sweep the first half of OT. They've never taken a map off of Vitality.
Incredibly close now. And a perfect CT conversion would certainly be taking a leap in the right direction. You've got the opening kill. Now testing 910. The flash will force him off the line. No, it didn't hit. 910 gets a comfortable collection onto Flamesy, keeping this slate clean on this CTOT. Mazinho and Blitz goes down. They know where Mazinho and 910 are on the site somewhere. Wow, that's brave. Hyper aggressive from Mazinho. The repeat is easy to be critical of.
910 went down as well. This is 2v2.
Really not ideal for the Mongols.
Kind of giving this one over with that repeat from 910, but just trying to support Mazinho. They're being confident.
And it's gotten this far. Senzu got the flash in mind. Spinks and Zywoo, though, are set up to succeed here. It's going to be up to Spinks. Actually gets nothing done, but Zywoo on balcony with 18 HP. Can he do it again? Same kind of plant. Time sensitive for Senzu. Zywoo jiggles out, confirms he's off the bomb. He's such a rascal. He's such a rascal. Such a nightmare for Senzu. Oh, it's close.
Damn close.
I think he's done it. I think a perfect CT half is the Mongolz. Senzu clutches up. Zywoo cannot. Fool me once, but fool me twice. 15-12. Mongolz, one away from doing what they've never done before.
30 kills for Zywoo, but not enough right now. And that flash, right? I just went and had a look over towards Arch side. Mezzi's taken a step when he's thrown it. I think if he stood it, threw it standing still, it's probably going to pop as he wanted, but it's actually gone behind a bit of the wall there. So 910 gets one for free and right down to the wire. Now, we'll take you back in time. First half of play, Mongolz banana harassment. They were nuking the top of banana. Nades, 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 and in the face. But the early stages started with arch traps.
Yeah,
Library
that's right. Go throw back to their T side. There's that half wall smoke that Techno can peek in front of, but Zywoo not going to be fooled by any of those funny games. He'll find the opener, delivers them. A strong start for Vitality to try and replicate that 3-0 Mongolz have just posted.
Seen Spinks here before.
Yeah, Spinks forward position. Has the back turn of Senzu. Immediate trade from Blitz. Rops. Position from Mezzi. Does net him a kill, but 910 is in hot pursuit. So dips into the side. This is nice. Apex and Mezzi still have control of A. Zywoo and Flames to rotate through as well. This 2v4, it could still go awry. Mezzi spotted out, but doesn't find that clean conversion he so desperately needed. And it's just going to fall apart piece by piece. Zywoo gets the bookend frags, the start and the end. And we see Vitality get there first.
And this is where the age-old conversation in overtime comes, especially if you have a flawless first half of how do you want to approach like T-side rounds where you get to really be the tempo setters. On the CT side, the same argument could be made. You could be really hyper-aggressive. But on the first round of OT, let's say you did something insane. Like you went, I don't know, Mac 10s and a couple of AKs and you went just like B-rush, right? But by the time you get to the third round, let's say you lose this one as well, and you haven't done something aggressive, you're probably going to assume that they're going to do something aggressive, and that option feels like it's taken away from you just by process of elimination.
Yeah, I think the balls to do something like that first round of OT is that it's the play. Looks like a battle for Banana is about to go down. Flames again catching nades. Utility damage taken. That's a good stat I would love to be able to see. Zywoo, another opening, finding Senzu. He just picks up the AWP and starts generating opening kills. Apex will rotate back to support Mezzi and Spinks. They have lost bracket control and info. The 910 is just going to slink towards the arch to hold on to that. Limited now by Apex. Throws out the incendiary to deny the angle.
It's not even that many. He's only got 4 to his name. It just feels like he's got a lot of openers, right? On the T side with the AK up Banana, now the AWP just patrolling, making sure they can't get that space for free. Apex and Flamesy were really on high alert the entire first half in regulation. This is tough. I know they have the man advantage onto the site. It's still very tough.
Yeah, it's this angle. I mean, it didn't work out once for Spinks. Maybe Apex gets better luck with it. Hoping to catch Techno on that clear. Oh, good awareness from Techno. Apex, however, delivers. A 5-on-3 changed by Blitz. Does catch Apex. A late trade. Balcony occupied. They've made that clear. Mazzinho throws out some util. They do have to find a commitment, and soon. Mezzi, alert to the potential for that short slip. He is responsible for stopping that bomb to cross in. 10 seconds. Blitz still crouching, still walking. It's 910 that finally makes a move, but it collapses for them. And just punching in the code, he has a go. Fakes it out, trying to get a kill or two. But Vitality looking to take us to double overtime. After conceding that 3-0 start, Mongolz, with their 3 map points, have been unable to convert the first 2. Now it's time for Mara to perhaps pitch in with a last-ditch effort.
I think these 30 seconds as well, just to discuss the finances. I know that seems like it shouldn't be a problem, but for 910 with back-to-back AWPs, he's already light on with the cash. So is he going to get dropped to Galil? I think that might be quite likely. A Mac 10 would be possible as well for him, but he definitely needs to be dropped something. It's been facilitated in an AK. So Blitz has been able to make that purchase for him. So we're going to have 5 AKs across the board in the hands of all of the Mongolz players. They've had 3 opportunities to find 5 kills, win 1 round, and in both of the first 2 opportunities, they've given up the opening pick. And that's a bit of a problem. They need to change that discourse and that dialogue immediately. They need to be the ones finding the opening kill, otherwise we go to double OT, and that's where I think Vitality take over. I think Mongolz had them with some momentum, but now once we get deeper and deeper into this game, the class and pedigree of a team like Vitality starts to really grab hold. And that's also because it's not worrying about MP9s or lighter buys, right? It's all in every round.
Let's see, is this going to be the final round of Inferno? Mara taking that timeout, hoping they can get his troops situated to convert and close it out. Blitz going aggressive, straight up the half-wall, straight through the flames, into Flamesy. Another opening for Vitality, they're 3 for 3.
Yeah, I don't know. Double OT in a moment's time.
Zywoo under scrutiny. Has to smoke that out. Oh, a nade on top. He's low. Dumping his util to try and survive. A nice little flash to get himself out of dodge, but he is trapped.
Look at the support there.
Yeah, the whole team's here.
Well, made a meal of this, have the Mongolz. Not even close in really any of these rounds. So now that you are about to shift yourself into double OT, where do the calls go from there? Vitality, they've got your number. You just need to hold them at the door, and that's exactly what's being done. Mezzi and Pit, Spinks in sight. Here they push in. There they go. Mezzi with the double, Spinks with the finisher, and that's us tied up again. 15-15. Like, we never even moved to MR12.
Yeah, if I'm Mongolz as well, I'm just feeling like, oh, I can't beat this damn team.
Squandered, huh?
Yeah.
They haven't played, like, so we got a best of 3 and a best of 1, so it's not a huge sample size, but when you get a shot at the king, or one of the Royals, you put yourself in a fantastic position to do so. 3-0 first half.
Oh, mate, 3 opportunities to do what you hadn't done before, and Vitality are making it difficult for you. The opening kills on that CT side from Vitality were consistent. And so we'll go again, but they get to start on the T side now. So we get to see, can Mongolz maybe mix it up? Start.
Blitz with the AWP.
With an aggressive AWP down banana.
What is this about?
I don't know, but it might... Oh, it did nearly work out for him. Nearly caught the cross back to the safety of the B site.
You wonder if that's spawn or if the playbooks run dry. He said, listen, mate, just give me that. Let me find the opener. Either way, this is going to be a waterfall out apps.
Mezzi has the support of Zywoo short side, so can focus all of his attention on the Balk. Mezzi tracking, difficult shots to hit, but Zywoo and Spinks actually lock it down. Double kill from longside. Blitz and 9-10 left. Trying to piece this one back together again. Spinks is caught out on the reposition. He mantled up Graveyard. But Zywoo has support. It just feels like every time we cut to a Vitality POV, there's someone throwing a flash, there's someone holding the swing. Team play at a premium for Vitality right now. Everyone's covered, everyone...
Look, I know I'm sounding hypercritical, but the 3 players who come out of apps in this situation essentially have full utility. I hate that, right? I understand we're in OT and there's extra cash, but I just really dislike that call. If you know that that's the call from spawn, that we're going to go for an apps pop, make sure they maybe get a smoke and a molly, or don't get the HE and the flash. If they all get out for free, and then you have all the extra utility, great. But how often does that happen?
Yeah.
It's the smallest choke point on the whole map.
Flazy. Oh, caught as he tried to dismount the
Finally an
sandbags.
opening kill.
An opening kill on the T side. Does it matter though? Because Spinks is going to activate. Senzu found Apex in the meantime.
Look at the bomb. T stairs.
Oh. Shouldn't be the end of the world. We've seen these rounds play out. And just a delayed hold of the B side. But Zywoo's coming asking questions of it early. No plant. Bit suspicious. Mezzi is going to start to rotate over as well.
Well, this should be fine. They can redeploy the CT smoke. It's just on the clear. Does Mezzi find anything? The flash is very suppressive. That removes the option and extra utility. So they're in. The bomb getting planted. More flak damage.
Good luck. Good luck getting back in here. Mongol's first demonstration that they can pick up T rounds in overtime. Zywoo hits the shot as well. Now Mezzi can build upon it, finds the conversion onto Mazzinho. But still, Spinks and Mezzi both very telegraphed as to where they're coming from. No time really to be getting this one going. Double up on Dark. They won't expect another.
Round over.
Need to be confusing, and down he goes. Locking it down, converting it. It's kept threatening, it's kept costly. Mongolz get it done, and Techno lets out some frustration.
Understands his fate in that moment. All right, well, finally, the spree's been broken. We've had 3 from Mongolz, then we had 4 straight from Vitality. Now Mongolz have put back in a dent, and yeah, it's the first T-side round that's been won.
This time, Mara wants to make sure it's not just 1. 1 is great. 2 would be incredible.
But wasn't the only difference maker the fact that they won the opening duel?
Yeah.
So if it's going to come down to just that...
Okay, I can translate what Mara's saying. Guys, if we just get the kill, we'll get the round.
Okay.
That's what he's saying.
That is fair enough. We obviously don't have Mongolian translation on... Actually, maybe we do.
Yeah.
You have been learning it. Your Duolingo streak is out of control.
It's pretty good. And it's weird, but I don't know what happened, but once I got to the second module, I just had a sudden craving to buy a bow and arrow and a horse.
Okay.
You know, they used to cook the meat under the saddle. They'd just
while they were riding?
put raw meat under the horse's saddle. They'd ride for 6 hours, and
it would dry.
It would be
like jerky.
Yeah, like jerky at the end of it.
Oh, okay. You've done some learnings.
Yeah. That's the end of
Is Apex double AWPing? He's juggling it all.
Moving it all.
He's juggling it all. The juggler. Well, that's going to make them think Zywoo... Wait, Zywoo is a B.
Ooh. And he's got 50 HP. Mazzinho, on your head, son. Good timing of that one.
I think they're going to try the wrap smokes again. The library and arch.
Flash for Apex. He's off the angle, so all good.
Oh, no.
Not gone well.
Dan, no.
It's not gone well. Techno just dry peek, swings through, catches Apex in retreat, but still watch out because Spinks is in the server and he's been racking them up, quietly accruing close to 30 frags. Catches out that long presence. ZywOo in library as well. So everyone's here. Everyone's here from Vitality. Gets the info. Spinks loses his head. Big frag from Blitz. 9-10 onto ZywOo, so only Mezzy, but they know it's Mezzy. He's nameplated. He has to be here somewhere, and they find him. Flames in the clutch. What can you do? Only the one. It's a 2-1-half. Not too shabby from the Mongols.
Damn, we're keeping up this competitive nature, which is nice to see. Now it's the turn of Vitality to see if they can get anything done on the T side.
Yeah, tough death for Apex. I mean, it's Schadenfreude, isn't it, when we're giggling at him? Because, you know, it's...
Well, we know what he's thinking.
Yeah, you know exactly what he's thinking.
But then he's... What's he... Yeah, well, it's cost him, hasn't it?
Yeah. And also, one of the most dreamy fights for an AWP is that dry swing from Techno. If he's just holding it, he might have had a better chance. But, yeah, caught out. 17-16 then, as the second overtime of our first map, of our first game of the day for the second day of play. Apex leg shot, immediately hamstrung. 5 AKs for this T round. Vitality, they want to keep it simple, keep it direct. And 9-10, yeah, he's going to be directing for a rotation, going to be asking for some help. They're going to push that. They're pushing.
No.
What is he doing? 9-10 pushes in for the flank. P250 finds the frag. Blitz tries to do the same, but ZywOo just takes it easy. That's a weird old round, that one.
Senzu's turn.
Okay, it was cool when 9-10 did it, guys, but let's not keep doing it.
If 9-10 can do it, I can do it too,
yeah,
Alex.
But you look like an idiot. Oh, it's cool. I really like that from 9-10.
This is Techno's second 1v4. Here it is.
All right. Nice play from Flames. Flashes and swings. Gets himself the double in that round. First test passed for Vitality. They'd have to do one better. They'd have to have the perfect T-half now. And we'll see if that's even a slight possibility. Here comes 9-10. Look! Hey! And it was perfectly covered from the tail of it as well by the smoke. Really cool play.
Blitz to end, and then Senzu went.
Yeah, and then it stopped being cool. It did, very quickly. And now the AWP's in for ZywOo, so it's no longer the 5 rifle play.
They missed the smoke. Oh!
Senzu, I felt like he had vision, but perhaps obfuscated by the HE smoke, the black smoke, making it difficult to hit the shot. 9-10 hits his, though.
You brought that up before. I think it was Vitality who threw it, right? And it had the gap.
Yeah.
So, but that looked mega premeditated from Mongolz, so maybe that is intentional. Either way, we level the field out. 4v4. 2 players, Techno and Mazinho, holding down the B-bomb site. And that's different. Notice how I just said Mazinho. He's traditionally the pit anchor. Blitz getting frisky with 9-10 in the apartment, searching out for a jewel. Flamesy would be the one they're looking for. How cognizant is he? Well, he knows that any push is possible, but he's parked in a very strong corner and just caught quick changing the timing. A Cruel Mistress in Counter-Strike.
That's a gift, and now he just pieces out. Like, they're going to spend 20 seconds clearing apps now.
Yeah, this is the problem, though. If I'm Blitz and I get that kill, I wouldn't expect players to follow through, as we're seeing from Mezzy and ZywOo. So I would rotate as well.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Techno and Mazinho said, nah, no real threat here has freed him up to rotate back. Blitz is spotting this.
Got to keep 9-10's back safe and covered. Oh, what a chance! Just spots out Mezzy. Now dropped into the pit. 9-10, awkward, very awkward, and Mezzy coming up huge for Vitality. He pulls it off.
This is 18, and this is the CT side now, so the finances, everything costs a little bit more. The inflation of having to pay tax.
And ZywOo's holding that cross. Oh, he nails it, despite being caught off by the timing. Mazinho pushing the smoke. It's not worked out well for the Mongols, and nothing that Techno can do other than save, other than preserve his rifle. Senzu, 1,000. 9-10, 450.
Yeah.
Rogue boy is coming into this last round of OT. I can't quite believe, but Vitality, we discussed it, the 3-0 on T side. Seemed like it was just a figment of my imagination, but it's getting closer to reality.
A big round there from Mezzy. AWP will be available for 9-10. Techno can drop that by himself. Senzu's going to get 2,400 into the bank balance, so he's going to be able to get out of purchases some variety. So it's not going to be the end of the world, and if they want to run double AWPs, Blitz can drop a second, and then he might have to operate with something a little bit lighter. And that actually might work out. If Blitz goes for secondary AWP, Senzu can drop an M4 and just operate glass cannon. I'm just seeing the buys come together right now. Oof, and there's some frustrations. But understandably so, this has been a close game. This has been a real opportunity for the Mongols to get one over on Vitality for map number 1. Map number 2, Nuke coming up next if we ever get there. but just running out of gas.
Oh man, it's been so competitive, such a good game. And Vitality might just be pepping them at the post here. Oh, you're playing such a dangerous game. I love the conviction from 910. Backs his aim, still playing his game. And Apex with just a stray bullet through the smoke. Blitz could be the next same fate. Does hit Flames through the smoke. Blitz will recover the AWP, and Spink's trying to catch the timing through mid. They have both given up rackets simultaneously. They both just fell back into the site. And the bomb's not with them, but they're even contacting B. This is scary! Senzu's in trouble. Techno to save him. Molly's the pull. Bezzy to spam away. Spinks has caught Blitz. Good from Techno. Techno down to Zywoo. It's only Senzu. And Vitality take Inferno. Mongolz still the elusive victory versus Vitality. Opportunities on this map pick, but unable to convert. The tenacity from Vitality too much.
Oh, mid. Out. One on ball is out. Tip it. There's a done. I'm leaving. One more mid. Bam. I bomb. Should be out. Oh. No. Mozinho is dead. Nice done. Banana player last. Repeat. Nice. Take smoke. Nice. The ace, man. Oh, it was an ace. Oh. I didn't even know. Give me shot. I'm going up. I'm going side. I'll push in. Nice, guys. Nice push done. Nice, guys. Nice. Good recovery. 7-5 is good after 5-0. It's really good. Two ball. Nice. Time. Nice! No, forget. One more. Short, buff. I'm ready then. Chill. Lock. They can't. I'm dead. They can go back to long, but they can. One shot again. They were both short. Dead. One more. Nice. Stick my team. Thank you. Bad A. 2 on B. T1 low. Wait. You can find T1. Nice.
Truly the whole 9 yards, and then an extra couple sprinkled on top. Things got chaotic, things got crazy, things got clutchy, but ultimately Vitality able to close this one out just about in double OT. Objectively, as a viewer, very enjoyable map of Counter-Strike to be witnessing. But if you're Mongolz, my god, Janko, this one is going to sting extra hard. Once again, Vitality taking you down after such a crazy battle.
Yeah, absolutely. They had 3 match points as well. After that techno clutch to get it into OT, they have some great CT side play, a lot of aggression, completely shut Vitality down, and then just falling apart on the T side. I mean, those 3 match points, they weren't even close into winning one of the rounds. It just seemed way too sloppy, and a missed opportunity here for the Mongols.
This game right here is a testament to how good of the start in MR12, getting the ball rolling, starting from that pistol round, converting, especially on that first bonus round. I mean, we saw both teams really doing that to get a huge lead. Mongolz getting that 5-0 lead basically right off the rip, off the back of that as well. propelled them into that situation to be able to convert in the first place.
Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy as well. I think Chad put it quite nicely during the game. The fact that when we got to that double OT, that's when Vitality are warmed up, right? They've kind of got your number. Sure, we saw some glimmers of the Mongols kind of coming out in that second overtime, but Vitality ultimately just stronger in that second overtime.
I think it's just momentum. Once they hold off, right, the 3 match points, they know, okay, that was their chance. They didn't take it. It's now our game, and I think, that's all great. It's a great game, all of that stuff, but I mean, ZywOo, 41 kills. It also definitely helps to have a guy like him on your side, and he just had so much impact on this map.
Yeah, should we dive into one of those moments in the Kadir playbook? The 1v3 that should never have happened ends with a knife kill still.
Yeah, so I mean, when you look at this game, it was basically a slogfest back and forth in terms of just towards the end of the game, it was the endurance race of who could make less mistakes. And Vitality came out on top in that situation. But I think one of the situations that we had, for example, was this round that Vitality had. Basically, it's a bonus round for them, right? And what we saw in the first half was Mongolz was actually able to convert theirs and get a 5-0 lead. And Vitality have a really good chance to do that right here. So they get that first pick off in that B in Banana. They get that 5 versus 4, and you can instantly see right here how Mongolz is setting up in a situation like this, where now they have 2 players on that B site, and then they have a split like this at A. A is very weak in a situation like this, where if Vitality chose to go A, it's easy for them. But then it's these trades that happen right here. Blitz gets 1, he gets traded, Techno gets 1, he somehow survives with his life. So it goes from a very winnable situation for Vitality. Mongolz split and spread across the map. But then here, Spinx gets caught on the rotate. It comes down to ZywOo and Apex in a 2v3 now. Apex goes in. The spacing's not there. ZywOo's covering for the Coffin's peak. Techno gets another kill. Now it's a 1 versus 3 for ZywOo. He's got his nade. He's got his molly. Techno's down low HP. So is 910. This nade finishes off 1 player, and now it's just a 1 versus 2. Isolate, pick them off, find the player in the smoke, and basically that's what we're gonna end up seeing once I stop messing with this thing.
There we go.
Sure. We're back to where we were. He gets 1, isolates them, falls back. Oh, wait. I'm going to molly the bomb. Oh, cool. He's smoking it. I'm going to go in for the knife. And luckily, Mizzino didn't even have a kit to defuse as well. So getting a round off the back of this, like this wasn't deserved by Vitality, but both teams ended up having these types of rounds where we saw Mongolz getting a big, round off of the back of a B rush with nades.
12 multi-kills, that's just disgusting for ZywOo, isn't it? I just love how good he is in the clutch. Once it was the 1v2, as soon as he gets the first kill, I'm out. I run into ruins because now you have the cat and mouse game. The CT obviously has to defuse. Sometimes we see players just too eager, right? Too aggressive. Oh, I want to peek the second guy as well and try to get that kill too. But ZywOo was definitely in the zone on Inferno.
I feel like the narrative maybe shifted a little bit when we moved into OT, but like fair play to ZywOo. He kept Vitality in this in regulation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw this clutch right later on. He had on a sort of a force buy, right, where he has the AK, he finds the entry in Banana as well, completely opens up the bomb site, and just time and time again, he was the difference maker for Vitality.
Round 21, right? I think we can roll it. I think we have indeed saved it. Do you want to walk us through this one?
Yeah, let's do it. I think Mongolz here maybe a little bit surprised that the round prior to this should have been way cleaner. Instead, it came down to a bomb plant. It was Spinx almost clutching it, right? So that allows them to buy again, and you see here a couple of AKs, right? Galil, and just a great call sort of to call the bluff from the Mongolz. No one was really spotting the smoke, so they get timing on Senzu. ZywOo finds the entry kill, and now they just swarm the side. Techno can't do all too much in this position. Like, yes, he finds 1 kill, but Vitality still takes the side, still gets good post-plant positions, and for Mongolz, there's really no way back into this one.
And what actually ends up happening towards the end of this round is that everyone from Vitality basically dies with the bomb explosion here. Mongolz made it very expensive that Vitality have 1 more gun round to do. They lose that next round, but then they do a force buy with Tech 9s on that round 23, and they're able to take that timing fast up middle towards A around Rap side, and they find Mongolz starting with 3 players towards B to secure that banana space and then shift over to A, and in that gap that they left, we're seeing Mongolz players running through the smoke, and we saw that in overtime as well, whereas not just 1 player going through, it was 3 players going through that smoke. And that's, it really comes down to these margins where which team makes less mistakes, who make the more disciplined plays, and Vitality barely edged their way through.
We talked about it in the pregame, Freya, right? Like, you need to be on point if you're Vitality. You need to have that focus, that discipline, because Mongolz will go for plays like that, right? I mean, you're looking at it and like, this is silly. He even blinded himself, right? But the fact that it's silly, if you are not ready for it, right, and if it catches you off guard and he finds 2 kills, well, who cares that it's silly if it worked, right? It looked even sillier in overtime when it was just, okay, when Chad was messing about, okay, who's next? Senzu, your turn. This dude's walking through the smoke and dying, but yeah, just a missed opportunity for the Mongols.
I mean, you've got to be paying attention, otherwise Techno's going to get away with some absolute mastery in round 24 to actually push it to overtime. We were walking over here, and then suddenly we hear the Mongols exclaiming, and apparently we're in overtime.
Yeah, I think it's also just really, you have no faith in Vitality winning a clutch unless Apex or Zyvo are alive. I mean, this just looks so silly. Okay, they're maybe trying to double peek it. Why straight away? Why 3 seconds after the bomb was planted? Why not let him come to you a little bit, pick out a better situation? It just feels so forced, right? You need to show some more poise in these rounds.
Yeah, Vitality looked very individualistic, both on CT and T side this entire game. No cohesion on the double peaks together.
Nuke coming up next, map pick of Vitality, going to be starting on the T side. What do you think is going to be happening here, Yanko? Is there any hope for Mongolz?
I mean, there is with how they played on Inferno, just if they're able to mentally reset coming into map 2.
Well, we need to be heading to a break before we can dive into the action on that second map of Nuke. Vitality's pick coming into this qualification series, playoffs on the horizon.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With FaceIt Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Hey, I just wondered if we could have a quick chat about the piece that we're going to be filming.
No, English is not good.
It's fine. We can do it in Mongolian. We can translate it. We can do it in Mongolian. There will be subtitles.
No English.
Well, I just think it would be really good for you guys. Fuck.
Loquacious, 21 points.
Hey.
When the smoke bellows in palace, the king rushes to the throne, for it takes guts to obtain glory.
Okay, seriously, guys. I just need one of you.
Sorry, no English.
Fuck.
Hey Future Pros, on Nuke, and this time with the classic outside smoke wall. For this outside take, you will need 3 Future Pros, 3 smokes, 3 flashes, a molly, and a HE. Future Pro number 1, you will throw the first smoke, along with an early flash, HE, and the secret molly. To throw your smoke while exiting T-spawn, run next to this fence. Aim between these 2 fence posts and above this wire. Then running through the smoke. Next, pull out your flash and throw it in this general area so it bounces over the box at T-red. You can also throw a HE towards red just in case a CT makes it close. Finally, pull out your molly and throw it towards secret. If you can't do this on the fly just like Rain, just give it a few attempts offline and I'm sure you'll get the feeling of it. Future Pro number 2, you will throw the second smoke and it's all you have to do, so don't mess it up. To throw the smoke, stand at the left point at the back of the truck. Aim between these two windows along this imaginary line, then jump throw the smoke. Finally, Future Pro number 3, you will throw the third smoke along with a couple of supporting flashes. To throw your smoke, get yourself in line with this lamppost. Aim at the middle point of this grey section on the storage crate. Then jump throw the smoke. Lastly, use your 2 flashes to flash behind your teammates as they are taking space outside. These flashes will blind anyone trying to play ahead of the smokes. And that's it! This outside take is a classic on Nuke. There are many options to take outside as a T, but sometimes the original take can be the best take.
Well, that's Rushley's pro tips. A complex one for the smoke walls, but definitely
2 other friends.
I know, and flashes and a Molotov. What does he expect from us?
And also, is it like an ASMR thing? Like, we know Rush. He's not that nice.
He sounds lovely, doesn't he?
No.
Like a professional.
Oh, right there.
In that video?
Yeah, but in real life.
Oh, no. Different person. It's crazy how different a man can be. But we are ready to get ourselves situated for our second map. If you missed Inferno, you missed a banger. It was a lot of fun. Back and forth, clutches. It was very intense and unable to get through the double OT were the Mongolz. Of course, taking it there with some incredible clutches of their own, but unable to convert. We find ourselves in Vitality's turf. I presume you echo the sentiment of the desk that you had to start on Inferno for the Mongolz.
Well, I think the Mongolz can be competitive.
Yeah.
I agree with Yanko's sentiment of if they can mentally reset in the break. If they can't and they feel, hey, we squandered this and they're still in their head about a couple of the rounds that went down and some frustrations are still there, then I think Vitality will run over them.
Yeah, well, Mazinho is going to concede ramp. He hears it, does take his pot shot, but unable to convert. So they have ramp control, 9-10 tending to the hell position. And yeah, Mazzy does give him hell. Quick block headshot. Senzu's going to be in the open here, going to have to nail his first. And actually, Techno and Senzu combine to take all 3. Heaven clear. Round should be theirs. I say that. Apex hits a miraculous headshot given the low HP. And ZywOo is still alive. So 2v4 quickly becomes a 2-on-2. ZywOo in heaven. And ooh, a couple of chances. Apex had a chance as well. Okay, ZywOo. Manageable. 1 versus 2, and he's more than capable.
Give this to the Brazilian Beans. He's going to win this round, Alex.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? This rumble in Rio for ZywOo. There's a 1v2 comes through. Blitz on the hub side. Doesn't actually have an idea as to where the other player is. Senzu going round the world. I say that. Actually, he's perfectly read it. He's perfectly read it. Not even worried about main. Oh, and he catches Senzu. How is this taking shape? 3 bullets. Can ZywOo do it with just 2? Dips back, gets himself a comfortable reload. Blitz going round the world. What is this?
Ring around the rosy.
What is this? We're playing playground games in the server. ZywOo just playing with his food. Avoiding contact, letting the clock do all the work, and Blitz, oh, he's just left looking foolish. Shot in the side of the head. Missed, but the round is his. ZywOo clutches up for Vitality's pistol.
You could just see the writing on the wall, couldn't you? Apex standing up to let him know, but that just makes you feel silly. And talking about wanting to reset, a great way to reset is winning the CT side pistol on your opponent's map choice. Now you drop it after some good work from Techno.
2v4!
Yeah, look, they worked hard to get back into this for sure, but you're right, ZywOo, once he goes towards main, sees Senzu, who was there, is no longer rearing his head, plays that to absolute perfection, and this is showing you don't necessarily need to get the shots to win the round. ZywOo playing the objective, just waving high. Apex ever so friendly.
Oh, how frustrating.
Well, force bite for Mongolz. This could go from bad to worse.
Yeah, especially because it's double scout. If that bomb goes down, you are cream crackered, mate. And looking like it's a top util. That molly for the back of sight. Flash is thrown in for good measure. Techno, what have you got? The smoke's actually
cancel.
perfect. Yeah, it will deny the quick top take.
Now, this can start to go wrong, especially with this push that we've seen from Blitz, but also because of the lack of utility for the re-hit.
No one's looking at the potential flank. Like, it's so quick. It's so early. No one is anticipating him to already be behind them lobby. The whole team on screen. Takes one. Wasn't ready for so many on his screen. It's info. It's a lot of info. But still a very uncomfortable round to win now. Blitz would have loved a couple more. Nice shot from Techno, though. Makes that 5-7 work.
They know
where Senzu is. So peeking out feels like a death sentence.
That's 2 scouts as well.
9-10 trying to bail him out. Does hit the tag onto Zywoo. Puts him low. 1 bullet would do it. An overrun. What was exposed to Apex comes through main. Nice spacing and pacing. And a tag from the senior scout. Not going to leave him with much. Zywoo, he closes it down. 4-1. Yeah, he dropped 40 in our double OT previously. And he's starting in a similar capacity here.
That could have been very troublesome for Vitality. The fact that they barely took any like residual flak damage, a couple of shots chipping down to 70, then the scouts got 2 scout tags. You want to be converting, right? Or you want your kills to be converted upon, but the pistols died early. And Blitz with that flank, as he's coming around the corner, I think he sees the player going up the ladder, looking in his general direction, so goes, well, I have to shoot. I have to shoot. All right, well, ramp rush, and it's a stack.
How many? How many? None from Flamesy. And it's going to be tough for 9-10 to do much more. Blitz has hit a nice Deagle headshot. They're very low. Very low. Real opportunity for that SMG to have done some work.
Clinic.
But Spinks and Zywoo, despite their low HP, hit some headshots.
All right, Techno's sharp.
He is sharp, and he probably...
Oh, time against him in that.
I thought he was going to catch one on the way out.
Well, as he sees the ramp room evacuated, he can piece the puzzle together that they've likely gone elsewhere, so he can be moving on this quite quickly. He's found himself a Galil. So you take some more damage, right? This is a long game ahead of you.
Why do I feel like Spinks is just going to one-tap him? He does not. 30. All Techno has to work with. The nade looks like it's not going to do too much to Apex. To be smoked off. That's the end of that. So nice work from Vitality. They do weather the storm. Very costly considering what the Mongols brought into this one. What's the other game? Still 9's EVP?
Yeah.
I can just hear someone is doing a war cry.
Echoes of screams of some variety just popping up just there. 9Z did win the first match, but the scoreline was looking drastic.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay.
So what was that all about?
I don't know. I'm like staring at the game log, trying to see what just happened.
Oh, the AWP is dead. Ding dong, the AWP is dead. Which old AWP? Mongolian AWP.
Oh, that could have been masterful. He could have gotten 3. Put Spinks and Zywoo on 40 HP. Senzu trying to hold a sight line. Doesn't catch him on the drop. They're heading lower. Vitality's nuke is looking very difficult to contend with. Oh, Pix though is caught out by Senzu. Good awareness.
Interesting angle from Senzu as well. Just posted up somewhat in the open, taking that wide angle, and now Blitz with the scavenged AWP puts Flamesy in a 1v3. No thank you, says the in-game leader. And they get it done. All right. With the ramifications, the echoes of that financial damage, very light for Vitality. 2 players are going to be maybe into Galil or Mac-10 territory, but they should have AKs for the likes of Apex, Zywoo, and Spinks. Do they want to take a timeout? No, they don't. 7-6. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We're about to get this one back underway. Now, here's how it all started. 9-10 going aggressive for the fight, and, well, literally straight between his legs.
So there was that double HE, or triple, so 1 for the door, 2 for main. It's really spicy.
All right, well, they're into the fight. Options are going to be a bit more limited now, mainly because of utility, not really because of firepower. So they've got 4 rifles, a Galil in the mix for Flamesy. It's going to be Mezzy just with the Tech 9. And yeah, as mentioned, U2 at the moment is just looking like 2 smokes, 2 flashes, 3 mollies and a HE. So you want to wait out the CT util at this point, right? The crowd control, the block with the mollies early, maybe the invasive smokes that make you question what territory they have. Apex is going to crawl outside behind the diagonal. He's got Mazinho to worry about in secret, but it looks like they want an A split, so he's probably going to come through this into main.
Oh, on the reload, Blitz is sitting dark. Maybe there's a gap here for him to work with. He was held by Senzu. Will be, unable to find one there from Flames. Finally falls. This flurry of frags back from Vitality and a chance on Mazinho. Couldn't hit the shot. Zywoo up to 8. It's crazy how quickly Vitality are finding these return frags. Every time it just seems like Mongols have started strong, there's a immediate response. It's like they all activate simultaneously.
Yeah, well, after the Senzu getting one main and then one heart, you wouldn't expect those trade kills to happen in that fashion because he's essentially blocked 2 ways in and he has multiple teammates. That's the first, and the transfer into the second.
So then how did it go wrong?
Well, they're leaking out at that point. We only catch the tail end of it. I think the issue there with 9-10 running through that, you might think, oh, what's happened? He actually got double mollied Heaven.
I'm so unlucky.
I'm so lucky. Or unlucky.
Probably the latter. Okay, 9-10 has found an opening. Perhaps unlucky this time for Apex. Goes down. No smoke, so just, I guess, testing the orb. Flatlined.
A deep fight there. Very deep fight. Well, the fact Blitz has pushed so far forward.
This is a dangerous game he's playing. Top of that.
They're ahead.
Oh, Mezzi gets them both, and 9-10 finally does shut him down. Nice try. Flames in a 1v3.
9-10's got him.
Oh, 9-10 does not.
For now.
For now. I mean, there was a real chance for Flames to at least win that one, but actually quite quiet from Flames in the start of this one. Just the one frag so far.
Okay, well now I'm sure they're going to have to take a bit of an eco here on the Vitality side of the server. Or it might just be the Force, right? Obviously, where the loss bonus is at, that plays a big factor. So the fact that they're only going to get 1,900 into the next and the finances are not really built up for Mongolz, of course it'll be the Force. We're going to see almost Tech-9s across the board, 1 Galil, 1 Deagle, and Util light on again. So once more, the opening options for Vitality, few and far between. But that hasn't seemed to be a problem. They seem to make the magic work. 9-10 posted for Silo, Zywo and Apex on the lower deck. Nobody Silo whatsoever, and across. So loud about this, Apex will be just continuing to make steps. That communication will be through the pipeline. That's forced Mazinho down towards B. It's all going to come down to timing.
Zywo completely caught off there. Blitz catches him from main side. Apex in the vents just to control that rotation option. But Mazinho, he's made noise. And Apex, oh yeah, messy on the Tech-9. Couldn't find it.
All right, well, a chance to draw a close to this gap. Mongolz should be sitting pretty for the third, and the fourth should follow, based on the fact we will see an eco into the next. So, Flamesy, Mezzi, do you... I wanted to say, do you save? And well, the thing that I don't like about saving in this scenario is the ramifications down the track, because you won't get any loss bonus.
Yeah.
Right? And look, if they both had AKs, maybe a little bit more of a conversation to be had. It gives them something to work with next round. And they already have 4 rounds on the T side of Nuke, so... couple more sprinkled on top and you'd be very happy with proceedings. But just waltzing around in yard, they will be caught by the timing. Mazinho up secret and gets the double to close. So 3 for him within the round. And all 5 staying alive. That's fantastic for the finances of Mongolz going forward. They just need to keep this one that's going to be a very light buy, especially when we're talking 2K at the high end for Vitality. I don't think you can really opt to invest in anything. This looked a little bit wonky for a moment there, didn't it? Mazinho eventually finishes it off, but Apex gets that kill. Be a different round.
Yeah, I think hanging his head because he knows exactly that. Well, there's the purest of ecos. This might be the very first full eco we've seen in this entire game. Vitality just glocks.
Yeah, I think so, because the CT side of Mongolz, they had 1 eco, but it was with a flash.
Thank you.
So...
thank you very much.
Pure
eco.
So you know when there used to be the catwalk that would go around the top here? Because we had lots of different variations of Nuke, they used to 2-run boosts. That's cheeky. Yeah, there used to be like multiple different variations of catwalks that we've had throughout.
I remember that one, yeah.
Yeah. And I like how they kind of nerfed it by making it so it was see-through, right? So if you were up there, you could still, you know, have that angle. But you could do some really awesome yard control rounds from there. There used to be like a...
you could run boost to it, right? That's what you're saying.
In 1.6 you used to be able to do like a 3 or 4-man boost together as well. Because in this game, you can only do two-man, well, you can do triples, but you can't move.
I've seen that, the movie you showed me where they all diffuse through the floor.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Pub Masters.
Pub Masters.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see. Vitality, again, light on utility. And the reason I keep pointing that out is it just limits options. Like, it's really quite important. Like, I know it seems like, oh, they've got AKs and they can shoot them, sure. But it changes the amount of options they have to open or to flash themselves in.
Often, you know, we talk about doing these kind of 2 smoke walls. You do 1, get the CT's utility out, and then do a second. Well, you don't have that luxury. They've thrown out 1, and they're going to try and use it. Apex and Zywo out and about, searching around. And it's a chance for Apex. Couldn't win out on Blitz.
He's in your secret again. He started here a few times. So the ramp player that is going to start secret, which allows the AWP to be ramp.
And he gets away with the kill. Gets away and will dip. ZywOo goes down. All frustration.
Yeah, you don't see that often, do you?
Yeah, from ZywOo no less.
I think it's like, well, I'm waiting for this, and as soon as I start to move, he peaks. So they will try their luck towards the hell. There's one to be found in heaven.
I like
Blitz.
this angle. God, what an absolute nightmare this is. You can go up the ladder, you can try and search for him. Either way, Blitz seems to have the jump on you. Really safe way to be playing it. Hello. Goodbye to Flames. Great awareness from Blitz. He's playing a very solid game now. 13-4 is the in-game leader from Mongolia.
Limit the casualties, Mongolz. You've already done quite well in keeping bodies alive, especially against the full Eeks. So let's do the same against a 1v4. Sphinx goes down, Senzu finishes him off, and now Mongolz are in the lead. Only one round short. Lost bonus definitely building. That was 2,900 going into the bank balance, 3,400 into the next for Vitality, so they can go for another partial. But it feels like they've had quite a few buys that have been missing the bells and whistles thus far in map number 2. If we need map number 3, it's around the corner. It is Mirage, but Mongolz are going to have to work very hard to take us there. I think like 4 rounds for, if I'm honestly setting the bar, 4 rounds for Vitality so far, like they can still win the game with this. So the fact that Mongolz are working back into it, I suppose they're looking to get 7 or 8, right? 4 or 5 for Vitality, more than a workable scoreline. Ramp hop.
So test for Mazinho. He did get caught pulling out the nade. He's done a lot of work there. Has Mezzi low as well. Yorp, got to be careful, doesn't want to do too much. Oh, a chance onto the bomb there.
It's just an awkward little jump because the other two are going down the other side.
Easy, Senzu. Wants to keep the door open, has a chance to disrupt that plant. Apex going to try and take decon angle. Closes the door and facilitates a safe plant from Sphinx.
You take it.
It's certainly something. Shouldn't be anything else. And they do actually find another onto Blitz. A trade on the death of Mezzi.
This would be a fumble.
This would be a fumble. Look at the angle he has on window, though. Apex might get tapped through the gap. Senzu, massive impact on the close. Make sure things don't spiral. No fumbles here as the 6th comes through. But as you've highlighted, Mongol's going to be looking to pick up the remaining rounds available on their CT side. Vitality, they will have the full buy.
Yeah, it's always important to set those expectations. But yeah, this will have everything and more. And even Next has a tactical timeout. So the coach getting on the microphone. A couple of these Mongolz players, they've just, their mouse gets stuck, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's funny that.
It's a little bit tough there. But Mara also getting an opportunity to contribute. Been a staple of the Mongolian Counter-Strike scene, going back almost a decade. Back a decade. Just check myself there. No AWP for that of Vitality.
But how about 2 for the Mongolz?
Yeah, and I think we saw Senzu do it on Inferno. Now we've got Mazinho doing it. And he also bought a scout earlier in a force buy. So I think obviously this gives you some flexibility.
Yeah.
And we'll see how Vitality respond. Whoever as the AWP takes the first duel, right? It would be better if 9-10 wins it and maybe pipes them into Mazinho. Right? And it means he can hold on to his util for a little bit longer too. Oh, this is aggressive.
9-10 takes it out towards red container.
It's actually on his own. Blitz is supporting.
I assume they flash it. If they don't, it's 9-10's frag every day of the week. And they don't. Just like that, Apex goes down. An opening death for him.
Another opening death.
Is he allowed to get away? Yeah, not going to be allowed to slip past.
Sphinx will walk ramp.
Oh, Mazinho was in transition. He really nearly got caught out there, but he's good for it.
But now you know that it was the double AWP setup, so there is still an AWP in play, and how do you deal with it? Well, Senzu down towards Secret.
Their setup seems sound.
Yeah, I like Blitz at red pole as well, because if they were to try and go into main or over to... Oh, on the flank, everything's working out nicely. Tough for Techno sound cue-wise.
If he bides his time, yeah,
Blitz should have him.
Oh, Silo. Oh, he made a step and it costs him. Blitz, though, confirms they're not going main. And Senzu's still down there, right? So this is going to be interesting. With 50 seconds, Senzu's found an off angle he's comfortable on.
I feel he needs 2.
Yeah, he does have to do a lot of work here. I mean, he is performing. 11-5 as it currently stands. Senzu prepares himself. Active on the angle. To be checked. Swing out from Flamesy. Does get the first. He gets them both. Double kill delivered. Up to ZywOo in the 1v3. Zinho, what have you got? In the off angle, brave and effective. Lovely work. Close range, 5-7, not going to be the pre-aim.
Yeah, it's perfect little demonstration right there of what Senzu's hoping for. So playing in that off angle, you see them play close to the wall. They're going for the step out to deal with the stairs, right? And in that scenario, they're not worried about that angle whatsoever. So really well played from Senzu to get the double. You got to feel for Techno, don't you? I said it's going to be tough for him with the sound cues.
Oh, mate, but he actually kind of got the first mantle undetected.
Right? Yeah, and then...
boom, the loudest footstep in the
I'm
universe.
behind you. All right, 8. Still possible. Great recovery from Mongolz.
Look at the nades. Hey, Chad, I'm doing it now.
Exactly.
Bloody hell, Vitality, limited resources.
Now, there's always options, but you'd prefer to have all available as opposed to only a few. Oh, timing glitch. You're about to get a bullet in the side of the head.
Oh, the other smoke covers him. He slips away undetected, but Apex actually taking Warehouse early. This is a lot of control. Will the Mongols be able to identify this gap in their armor?
Surely they must be aware of it. Nope, not at all.
Problematic now. 9-10 goes down. And another from Blitz. Just searching for Apex, gets his head blown off by the in-game leader.
Well, Apex saved for the final round to get his first opening kill of the half. Otherwise, he's given away 4.
Yeah, saved by the Apex double.
Oh, this should be converted.
You'd think so. They reboost, so Senzu will be able to kind of get some answers, but so many questions. Oh, this could be false info. There's so many bodies in front of him now. Isolated, little burst. He should go down. Zywoo brings him there. Techno, he heard a step and spots the bomb on Spinks, but he needs help. Mazinho hits a shot. Mazinho hits a couple. How is this shaping up so competitively? With 25 seconds, they have to get across the... Oh, he didn't line up for him. It will be a 7-5 half. Vitality get the one right at the tail end. Mongols, they need Nuke to continue in pursuit of playoffs.
Okay, I give a smoke. But come radio with me after. Let's clear radio.
We're on the front.
Back to the lobby dead. T1, stock! MC2! C1 and C2 and C1. Come. Still C2.
I'm with you.
C1. Still C2. Don't die now. C2. Don't die now.
Chill. I'm holding radio.
Yeah. Very fast becoming a signature of Spinks. The Spinks squeal. You heard it there live. I heard it during ping pong at Pro League. Him and Zywoo were playing a lot, and Spinks does that every time Zywoo is about to smash the ball. But yeah, he did it when Blitz was about to smash them in lobby, and it did draw attention. They did react, and they did lose that round, Mongolz, despite a nice attempt from Blitz. 7-5 at the half as we get into our second map of today's series.
Yeah, it's been a quiet one from Flamesy in the first half of play, but I'm sure he has more than enough time on the CT to turn things around. And the pistol round in the first half started with a Zywoo clutch, making Blitz look awfully foolish. And Mongolz grab one in the map to split it. Out ramp, Flamesy pressured.
Yeah, he's going to have to get back. He has some support from Apex. And an angle that I'm sure they're familiar with. Yeah, Techno pre-aim, perfect execution, insta-headshot. So ramp, ooh, careful, Apex nearly lost his head, and he might just do that now to 910. Nice flank, P250, back of the skull, Spinks, a jump scare.
Zywoo's gooshed as well.
Yeah, look at their health, 7 and 7.
Just go ramp, I'd be saying.
910 audible about that. Mazzini gets the bomb down lower. It's a pretty, I'm going to say it, it's an impossible retake.
I'll give you a nod
give me a
of
nod?
approval.
Thank you.
I'll still give you the nod of approval. You'd have to play this post plan with your brains turned off to lose it, I reckon.
Imagine if you could just turn it off.
Wait, you can't?
It's a little awkward, but we get across the line all the same. I wasn't worried because it was impossible, so...
You sounded worried.
I did. I got a little concerned. Triple from Techno, though. Techno with the 3K as we get themselves... I would argue a necessary pistol considering the map, the team.
1, 2,
and after
3,
Inferno
4,
as well. Come on.
It's like Mamba number 5, but Techno number 4.
I like that.
With a...
Ooh.
And then you can do all these teammates' names, because you know in that part of the song that does all the names, like Stacy, it's like Senzu, Blitz,
Techno,
910, Mazzini. Anyway, force buy from Vitality.
It looks a bit more threatening than the previous force we saw from Mongolz, with 3 MP9s in the mix.
Everyone at home, stay calm. This is not an elimination game.
No, it's not.
It's a qualification game. There is a lot on the line, but no one's getting sent home if they lose this.
But also, I would argue that the team that they'd meet in the lower bracket is scary either way. G2 Internal Fire.
Group B is not as stacked as Group A.
But I thought this was the one we're going
Oh no, you're right. It does have you're right, G2 and EF, but like...
I don't want to play either of those if I can avoid it.
Yeah, but you saw how G2 played. Yes.
It would be nice to just, win this game. You just win this game.
No, you're right.
You're in the playoff.
All right, Alex, let's go the path of least resistance.
Yeah, let's just get it done. Have a day off, chill out. Oh, Flames, not the weapon here for that kind of fight, but Apex has got the perfect weapon for a close quarter brawl.
Oh dear.
Oh no, the trap slam shot on Mongolz. They can't afford to fumble like this as a 1v4 thrust for 910. A second round force buy, and it's slipping through their fingers.
What can you say about that one?
Not much.
That's done like a dog's dinner. That was a really nice response there. 910, this would be otherworldly. I know where you are. You've got 34 seconds. They've got the bomb. Flamesy quite literally sitting on top of it. Okay.
Mezzy wasn't ready for that. Flamesy, yes, sitting on top of it, elevated angle, and Zywoo just spot him with the scout. Oh, confirms it. Not ready for Flames. Okay, Vitality, second round, force buy conversion. Mongolz sent straight back to the pits of despair and economic disarray. 1450 on Techno, just peanuts and pocket lint to work with.
Yeah, tough. The thing with the pistol win, they're back in the game, and then that's what follows you into the second round of the half. And again, like Mongolz have been competitive. I'm not saying it's done just yet. They can continue to joust back and forth, but you need to see something threatening from this force buy.
The way it played out on the Yard as well, it actually worked out super well that Flames took first contact. Like they're looking at secret, perhaps a little bit lackadaisical into the main fight. And then the SMGs start to activate with Spinks and Flames. So, Smoke Wall, Tech 9's having a go. Makes it across.
Into the welcoming arms of Apex.
Yeah.
Well, keeping the CTs moving. It is going to force a big rotation towards ramp so they can at least drop down if Apex needs assistance. He's used his molly and now his smoke. Oh, we know this flash, don't we? Gonna pop high in the sky. Apex should be blind and already run down.
Yeah, he makes a wise decision
Nice
to fall back, and he actually gets up just in time for the multi-kill. Apex delivers a double, but Senzu and Blitz, they're not giving up just yet. They might have to. ZywOo forcing their hand by making it a 2v2. Finds the rifle as well. Better than the scout for the retake, as the bomb likely going to go down. Wait, where is that bomb? It's on the floor still. Blitz yet to pick it up. Concerned about where the other player is. Where's Mezzy? And I'll tell you now, Mezzy has a shotgun, the worst weapon for a retake at this range.
I think, yeah, look, if he's fighting backside against the Tech-9, they both suck.
Yep. A Deagle from Techno, though. I'd fancy his chances over Mezzy. Oh, it has to be Techno now. Up close and personal. No one's looking! Oh, a real chance. If he found the insta-dink, a body shot to ZywOo would have done it. Dink, I say, with the Deagle. You know what I mean?
I think in that situation, the call is that the player fighting from ramp was low, because you see him take the first shot, and then he's almost surprised that the player's not dead. You know? So I
suddenly
think,
there's a second.
Yeah, he's conflating that as ZywOo. Because the second player isn't spotted, so that's why Mezzy actually gets that opportunity. Yeah. Tough.
Yeah.
ZywOo knew it was close. All right, well, we're about to tie things up. 8-8, Vitality. CT side in control of their map choice, looking to keep things in a 2-0 fashion to lock themselves in for the playoffs. The reigning champs of IEM Rio. With ZywOo leading the charge on back-to-back maps, and that's what you want to see. A player of his caliber in MVP form. I know it's only been 2 series, so we want to wait until, well, the tougher games, but hey, you got to win them to get there, exactly, right?
I mean, he pulled them through Inferno.
Well, they slammed 9Z yesterday. I think it was 13-3. And Mongolz just got past VP, 13-10 on both games were on Mirage, I believe. And that's our third map if we need it here. But the way the Mongolz ended the game versus VP, they won on like a Tech-9 round towards A. And VP just played like full retake, and it's pretty miserable. And as we're hearing roars from down on the tournament floor, it tells me that map 2 is likely still going between that of VP and 9Z of Inferno. So go and check that one out, twitch.tv/ESLCSB.
CSB.
But it's been a while between drinks. Mongolz get the AKs out.
Jumping hot push headshot
into lobby entrance.
Spinks has taken down Techno.
Of course.
Just like we all expected.
Of course.
Blitz, bloody hell, good flashes, but he does get across at least with that smoke wall. He's going to be quite proactive with this one, and it's in his best interests. Apex catches 9-10 on the elevated position. Spins down the vents, trying to catch him off guard. Mazinho wasn't ready, but still adjusts quickly enough. Those young reflexes profit them a frag, but ZywOo already down here, already prepared for the fight and the engagement. Mazinho, yeah, thinking twice about overcommitting Senzu. If he can find the headshot onto Mezzy, top sights open. Up the vent is an option. A 2v4 for the Mongolians. It's taking shape before our very eyes. The pivot from Vitality is swift. One planted. Senzu and Mazinho, what have you got? Catching Apex on the fade, that's a very big play. Lovely proactivity from Senzu. Goes searching and finds Apex.
Util on ZywOo, instrumental part of this retake.
Oh, and an easy death for Mazinho. Puts it onto Senzu, planted for him main. But ZywOo has the util, as you discussed. That smoke grenade on the bomb's going to cause a nightmare for him. Up the Nova, ZywOo delivers. A chance presenting itself for the Mongols, but unable to convert. ZywOo closes it down 20-10, a solid 2 KD from this superstar.
Yeah, death slam there from Senzu, because he read ZywOo like a book. He was pre-aiming the top of the site silos, so a little bit unfortunate there, and I thought it was a great response from Vitality to respond to lower site. It was this hut death. Oh, he's on the ladder?
Oh, mate. Oh, come on. Volvo.
Well, he didn't mean to. He wanted to do that, but he didn't mean to well, yeah. Actually, he did mean to do. He shouldn't have gotten away with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Cool.
1 round difference. First tactical timeout called from the Mongols.
Got quite deep into the game before we saw one of them.
Well, the first half was going pretty well, because like the pistol round they lost was ZywOo and Apex. What was it, 2v3, 2v4?
Yeah, 2v4, I think.
So, you know, they started the half like not in a fashion that you'd be frustrated about. Well, oh, hey, we got played, or you know, we should have won that round. But then they had a really strong, or decently strong, CT half. Now on the T side, they had the pistol. They lost the force. They couldn't convert their own, and then the eco, the first rifle, now are into, I guess, technically the second rifle round, but it's so skim.
Different smoke variation being thrown out this time. So top main. And the diagonal.
All right, well, I guess it's the modern equivalent of the L block with a void.
A massive gap.
Well,
let's see Mazinho perfectly pre-aim the gap.
He won't get punished.
Die to a double kill from ZywOo. That makes it look too comfortable. This round's already over. Just as easy as that. 1 by 1 into the ZywOo crosshair. Meet their maker. Nice shot from 910. Stops the hunt of Apex and might slow this round down a little bit. Felt like things were just going too swimmingly for Vitality.
Yeah, and I know the scoreline is only about to be a 2-round differential, but like Mongolz seem to be struggling to get into rounds, whereas Vitality, I wouldn't say they're in full control, but they're definitely more in control than that of the Mongolz at this juncture. And yeah, look, the loss bonus going into the next, that's going to come into play. It's going to be maxed out at 3,400. So if 910 can get a plant somehow, you'd be praying for it. Oh. What is? Do you think he swung his mouse into the keyboard?
I think that's exactly what you had. You kind of you go left.
Bugger.
Accidental left click. Made the job very easy for Flames. I was about to start talking about this angle, and the one he'd chosen did give a path for 910 to get close.
Said it wasn't going to be punished. I thought they were going to par elsewhere, but trying to use that in towards main. No way, Jose.
No! Yeah, I knew it.
Of course you did.
He does.
I know everything.
I believe you.
I'm one of the greatest Counter-Strike players of all time.
Yeah. Okay. Apex, he's in a very powerful position to disrupt, but he has been spotted out. ZywOo unloads his magazine. Good frag here from Senzu. Held back, ZywOo finds a trade. Catches 910 on the smoke spam, but here comes Blitz accelerating down lower. It's a 3v4. But if they could find access to this site down the vent, spotted, but they're going to overlook it. Spink still hits the headshot anyway. Mazinho, the dead man, walking straight into the crosshairs of Mezzi.
Do you notice how many bodies respond to the low elite?
Immediately.
Because it looks like an over-rotation, but it's worked for them.
Yeah, repeatedly.
So that is probably something in my mind that is to do with preparation. It's like, if Mongolz are down, it's likely they're going to full commit.
Yeah.
It's too satisfying.
It's too satisfying. Yeah, I think you actually... That's more evidence into the research point.
Well, we were talking about Matt yesterday.
Yeah.
The assistant coach, I'm sure watching on now, very happy with how things are unfolding. Giving him his WCG 2007 flowers over NOA, the Danes, lifting the trophy in Cyon.
I need to die and watch. It's too satisfying.
He needs to die and watch.
Yeah, because his teammates are so good.
Okay. Well, yeah, ZywOo is pretty good.
Yeah, I imagine it's fun to watch him play.
Yeah.
Well, I don't need to imagine. I actually get to watch him play.
Almost every day.
Yeah, really. It's pretty sick, actually. But yeah, this is for the playoffs of IEM Rio, and as Chad has reminded you, the defending champs of IEM Rio 2023, a year on, and looking to kind of, get a bit of an upswing towards the tail end of the year, getting those trophies that have eluded them at the start of 24.
Well, this one plus Cologne.
That's a pretty solid
You're on your
start.
way to an Intel Grand Slam.
Good point. 2 notches. If they can make the run here. ZywOo, he welcomes this engagement. He sees the shadow advantage, but damn, Blitz got hands. Oh, he gets them both. Takes down Spinks. Jobs are good, and Apex has found the response. How is that going to be? How is that reality? How is this real? 5v3 quickly becomes... Oh, a 3v2. Oh, a 3v1. It's horrible. How does that amazing start from Blitz just disintegrate before our very eyes?
I'm sure Josh and Yanko are going to talk about it, but take a little bit of a look. Mizzino will be found in a moment. Take a little bit of a look at the type of buy rounds that have even been available for Mongolz, right? It's been Galils with light util. Now it's been rifles again with no util. And we were talking about Vitality having limited options because they were light on nades. Well, Mongolz have had even less.
Right.
So the fact that Blitz gets 2 kills there and they can't... Hey, hold up, Mizzino. Clutch is on. First found, bomb down, and dead. So Mezzi with 3. One more round, and Vitality, they will have dealt with the Mongolz yet again.
Tough. I mean, it does feel like, you know, Mongolz, every time they're competitive, they're close, there's opportunities, but this second half has been the least convincing of the bunch.
True. And it all the only round they've got this half was the pistol win, which, you know, if they converted upon, would have been their map. So it's the little details. Final round, again, a bunch of upgraded rifles with limited utility.
4 smokes, and they've already thrown 2 of them.
That's such a shit option when you go for the AK and you have Kevlar.
1
no
grenade.
Head armor.
Choose your grenade.
You have no head armor.
Oh yeah, that's even worse. Go get a little in the mix,
right?
Man.
What are you meant to do with this util? You have to shoot. And right now, Vitality is shooting harder.
I don't fancy their chances anywhere. You go yard, you've got Flames very active on this. In fact, more active than I imagined. He's pushing. Tucking on red, that's nice. And his teammate starts to rotate to help out ZywOo. Which leads to a leg shot, and the Flames double. They line it up for them. Back-to-back rounds. These frags come too comfortable, too clean. Vitality, the playoffs locked in. As soon as they find Senzu. And they'll do so with style. 28 for ZywOo as well. He is in form. He is to be feared, and he is going to be in the playoffs. Locked in, loaded, 2 wins back-to-back for Vitality.
What's that, almost 70 kills for ZywOo?
In 2 maps.
In 2 maps, right. I know we went overtime with double OT in map number 1, but a great performance, and yeah, bang on, in form. Big smile on his face, and understandably so, was reading the Mongolz like a book. 3 competitive halves out of the Mongolz until we made it into the 2nd tier on Nuke. But great for them. This is a team from a region we've been talking about them all year, even the late stages of the last, being able to compete with some of the bigger names. And yet again, they were so close. The OT number 1 of Inferno, 3 straight rounds, just 1 to close to get a map in their back pocket, and maybe the confidence required to take down Vitality today. But that's not the case. They dropped to the lower bracket. Vitality are our 3rd team locked in for the playoffs alongside the likes of Na'Vi and Furia. And well, later in the day, we'll be locking in one of Heroic or Astralis. But up next on the A stream, we are going to have an elimination game between G2 and Eternal Fire.
We'll be finding out who will be facing off against the Mongolz in that lower bracket. That's where they've been sent by Vitality. G2 Eternal Fire, a banger. We'll talk more about that when we get to the desk.
Yeah, playoffs locked in for the side of Vitality. Once again, they got a chance of defending the trophy that they lifted here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio de Janeiro just last year. And that was a confident way to be closing out their map pick of Nuke, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely, right. A team like Mongolz might have a way in, managing to come back in that first half, come with a lead, win the 2nd pistol, but then, of course, the nightmare scenario, losing against the Force by all the momentum gone, and they couldn't just recover from that in the 2nd half.
These Force buys and the MP9s just feel like such a strong weapon. Anytime anyone buys a FAMAS, I'm just wondering, why are you doing that when the MP9 is this good? And Vitality utilizing the strengths of that to turn it around. And these games are getting sloppy, but one thing I will say is Vitality hasn't looked good on Inferno in a while, so them getting the win there and then making Nuke look a little bit better, considering they started on that T side, I think they're in decent enough form, showing that maybe they have a good run here.
Yeah, they will have one more seeding game to decide whether they go through to the quarters or the semi-finals here at that Intel Extreme Masters Rio. But let's get a few winning words courtesy of ZywOo and Banks.
Why are you? You played pretty damn well. I think that's why. Why are you? You feeling okay?
Yeah, a bit sick, but it's fine.
A bit sick in the server as well, man. You put up one hell of a performance across both maps. Were you just in your best shape right now? You feeling in your element?
Yeah, I feel good. Actually, I have no more to say because I feel I didn't change like anything, and I'm just being insane. So yeah, I think I just need to be in Rio more and drinking a bit more caipirinha as well.
Okay, that's what it's about when it comes to ZywOo there. I love the laugh at the end. The fact that you said you are playing incredible is one thing, but I do need to touch on this Inferno to start with, because it looked like when we got into the 2nd half, right, you start off with a string of T rounds. We think, okay, Vitality's back, but then they start fighting a bit. We go into overtime, and it was just very dicey. What was going on?
We are just losing some stupid one, like Vitality, but at the beginning of Inferno, we are a bit sleepy. It's I think we are not used to play at 11 a.m. Like every game, but we just sleepy, and after we just slap our face and just starting our game. And it's also tough to play them in Inferno because they can do crazy things. We need to be aware of everything. So our T side need to be more aware of this.
they can be sharp for sure as well. But on Nuke, this was where you guys, I think, were looking very comfortable, especially when we went over to the CT side. No problems at all there. You've now made it through to the playoffs as well. Another playoff performance in here. How important is it for you guys, though, to walk away with a win, especially as the last event with Mezzi?
For us, it's really important because I feel we a bit failed the two last tournaments, even though we could have won against two teams. But obviously for us, it's really important to show a good thing before the major, and maybe not the win, but anyway, if we lose against a team, we need to show our best every time. So that's how we got in this tournament.
Show their best every time. That's what they've been looking to do so far here in Rio, and they have. Let's see if it continues.
Love that vibe from ZywOo, proving nothing could go wrong after a few Caparinas here in Rio. All jokes aside, I think that's the first time I've ever heard ZywOo say, yeah, I played insane, and actually accept it. Like, he never says that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's true. It almost slipped out, you know, in a way, but he did absolutely play insane. The series, Inferno, especially the reason why Vitality was still in the game after regulation, and just the sheer output, even on Nuke, right, constantly multi-kills. Mongolz didn't have an answer for him.
Yeah, it's not just that 1 versus 3 that he got to keep them in the Inferno game. It's all the opening picks he was able to get with the op as well. And then, you know, making the rounds at least expensive for Mongolz if Mongolz was able to pick up the round in the end.
And that is why he is indeed our United States Air Force aim high for this series. Something I'm loving witnessing about Vitality, like kind of post-Cologne as well, obviously finally managing to get that trophy. They don't make life too hard for themselves in the group stage, right? They're consistently winning those group stage games. They're securing their spot in playoffs. It's playoffs where things can get a little bit iffy sometimes, Janko.
Yeah, and even at that point, it's like games that are theirs to lose, you know, and they end up losing them. Like Apex pointed out, he felt like maybe his level dropped off a little bit. The calling wasn't up to the level that he would like, but here, I mean, they're set up for a road straight into the semi-final. In the next game, they await the winner of Astralis Heroic. Whoever comes out on top in that game, Vitality would be a massive favorite, right? So another top 4 finish seems to be in the cards for them, and, you know, hopefully for them, at least a grand final appearance and an opportunity to lift another trophy. You know, winning Cologne would help with the whole Grand Slam situation too.
Definitely.
I didn't feel like they were in playoff form today, but there's still time to get there. And as you said, with the interview with Apex and now with ZywOo talking about kind of how they failed, how they dropped the ball, they had the lead. It was their game to lose. They were up 12-9 or whatever, and then they ended up losing the series. It was really only a couple of losses. G2 and Eternal Fire were the 2 losses that they had, and the big string of wins in there. So really, and today, looking at it as well, it is on Vitality. Whether or not they want to go through is they can't be bailed out by ZywOo all the time. It needs to be that the individuals are coming together as a team. And so many moments, they're just standing around individually, trying to hold their things down. Either on CT side, it doesn't make sense. You're playing Inferno, for example. If we roll it back to that first map, you have one player in Banana, you have a player rotating over, and you have another hiding back site. What are you guys doing? Are you stacking the site? Are you expecting a B hit? Is there a communication issue? Something's going on. They're not in that top form just yet, but hopefully the next match they can get there.
Okay, so you want more team synergy, I guess, from Vitality. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with ZywOo leading the way, it helps, but you wanted to not have to come to that, right? For the things to be more based off of team play, and then he just has moments where he shines what?
It's a get out of jail free card. That's basically what ZywOo is, but you only get like a certain number per game, right? So once they've used them all up, it's like, what do you have left?
Nothing, I guess. Should we take a look at how things kind of unraveled, I guess, for the side of Mongolz? Because we're coming into that second half of Nuke. They win the pistol. Then what happens, Janko?
Yeah, then it's nice. I think it's actually a really good round for Vitality, right? Because it's just a standard opening. They throw the smokes first. They want to feel out what Vitality is doing. Are they buying even? Are they not? You can see there's no utility really on the side of Vitality. They opted for those MP9s for the scout, and the 2 players creeping up secret are going to be the difference makers. I think they just hit really good timing to go for this information play, right? Unfortunately for Mongolz, they're expecting something a little bit earlier. They're going to get caught in transition, and that's why, you know, they're unable to really convert this one.
Another thing to point out about how Vitality start the round here, they know that they can't really win if they're playing standard, so they instantly drop into like lower through ramp, and they have a really good handle on any sort of outside play, which is what you would expect. If you have rifles on the T side, you're going to go outside, maybe utilize some version of some sort of smokes to be able to take that space and scale and take big garage and maybe wrap the outside. So Vitality say, okay, we gamble stack. If you go ramp, cool, we're already in lower, try breaking through that crossfire. If you go upper fast, like who's going to do that on round 2 against a 4-spy? So outside's the most likely option. And Vitality, I pointed this out before the game, is that they're really good with a lot of the gamble stacks. And I was trying to talk about mainly the gun round gamble stacks that they do, especially in the mid rounds when they get some info. But doing stuff like this on 4-spies as well, I think they do a really good job of it. Other teams might play a little bit more standard than this, and I like this version.
So just to contextualize, Mongolz obviously not eliminated just yet. They do fall down. They're going to be facing rather the winner of either Eternal Fire or G2. Do you think it's impossible for them to make it to playoffs? Because then they're going to have to win another game after that.
Yeah, I think they're rooting for Eternal Fire in that one because G2 has had their number the last couple of times they played, and Mongolz, I believe, took down Eternal Fire in India in that tournament. So yeah, it's going to be tough. That game that's up for them next is probably going to be the toughest one they'll have in the lower bracket.
Any thoughts, Josh, before we go to break?
Yeah, I mean, all these teams have been alternating taking series off each other. I have no idea what's going to happen or who's going to hope for who.
Should we get a couple of answers, or maybe just one, as we're going to be heading things to a quick break? Because when we come back, it is going to be Eternal Fire taking on G2 elimination game already here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. Finally.
With FaceIt Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
I swear, loyalty and service to G2.
I do not think we should so lightly abandon our defenses. Defenses that others have long held intact.
What would you have me do?
I will not yield the opening best of 3 unfought. Our pride must be retaken.
My lord, the bracket is overrun.
Much must be risked in war. Is there a captain here who has a strats to face spirit?
You wish now that our places had been exchanged? That I was taken by Falcons and Nikomir was not?
Yes, I wish that.
Since you are robbed of Nikomir, I will do what I can in his stead. If I should return, think better of me.
That will depend on the scoreline of your return. Can you sing Master Mongol?
Well, yes, in my own language. But we have no songs for great long hauls and ill times.
And why should your song be unfit for my halls? Boom, sing me a song.
I'd love to get undressed for you. You want to film this?
What?
Well, it's definitely time to bring out the tissues because somebody will be crying at the very conclusion of this best of three. That's right. After day one, we're looking at two teams facing elimination in Eternal Fire in G2. So let me welcome you back properly to the Intel Extreme Masters down here in Rio, the year being 2024. And we are excited to get back into the server. Pimp with me down on the end, Y and K in the middle. My name's Trace. I'll be guiding you through the rest of the afternoon. And gentlemen, yes, elimination on the line. Not really what you would probably expected when you saw these two teams coming.
No, I think with the opening matchups, you'd argue that G2 were the heavy favorites against Heroic, and you'd also argue that Eternal Fire were the favorites against Astralis, whether they were heavy or not quite sure about it. Both yesterday looking quite lackluster compared to what we'd expect. You know, G2 got nothing going versus Heroic. I think even the scoreline is cheating a little bit. It wasn't a close game, 13-10. G2 looked awful. So I hope they'll show up in a better fashion today.
Yeah, slow starts killed both teams, right? 2-10 start for G2, 3-9 for the side of Eternal Fire. And we have a team that won the last big tournament and another team that was in the final of the one before that, fighting for their lives here already at IEM Rio.
And even when they were fighting for their lives in Pro League, I mean, we're saw an Eternal Fire that bounced back. You know, we're talking about Eternal Fire that brought the pain and brought the ruckus there in a grand final. But we'll get into that in due time. I believe we're going to hear from Taz in this moment, so let's do that.
I want to also look at the fact that we showed your timeout on broadcast. You get a lot of criticism for this, but I think I know you're a man that doesn't care about any of this stuff. So I wanted to ask you to say, and maybe explain to me and the audience at home, what is it you're using these timeouts for? How else you use your voice? Because that's not the full thing we hear, right? You say a lot more than that.
I mean, I think that the ESL is not allowed to show the tactical timeouts. Yes. So, you know, some of it is a cutaway. I don't mind. Obviously, you know, for me, I don't really care what the public will say. I do what is the best for the team. Sometimes when I hear the players talking and they have the idea, I will not go in to stop them because they feel the game. They hear the sounds. They know the money better. They know everything. You know, they are in a flow. And sometimes when a team is down, I try to help them. You know, I try to motivate them. And you know, it's not always perfect, but I believe that you need to sometimes say some motivation words, and that's it. Like, you need to adapt to whatever team needs.
Lastly as well, going up against Eternal Fire today and his elimination match, does this feel like a team that when G2's on form and everyone's fighting, that you guys can overpower them, like you will be the more powerful team?
I mean, we need to step up, right? We need to come here hungry. We need to imagine that there is crowd. We need to, you know, prove how good we can play. And I'm pretty sure that the guys are hungry to show that yesterday we weren't, you know, ourselves. And yeah, we need to be ready. There's no questions about it.
Yeah, yesterday a lot to take away from that one. And for the side of Taz, I think we actually talked about this a little bit at Pro League and some of the snippets that we hear from the coaching side and the coaching corner. Yanko, you want to dive into that one a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, you just get hard done by sometimes, right? You can't reveal the tactical stuff, and it's like the English-speaking teams always get the worst of it because, you know, you're not going to listen to people talking Turkish on the English broadcast, right? So what really can you reveal? And then it comes down to the motivational ones, and some of them sound like ass, some of them sound maybe better to you, but sometimes you also are just quiet, right? Like depending on what the players need. Yeah, if your players are quiet and there's not enough communication going on, you need to fire them up somehow. You need to get them talking, because no one plays good CS by being quiet on the TeamSpeak and playing with low energy.
Well, Jacob, let's talk about good CS, and let's talk about what Snax is doing over here in G2.
Well, he's doing a lot and not so much.
I set you up there, my bad.
To be completely honest, I think he's currently, you know, a very interesting character to look into, because he's about to have one of the most crazy streaks that I've ever seen. 31 maps in a row without a positive KD streak. You know, to be at that level, you know, to win a tournament in Copenhagen and not have an individual output whatsoever is impressive in itself, but it's not like anything has changed within G2, you know. They had Huxi before, and that was more or less the same thing, you know. Individually speaking, he didn't have a big output, so I don't really want to point fingers and say that Snax is an issue within G2. All I'm saying is that it's just reverting back to the same old conversation. When they're not winning games, when they're not winning tournaments, then you can point towards one player and say you don't have an individual output.
Snax is not a bad player. That's a player who has no confidence. That's what you see when you watch G2 play, right? It's like always sort of trying to not screw up and like, oh, I don't want to, you know, die here by doing nothing. Then you're not playing maybe as aggressive as you need to sometimes, because being aggressive in a certain situation is the correct play. Sure. If you're just hiding around corners and trying to play more passive and stay alive, all of a sudden you've given a lot of space to the opponent, and then they can take the site and kill you, and everything goes to hell, right? So I think he has to sort of regain that confidence, find it on the server, and just play the game as he feels it out, right? Not overthinking the fact that there's Monessi and Eco and Malbs and they'll do all the fragging and whatnot. Play with some more aggression.
And I think it is becoming a weakness on the CT side. T side, you can hide away the fact that maybe your individual output is not there, and as an in-game leader, obviously he adds a lot of value to the team. I have seen more and more teams, whenever they play G2, trying to target Snax. CT side does too, is a great example. Most of the teams will do B splits all the time on towards the Snack bomb side, and if he can't hold up to his end of the bargain on the CT side, that can be a weakness that other teams can explore.
Well, Jacob, you like to defend Danes. So in this moment, when we talk about what was Huxi versus where Snax is now, tell me about that comparison, why that keeps getting drawn back on the forums, on the sites, on the pundits.
Because I think from a statistical point of view and from a point of view of how good is the player, you know, individually speaking, they remind me of each other. I don't think Snax is much better than Huxi, and I don't think Huxi is much better than Snax. Maybe there's something to be said about the confidence of Snax. It is what it is. For my money, their job is not to be a great player. Their job is to get the absolute most out of Nico, Monessi, and Malbs. And whoever does the better job at that is the better in-game leader.
I think also you look at some of the stuff, you know, who plays A-site on Anubis for Navi, right? It's Bit. Who plays it for FaZe? It's Rops. Who plays it for G2? It's Snax. You know, why? In some of these situations, why, you know, you need to put someone else on that bomb site, because it is a reason why you have some of the more skilled players or who are able to hold their own, that are playing those bomb sites, because yeah, people will just put more focus on it, and then you need to put more resources on it, which then skews the scales on the map, because, you know, if we're talking about Anubis, because we believe it's going to be Eternal Fire's pick here, it's like, well, you know, it's hard to hold B with two players. If they just do a B execute early or late, you know, there's not that much you can do. So that's why, like, yeah, if you're going to have to keep 3 players there, make one of them Snax, and then leave Malbs on his own, or someone else if it has to be. If it has to be Hunter changing up some stuff, I don't know. But currently, I think some of the way it is set up might also pose a problem for G2.
So let's hold the G2 talk just a little bit, and let's kind of dive into the Eternal Fire thing. But first, let's hear from him.
I also want to look at the firepower for you guys coming out. We know what Zantaras and Woxy can do regularly for you guys, but it feels like, especially to match up against a team like G2, you need to have everyone fully firing this time. Do you feel that going into it? Do you feel like it's going to come down to a lot of the head-to-head duels?
Hopefully, like you said, we need that to win against a team like G2, the last champions. So yesterday against Astralis, I had my teammates not a lot of firepower. Like on T side, it was complicated. Hopefully today we can show better face. I believe my teammates can be better individually, also me. And we will have a game plan against them, and we will do our best.
I look forward to seeing it. Thank you very much, man.
Now, that's a man that's been watching a lot of Counter-Strike recently and playing a lot of it as well. Let's talk about the Eternal Fire side just to kind of get our odds and ends in there as well.
I mean, what we spoke about yesterday is what Janko requested. He wanted stability and he wanted a little bit more consistency coming out from EF. They were in the finals at ESL Pro League, but realistically speaking, personally, at the very least, I don't see them as a team that consistently will place themselves in semifinals and finals of big tournaments. They have that occasional upset potential, especially when you have a guy like Santaris able to show up and nuke teams, you know, pretty much by his own. But we also saw the downside of that yesterday, where he in the first half had a 1-12 scoreline, where he got nothing done whatsoever. There was also a symptom of EF struggling massively against Astralis.
Yeah, I think also if we were ever able to get Zantares for an interview, he would say yesterday's on me, right? Like the first half was abysmal. Also late into the second half, he makes a silly move in a round that they're supposed to win, and maybe they can mount the comeback, at least get it into OT or win in regulation. And if that happens, going up against Heroic, potentially great opportunity for them to be in the playoffs. But yeah, as we get into the veto bans, Ancient and Vertigo, no surprises there. Obvious pick for Eternal Fire as well. Anubis, their best map. G2, probably their worst map out of the maps that they do play. And then it was a question, where do G2 go with their pick, right? Something like Inferno, also a very good map for Eternal Fire. You don't really want to go there. Dust 2 didn't go great yesterday, right? So then it comes down to Mirage or Nuke, and we see them actually go for Mirage here. So Dust 2 as the decider. Probably something that both... I'm a little bit surprised that G2 in the end goes for Dust 2 over in Inferno, right? Yes, Eternal Fire likes Inferno too, but I think that's where they're more comfortable as well.
I think it's from them playing it so much at Copenhagen and doing so well on the map in Copenhagen. Yesterday wasn't looking good, but in Copenhagen that Dust 2 was looking very solid.
Yeah, solid is what we're looking for. That's what you're going to have to be. Otherwise, your ass is going home all the way down to Rio just to turn around and leave again after day 2. Craziness. Either way, that'll be the team that loses this series. So let's get this bad boy started. It's Eternal Fire taking on G2.
Yes, it is, and I'm very intrigued to see whether or not Zantares can have 2 bad days in a row. I love the way Janko framed that. As he also said, if we were ever to get a Zantares interview, those elusive Zantares interviews. But yeah, saying it was probably on him yesterday, especially on that T side. But we're going to need to see a different face from Eternal Fire if they want to have a chance up against the Copenhagen champs.
Yeah, and you heard from Madja there. These are the most recent champions. Well, Eternal Fire, they were in the grand finals of ESL Pro League not that long ago. This team needs to show that type of form if they want to be able to contend against a G2 who yesterday, I think they were quite flat as well. Now, Jacob was talking about exploitation of snacks on the CT sides. Well, G2 have opted to start on the T side of Eternal Fire's map pick, so maybe this is to avoid them hitting his bomb site time and time again. But let's see how this series develops. The odds are favoring G2, and 4 members are grouped up and ready to take some space towards middle. It's Snacks on the lurk towards A. It's Hunter leading the charge with the Glock, and Nico taking the long-range exchanges with the P250. Smoke on Monacy, likely for Temple. Flash from Snacks into the site as they come through camera.
Interesting setup, kind of foregoing mid, but starting heavier A. It really hinges off Madja getting this information safely. He's just jiggling, will fall back. Snacks flash could be perfect here. He's in the air, pop and go. Wicardia tested with the dual Berettas, good for 1, down and out. Hunter does find him. It's Madja that keeps the numbers in favor of Eternal Fire, and an interesting pivot here. Back up mid. Now, Woxic's holding their return. Snacks opts for Rugs, so safe and undetected.
I guess they just go all the way back B main and then use this P250 to aim map. Like, Stacks is in a long rotation point, sure, but the fact they don't pick Water and drop out Window together...
Yeah. Temple Smoke just faded.
Yeah, and look, they are going to have to start clearing out mid together, and you can see the little blue dots doing exactly that. So staying alive on B will have to beat Woxic.
Yeah, rotation's going to be quick. Nice from Zantares. Good timing of this. He gets himself out of Temple into the site just as Nico posts up. So it's no longer just a one-man hold. Woxic in dark has support, and this, yeah, is very strong for the dual Berettas. He can just unload the magazines. Zantares, first blood in the pistol. Second could be nice as well. Can't finish it off. It's Woxic that does so. Okay, promising signs. Woxic a double kill, Zantares a good kill, and G2 an empty-handed pistol.
Yeah, and today, and I think every day for G2, it is going to be coming down to the individuals. As far as the team Counter-Strike from a strategic level goes, I would say Eternal Fire are much better. I don't even think there's a conversation. As far as individuals go, G2 have Monacy, Malbs, and Nico. Now, I know that Eternal Fire have heavy hitters, but I don't think it would be a fair comparison. Nico is probably the greatest rifler of all time.
Yeah.
Monacy is the next generation, not Star Trek, but Counter-Strike player, and Mongolz is bloody phenomenal in the aim department as well. So for G2, if you remember the Dust 2 game we did yesterday against Heroic, think about how many of those moments were like a 2v5 or a crazy Mongolz 4K.
Yeah.
So again, that's the recipe for success for this team. But I couldn't think of a crueler fate to win a tournament and then come last at the next.
Well, it would certainly be very indicative of your volatility.
Yeah.
Feel good from Calix.
Nice little triple kill. Farms up a bit of cash with the MP9, and Woxic will close things down. So Oscar might even be... Oh, I was going to say, look, Calix has 5k. He can't drop the AWP and get armor, so that will not be the case. The AWP will not come out for Eternal Fire just yet. And taking a look at the finances for m0NESY, he has enough for the AK, but not for the glass cannon. So he's going to be finding himself in a full rifle round. Now this... Oh, okay. Woxic is given over the M4 and has taken an MP9. There'll be aggression here of some variety, I'm sure.
First gunny, 4G2. Can you be disruptive with these SMGs?
It's a bit of a bonus, isn't it?
Yeah.
So maybe not aggressive out the gates. Woxic's just posted up towards jail. Wakadia went in towards A main, and Madja also. So they've got a bit of a pincer set up with these MP9s to deal with close angles. They're not taking longer range duels, understandably so. Zentara is starting over towards middle with Calix, those two on the rifles, and a slow start from G2. Right? They're not just running into things. It's not a set piece. Their map control. They're going to really take their time about this.
Doors a threat. Snags delivers a lovely opening, and it's Nico that actually finds them both. Tell a lie, gave Snags too much credit. He, however, does go down to Calix, leading to that double from Nico.
Now it's just those MP9s.
Yeah, so potency definitely already lost for Eternal Fire.
Gonna flash him out main. Does he clear the right side? That's the question for Madja. Nope.
Yep. Just in time, gets the bullet.
I thought he would have found Hunter first, but tucked in tight. Bomb on Hunter, can still transition. Mongolz. You can see dealing with the connector push. Nico getting to waltz in middle. I know Wakadia is the A defender, so looking to bear down and isolate a 1v3 as Hunter noisily runs through middle, smokes off Temple, and the penny drops. Wakadia and Woxic out of position. Now is it reconnaissance? Do you want to upgrade the MP9s into rifles, save, go into the next, and probably have another buy?
Probably sounds like the wiser of the two decisions, but this actually looks like Nico completely caught off guard. Was not expecting Wakadia so soon. Resulted in a frustrating death for Nico. There is such a disconnect, though. Woxic is miles away. Wakadia has managed to make this threatening. There is a kit on Woxic. Wakadia cuts noise. Tension grows. Hunter on the site, doesn't get spotted out. Nade looks destined for some damage onto Mongolz, doesn't find it. Wakadia, catches Mongolz distracted by that A main player, and Wakadia coming up clutch. Woxic gets on it.
He needs to get on it. He's on it. That should be it. They should win the round. This is going to be damn close, right down to the wire.
Oh, it's a close one, but a triple kill from Wakadia. Out of position, but not out of the round.
The silence brewed so much doubt there for G2. It's like, are they actually coming for this? And then Wakadia making some noise. Late from Woxic. He'd missed the bus. It felt like there was no way he was getting there on time. But that is the reason that Mongolz was caught in that position, because he wanted to assist Hunter. He was staying close in a position where he could swing on Hunter's contact. But Woxic coming late meant he was in the open, and a huge retake. That is daylight robbery from EF.
It was a bonus as well. Like, don't forget, they lost the 2 rifles at the opening. Nico got a 5v3 for the boys. Actually, well, yeah, 4v3. Regardless. Now look what they're working with.
That's a miserable one to lose.
Hang on, they are going to test Wakadia. He's had his troubles on A main, but not today. Not today at all. Double kill onto Nico and Mongolz.
Bomb spotted.
You could not ask for more.
No, that's a huge double kill. So if Wakadia finds confidence early, let's see if he can run with it. Zentara's crosser in the right place, and Calix just finding Hunter through the smoke. Everything falling in the favor of the Turks right now.
Yeah, especially the fact that you're... What? Snags goes down. m0NESY, what have you got? What have you got, m0NESY? Got a headshot, finds Calix, and has a good idea as where 2 of them are. One Heaven, one Cam. Piecing this together, trying to isolate these independent duels, but Woxic with the AWP is going to be smoked off. Zentaras can peek on this, but it's isolated. Hold on. Hold on. m0NESY, a flash to isolate the duel. Woxic's dead too. This is beautiful Counter-Strike taking shape for m0NESY. The flash in the smoke, he already deployed. Woxic doesn't see it coming. Now he's got all the time in the world. This is going to be one long 40-second clutch for Maja to save them from a m0NESY 1v4. You want to talk about individuals? Here's a perfect demonstration. m0NESY saving G2 after a disastrous start to the round. He cuts noise, implies he might be going B, and then Maja mantles up! m0NESY, a monster in the clutch!
The magic that m0NESY can deliver. That's not a crazy one where everything just happens in a moment. It's not lightning fast, but it's still impactful. The last round was snatched. This one grabbed back with both hands. m0NESY, that's beautiful. And that's exactly what we're talking about with G2. These individuals have to deliver in such a fashion. Left up a creek without a paddle. m0NESY makes magic happen.
He used every piece of utility perfectly. Every single piece. Swings on the HE for Xantares. Flashes through the smoke he threw to obscure the AWP. It's just gorgeous. It's so nice to watch.
Imagine that's the way you have to win games of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, right. It'd be nice to have a teammate like that.
Always stressful, always entertaining.
Bloody hell.
Well, I've had some nice clutches today. First series, Vitality versus Mongolz Inferno.
Yep.
Very exciting. Let's see if the same can be delivered here on Anubis. Well, it's taken a little bit of pace out of this time round. Have G2 was very contact heavy, right? We've seen the contact walk through middle. We've seen the contact walk into A main. This is a bit more of a default spread. Mac 10s, MP9s, 2 AKs, 2 M4s. So similar buys, but a tipping point for either team here.
Flash. Just not perfect. Nico tries to hit that pre-fire on the swing from Xantares. Gets the better of him, does the Turk, and now Maja with two SMGs about to push through. Oh, the spacing, the timing, the pacing is off. Malbs realizes he's misplayed it. Hunter out towards jail position, though, and he has some support. Maja trying to do everything he can. Macardio fast flank pushes A main. This is so comfortable for Eternal Fire. 5 alive. Only Calyx without the kill.
Yeah, comfortable response. And you know how we were discussing in that first match, Zyra winning clutches, and you go, oh, that's going to happen. m0NESY's a player, Nico's a player that falls into that category.
Yes.
Those massive, impactful moments, those clutches that they should never win. And you can see that there. You've got Malbs and Snacks has gone, no, bro, like you're gonna trade me. I'm not gonna trade you. Yeah. And you can just see how clunky it looks. And then there's no trade at all, and it just looks miserable. But this is what I'm talking about. G2, as far as the team overall goes, they've got good players. That's about where the conversation stops, unfortunately.
So what they're lacking in comparison to a Na'Vi or a Vitality is like the rigid kind of playbook.
I don't think every team necessarily needs that, especially with players who, if you are putting them in the right positions, they can define the game for you.
Yes.
But I agree with Yanko's sentiment regarding that of Snacks, right? You can definitely compare the stat lines to Hooksy, but I think Snacks is severely lacking confidence, and you can see it because he's trying to make what is the right play for the circumstance, not what is the right play that he feels.
For him, yeah.
Right, and I like the way that it was summarized. Like, sometimes being aggressive is the right play, right? You can't play Counter-Strike just trying not to die.
Yeah, no. Playing not to lose.
I know very, very well, once you lose the confidence as a player, and you're still in the server, you're the in-game leader calling the shots, you don't even call as well because you have no confidence in anything that you're doing, and you can't just set your teammates up the whole time. You need to be finding frags and impact.
This round, however, an exception. Snacks has set his teammates up. He buys an AK-47, drops it to m0NESY, and picks himself up just the Tech 9 unarmored. He has tried to facilitate a threat.
From next rounds I will call, and don't do extra stuff. We just wait again. We can let them use the util. We wait and then we end. Like this.
So it's actually rare to get
actually get some strategical
involved. Really cool.
Yeah, okay, well, but from next round I will call.
Yeah.
I won't read too much into anything. Anyway, m0NESY's made good on the AK drop. Opening incision as 4 through middle.
Yeah, this is actually good pressure. Very good shot from m0NESY, though, and Xantares, he goes down. Wicardia delivers. Oh, just the Woxican Wicardia duo. The 1-2 punch, the left-right, and it seems like good night. Yep, Hunter met by Maja, and they will survive. Wicardia, he's definitely having a good day in the office to start. That's 6 rounds in, 10 frags. Where are my eyes? 10 frags for Wicardia in just those 6 rounds of play.
a lot of impact from him as well, as we get him on screen now. The conversation that developed in recent times with Eternal Fire is that Woxic was the one back in fighting form to join Xantares. Now, yesterday Xantares was pretty absent. That was discussed by the desk, but Wakadia could be the third star, right, of this team. I think Calix does good in his anchor roles, and Majo is an impactful in-game leader who understands what he needs to do to help them win the rounds, while also calling a quite solid game of CS. And EF are more of a structured team, I would say. Obviously, lifespan of roster is something to consider as well. But here we go. So these are the unfortunate factors of doing unselfish maneuvers as an in-game leader. Now you operate with a Tech 9.
Twice, back to back.
Right? So if he's in a position where he's in a duel against a rifle and he loses, and only just, you know, you're like, well, he had a Tech 9.
Ooh, good spam there on the Calix from Nico. Good crosshair placement. Seems stupid to even say it when you're watching Nico. That's a guarantee.
I think one of the keys with Nico at the full finals was the conviction behind his decision making. And it's not even conscious decision making. It's that he's just going not through the motions, but he's in the zone. Right, that's the flow state.
100%.
So waiting out the utility. That's exactly what they're doing, but you've got to apply pressure to bait it out, and they've done so. Handful of incendiaries left, a couple flashes of smoke, and it's looking to be a B split into the likes of Maja and his right-hand man, Xantares.
This is a brave way to be playing B main defense. I can see his plan going to be throwing out that incendiary upon the sound cue. Finds a safe haven. They're both on the pillar. That's not ideal. Someone needs to watch dark. Someone needs to hold con. And no smoke to hold them at bay. This is getting uncomfortable. And Snax gets a huge trade. A massive trade that leads to loss of the B bomb site if they can find Calix. Can they find Calix? That's the question. Gets the first onto Snax. But the site surely should be going down. That bomb plant is being made. Hunter punches in the code. But Calix finds him after it. It's only Monacy. He can't do diddly squat. We've got a 6th for Eternal Fire.
How does Calix get 3 kills after already being softened up in middle like that? You can see him a bit skittish, wary of his HP, hoping to not get taken down through the smoke, but still gets 3 kills in total and denies G2 a 2nd round.
Yeah, did he come just kind of quite early, rotate out of mid, find himself Ivy, and just picks up all the pieces required? Malb's yet to frag, 7 rounds deep, and it's the 2nd timeout Taz takes to try and get his troops back in the straight and narrow. I will remind you, this is Anubis to decide. It's a choice that you made, understandably so. It's a favored side. It's a very prominent T side on Anubis.
This is EF's pick, and I would probably pick this against G2 as well, and I would go over towards the A side on my T side, and I would bully Snax. That's what I would do, without a doubt. Because if you can do that within the early stages of the game, then you soften up the rest of the map. Now, we have to wait for the T side, because Eternal Fire have been given the opportunity to start on the CT side, and they're looking great. And to build on your point, the fact they have 6 already is huge. Anything right now is icing on top of a bloody tasty
delicious cake.
Maybe some baklava, Alex.
Yeah, ooh.
Is that Turkish?
That is Turkish.
Okay, good. But on the other side of the server, you have Malbs yet to frag.
Yeah.
Now, I know that's Bardolph's nickname, but Malbs, we need you. Deep dark smoke. Tactical timeout was taken. Taz. Oh, missed main molly. Good golly.
Xantares is a very committed player right now. Tucked on jail and has his supportive util from Maja to buy him a decent fight. Is he going to peek into this? Hunter is not ready for that. Now Xantares doesn't catch him and swings through forward. Nice work from Xantares. Relieves the pressure. Trying to find further answers. The smoke on dark will limit their contribution. Snax and Malbs, they just cancel playtime. They head back. G2, I mean, look at this. Again, it feels like a recurring theme of the day. 1 smoke grenade at 1 minute 10. No flashbangs, no Molotovs, nothing to get you in.
I don't even feel like there's overall goals when I watch them play.
Yeah, like a map control objective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. They just won a tournament.
They did just win a tournament.
They just beat Na'Vi.
And yet they find themselves here in an elimination match, day 2 of IEM Rio. I mean, just up and down. It's yo-yo performances from G2 right now.
Oh, B split again. Calix, he's tethered, he's close, he's on his way.
Oh, Xantares is getting a real pushy. This is outrageously pushy. This is beyond the pale. Okay, match is going to go down, but I'll tell you what, you're getting a double kill for it. Xantares, the master bait. He gets the double. And now Nico left alone in a 1v3. Good luck, have fun. Xantares, a very ambitious maneuver through the smoke. completely overlooked. Woxic might overextend, but he hits the quick scope anyway. It's 7-1. Flying on this CT side. Must be sick. I think with all those little like the eyeballs of a fly, he could watch all 10 POVs at the same time.
Yeah, okay. On Face It Watch, I'm sure.
Face It Watch. 10 points.
Oh dear. Okay, well, you know Jeremy Clarkson.
I do. I'm familiar with his work.
Yeah, well, hopefully he hasn't hit you. But right now, that's exactly what G2 need, a big punch, a big swing. And I would probably take a page out of Jeremy Clarkson's book. More power. Go fast, like poppy, aggressive, in your face. That's what I'd do if I was G2.
Yeah. Instead,
we'll just spread out across the map with some upgraded pistols. We'll wait out their utility.
They do have more nades this time.
Okay.
That might lead to some map control.
That is a thing.
As a double mollies mid. Everyone knows about the double mollies. Chant doesn't shut up about the double mollies. It's a thing. Madja. Oh, he might be run down here. He's done very well to get away with 2 there. Zentares can't do the same. Snax actually brings him down, will facilitate a chance at a plant. This could be a chance. Why has m0NESY not got that? Yeah, a rifle in his hands. Okay.
Yeah, watch m0NESY win this round.
Yeah, he's going to strap yourselves in. Because this one's on.
Snax is about to get shot in the back. Or the side. Or the face.
Okay. No armor. The smoke and the incendiary continuing to use his utility to the very best of his ability. Gets in front of it. Wicardia has to be very switched on for the potential. He does isolate the first. Spam is dangerous. Just the dual Berettas to work with. Woxic and Calyx need to get on that bomb. Smoke and Kid is available. This is scary. Baits them off the bomb. Now repositions. He could have done it. If he'd have just found the head of Calyx, it could have been enough time. He did everything within his power in the absence of the Kevlar. Gets a kill. Runs the clock. Baits them off the bomb, but it's not enough.
You're 9 rounds deep, and the only round that you've won was a m0NESY 1v4, and the only round that seemed competitive since that, was m0NESY 3. So
yeah. Okay.
Actually, that's not true. There was the Woxic Wicardia 3rd round retake.
That's true too.
So there's been 2 close rounds and 1 round 1.
Bleak out here. Let's get a timeout. No, we've used 2 already.
We've used 2. We should save the
yeah.
last one.
So,
Okay.
so Anubis is like kind of...
That's a CT side. It's the most CT-sided map in the pool, though.
Right. No, I was going to say like it is by a majority of people's opinion one of the G2 weak maps. Is that right?
I think it's a G2 weak map.
Okay, cool. That's all. I should have just asked you. Don't know why I'm asking about everyone's opinion. I only really care about yours.
m0NESY has an AWP, and Malps has a kill.
Wicardia has a gun. Wicardia has a smoke.
Wicardia has not thrown said smoke, and now it will have to be Woxic on the AWP to shut down this A aggression. AWP on AWP.
Get owned.
And m0NESY's
quicker.
lights up the scoreboard. Nico now taking the mid space. He's got Zentares and Calyx on the other side of this to deal with. Wicardia still locking down A. Bomb could go anywhere at this point. Can see Saw swing through as here comes the fight. Nico in the smoke, and Zentares reads him like a book.
Get owned. What a play from Zentares. Nico was holding for his door's aggression as well, just timed to perfection. Okay. Util thrown at A. That's a heaven smoke.
Fake.
Yeah. Wicardia's not called for aid. Still 3 static, 4 eternal fire.
It's so quiet.
Yeah. Nothing committed.
Snax walking in B.
Oh, gets an elbow. Gets the headshot. Lovely find from Snax. Oh, and he gets another onto Majarova swinging. Zentares though. Zentares found by m0NESY. This one's taken shape.
Second round, 4 available. Wicardia likely just going to save on this one. The residual cash that's been built up has been hemorrhaging thanks to a couple of those closer moments. So Woxic, he's got the high end. He might even have to drop something into the next round, same as Wicardia. We would love to hold on to this AWP because EF at this point, if they lose the follow-up, the door can swing wide open and G2 can finish the half with 4 rounds to their name, which sure is not what we're looking for, but is the best that they can do. Here it is again. So Snax with the double. Yeah, and just Madja probably should have had that kill. The low HP made him a little bit more scared on that fight. And Snax with a very impactful pair of kills will confirm G2 with their second. Obviously a pressure match. We also have the likes of FaZe taking on Liquid later today as another elimination game, right? But this is the way it goes. This event is very stacked as far as the top teams are concerned. And big names are going to be getting sent home. We also had some go yesterday. Imperial was sent out the door packing, and the same with Pain. So Brazilian hopefuls waved goodbye. whereas Furia locked themselves in. Mao's falling to Fury. I mean, they play Complexity, which is, I think, the 4th consecutive event they've played against one another. Liquid versus FaZe. We all remember the Mirage collapse. So that's a tough game for Liquid. And we're in Group B right now. Where I think playing adjacent with this one, if the 9Z VP game has concluded, it will be Astralis versus Heroic next up on the B stream. And that'll be for the 4th spot in the arena. So Danish representation. As EF have called their tactical timeout. So that conversation had as now the cash dwindles. Is there going to be aggression thrown in as the flavor, or will they continue to go through the paces and just think they got a little bit unlucky there? Because really, they had the right read, they just didn't hit the shots. Looks like more of the same.
Oh, that's a nasty one.
Tough.
Going for the safety jump spot. Saw that earlier on. Go unpunished. This time, was he very ready for it? Didn't quite nail that. Yeah, it could have been very deadly. Nice aggressive AWPing from m0NESY, trying to take matters into his own hands as Woxic does the same. Ahead of the smoke. Chance to delay, but he has an AWP. And so takes the shot instead. Nice
so
work.
Well done, right? Snacks again, impactful. Zentara is down, there's the 2 B defenders dead. I'd just hit the site, get the bomb. You've got smokes, you can smoke Temple. Away you go.
Oh, I like the idea from Snacks. Flash off Calix's Temple line, but he doesn't cross with it. Look at that, the real opportunity to take all that site. Instead, it's towards Woxic's AWP. And he gets to isolate Nico, searching, no cover, no trade potential. Hunter had just fallen away.
They are going B.
And they are now going towards B. Calix concerned about B main. We'll tuck into Ivy for the dark angle as well, and the timing is so perfect. No trade available. m0NESY has the bomb, and it's been spotted at 30 seconds. The flank is huge. The flank is everything from Hunter. It's necessary that he finds this one cleanly. The rotation's coming in from Ivy's side as well. CT will have help. Calix to be cleared. Hunter overlooking, distracted by Ivy. He's not going to clear it. His back is exposed. His back is exposed. He goes down anyway. m0NESY, where are you looking? This is bizarre. Too much pressure from every angle. Bacardi gets the dark. And could I try and do some analysis?
Go for it.
Was the plan not there? You had a man advantage. If Snacks was to just push off of that flash he threw, worst case he dies and he says 2B, go A. Best case he goes in and he says there's no 1B. Instead you kind of sat still for so long. By the time Wicardio's in cave, Calix is still on site, and there's a 3rd player on B by the time you actually start to commit to a site.
Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't regroup and look for the finish after you took down both Madra and Zentaras, because you had utility to do so. They're just trying to play, like they're literally just trying to take fights, right?
Yeah.
That's so, like we said, the team element of this team is not existent.
What a bizarre opening death for Hunter and Nico.
Look at the Calix push. Calix, you've been spotted. He's definitely been spotted. He has definitely been spotted, but he has no idea that he's been spotted. If Calix goes T-spawn...
Ooh, if he tucks in this corner, actually... You
don't see m0NESY miss too often.
Yeah, that's probably... I can count on one hand. There's one. Add it to the list.
Well, Snacks is able to transition in towards middle, so an A-split is a possibility. Where is Woxic looking? Yeah, because you wouldn't think mid's open, because Calix had waltzed through. So he's pipped the gap, and A is Snacks is a Malb. So here you go. This is going to be the 3rd round. Check this one out.
All right, confidence. Snacks and Malbs. The 2 unlikely heroes for G2's T-side woes. A bit early on the A main flash. 2 coming in from Cam side, Calix on main. Snacks with an AWP to work with can peek through this angle and delivers the nice shot onto Majo! A quick scope onto Zentares. They have turned it around. A high-impact, multi-kill round from Snacks. And he might even lead with another one here. Calix's next victim. This would put him positive or at least dead equal. For that 3rd round, elusive rounds for G2 on this T side. They play it safe, they play it smart. They're not wasting their opportunity to collect the 3rd round here. Malbs closes it down, and it's 3 to work with as we swap sides. This has to be one hell of a CT side, or EF are going to be putting G2 one map away from elimination. Two teams on the precipice of elimination here in the second day of play for IEM Rio 2024. We just witnessed what was a rather lackluster G2. After what was just a week ago lifting a trophy, they find themselves on a different continent with a very different result.
And now the question becomes, they move over to the CT side. This is where the individuals can do the best work. Are they on form today, and can they claw back this lead that EF have been able to mount on their map choice? Coming up next, we have Mirage. After that, we have Dust 2. It's all orange all day.
Nico, selfless, drops dual Berettas for the squad. Stacks with Kev. And it's all for this Monacy bait and switch setup. If they test A, Snacks ideally gets one. Unable to do so. Monacy, oh, he's in trouble too! How has he gotten 3, Jad? How is that?
Just click damn fast. Don't worry about the goosh.
How he got shot in the face and he still gets 3.
That's insane.
Crazy sequence from Monacy.
Well, B's been evacuated. Malbs has rotated over to Temple just in time to deal with the Calyx slip, but another goosh, another slap, another knock.
Ooh, yep, he's bleeding out, and Calyx is walking up. Okay, you love that smoke. Perfectly timed as well. The bomb goes down. Hunter ready for Calyx's forward position. Woxic, they know where he was. Time ticking gives him more options as to where he could be. Holds it with this angle, turns the flash and doesn't hit the first shot onto Nico. Still takes his time and composes himself. Now 2 peeking him. No Kevlar. He's just going to get run down by the dual Berettas. And so a must-win pistol is won.
Has 4 bullets remaining there as well, right? So just knowing that he needs to hit those headshots. So Woxic under the pressure as the bomb will get defused, and the 4th round will be now on the board. So working back into things, EF with the plant, I'm interested to see if they want to follow through with the force buy. But notice, just from the pistol round, they went to go A. I understand it's the pistol, right? But we're talking about exploiting Snacks here, who actually had several moments of impact. He had 2 kills onto the B-bomb side to get around, and he also, in the final round of the first half, was able to contribute for them to convert that one in a 2v4 situation. It was actually the gap that he found that helped them get in towards that A site. So even though there's big conversation about Snacks, he's had impact in 2 of the 4 rounds so far. Monacy, the other 2, I think would be fair to say.
Yeah, no, undoubtedly so.
So it is the Force, and again over towards A. No surprise. Really none at all.
I'm just trying to fake it out. They threw 2 smokes towards B early doors, and it has got 3 boots planted over at B. Snacks with an A main smoke, and he's playing anti-flash, expecting them to try and come his way, so he's certainly aware that there is potential for early aggressive maneuvers in his direction. Trying to anchor this A site, something Wicardia did very well in the first half.
There's just nothing tethering him at the moment. Monacy and Nico are the quick rotation point, so the thing is Snacks needs to get info before he goes down. He can't just get done on the jiggle.
He's got nothing to block, so...
Yeah, I really hate this for them.
Yeah, this is good. This works.
Now Nico's coming, and Nico has nades.
A flash would be great. Too late, way too late! Goes down empty-handed. And the A side's
lost. But that's just a shit setup. Like, that's not even on Snacks. Like, what are you doing? Like, he's on his own for the whole time.
I wasn't looking at the minimap, so there was. I know they had 3B, which meant there was Nico was that mid player.
Yeah, then Monacy cheated over mid.
Okay, and then Nico was freed up.
But then
to go
Monacy
A.
went back to B.
And the round fell apart.
I don't know. I just feel like if you know that you have a weakness of an individual, Nico only has 3 kills. Malbs only has 3 kills.
Yeah.
So their impact has been far less this game than Snacks' for sure. But Snacks is the one responsible for calling the T side. But also with that listening we heard, maybe it wasn't. Maybe they were just being given the good graces of defaulting and getting to play rounds in the early stage. And then it was like, well, I'm going to take over now, right after things didn't work. I don't know how the dynamic works there. I can't even speculate. That's the biggest listening I think I've ever gotten from a strategic standpoint with this roster.
And what I'm also super intrigued by is this idea that... How was I going with that? G2,
talking about Snacks, the setup. T-sides.
Oh yeah, I wonder how much winning Dallas without Hooksy messed up the mindset of, we have to follow the call, don't second guess your in-game leader, but then you win a tournament after a huge period of absence, not winning it, without your IGL and with Nico calling and everyone calling. What does that do to your psychology? Do you end up going back to we can do it without you kind of mindset?
I think the thing with the Hooksy situation was it was probably a bit soured in general, right? So I think Hooksy is a very good in-game leader, don't get me wrong, but I think that in terms of maybe his negative demeanor and outlook, and not, I think, about his team or players, I think it's a bit more inward from having conversations with him.
they're still following through into a stack here, Alex. We'll take this one serious for a moment.
Long range, what on earth? m0NESY flashed off in heaven smoke. Wakadia runs down Hunter. Nice shot from Nico, but it's just the one. m0NESY claws back another, but it's all for naught. Instantly deleted by the Woxic AK.
Great game from Woxic.
17-4, bro.
Yeah, and I love to see him back in great form because I honestly thought we would never get him in the Mongolz Sports form again.
Yeah.
I thought that was all over Red Rover. But I think, yeah, winning with the mood within the team was probably the key for the change of like, hey, we need to make sure that we are like, but they also had Nextra at that time too, who was also a bit of a slouch as far as delivering in some of these positions. So they were, and Hunter also.
If you need help, call Ilya, okay? Let's do something together. If you're not good, call someone. Fucking step up.
Well, okay, so Ilya is the rotator on the CT side.
Yeah, so you kind of, you ring a bell, you say, I need help, I need assistance.
Yeah, if you feel pressure or exactly. So, yeah, I can understand that sentiment for sure. Now we go into
So,
Nico.
The sign that your comms are good on a CT side of Anubis is your rotator's where he needs to be more often than not, right?
Or, yes, but also that could be a double-edged sword in the sense that your rotator is usually a very skilled player who could just be reading the game very well without good comms.
Ah, touche.
You could just have, Zaiwu in the last map going, I knew it. It's like, I'm sure there wasn't. He's just like, he just has that feeling.
This is a valuable flash to learn. You can see it's going to lead to having some potency behind this dual Beretta USB setup. The flash hasn't been thrown. Actually, they're delaying it. Now it's perfect. Pretty good. The flash is actually, but
could have been worse.
Yeah, sure. That's pretty bad, actually. Wakadi's going on and giving up a nice little rifle. Wackardia. Okay.
Like that?
I hope that doesn't stick for his sake.
No. But that's if he misses. It's like Flames or Flames E.
Right. It's bot Alu, God Alu. Okay. So the Nico USP on A, and they're not going to be in any hurry here. They've got 50 seconds. Mad just said B-side's clear, lads, and so they start to maneuver over there to make a 12th round a reality. Jesus, G2. I don't know what to make of this.
Okay, so yesterday with the heroic game,
yeah, what was that?
I think it was the desk and us were like, this is possible, right? Like we're talking about heroic having a bit of time to extra practice, that they have good pieces within the team, that like maybe head to head, actually not maybe, definitely head to head. G2 have better players, but coming in after a win, it's always quite difficult to like make sure your head's screwed on tight and have the correct intensity. And that game started huge for heroic, right? They were running away with things, absolutely running away with things, and then it got close late, and that was all because of individual moments. Now G2 with their rounds, again, you can attest a couple of them to individual moments. The thing is, I just feel that the variance of some of these top teams, they can be very good on their best day. They can also be quite average on an average day.
And one of the best ways to mitigate the volatility is
structure.
Yes,
which is why your likes of your Navis and your Vitalities to some extent are the best teams in the world right now.
Right. I always find
you could still lose to a G2 or a FaZe or a Spirit.
Precisely, depending on the day. But it's always interesting when you hear players. I really like it actually when a team wins a game, a close game, and they'll acknowledge, like, we were playing at 70% today, and they acknowledge that there is that. But the fact you still converted is a testament to your systems and to your structure. Here's a chance for the final chance for Taz to get on the microphone for G2. I mean, at this point, why not use it? Could very well be the last round you get a chance to call it. You get your guns back out, and we get ready for the marathon back into this game for G2. So far, I mean, wasn't ideal, there's no doubt about it. I always wanted to talk about G2's starts so far. Like, in their heroic best of one, they were 10-2 down in that first half, and then in G2 Eternal Fire, 9-3. Like, they just haven't had a single game start positively for them. This is even worse, of course, as they find themselves unable to turn it around, as you discussed. The Dust 2 did get a bit more close. We can get into 17th round of play.
I would imagine it likely ends here. I'm not trying to be a doomer. I just think the EF have so much poison. They're not like shoving. They're not going fast. They're still just calling quite a standard round. They're holding. Look at how much utility they're holding onto. And when you know that a team is up against the ropes, the loss bonus is there. Sure, you know it's going to be a rifle round. They're still going to be on edge, right? They're still going to be blocking early.
No one's mid. Like, what
Well, yeah, because Snax has been exploited on A so many times, so you will cause a gap somewhere. Like this can't be going better, right? You're getting this free mid control if you're Xantares, so that helps Madja piece. Oh, B push.
Mongolz. Oh, gets the headshot, does well to find the one.
You know Monos is here because he flashed.
Yeah.
You don't have to go.
Oh, and Xantares owns him, and that is going to be all that Anubis wrote. A very convincing conversion of their map pick here. Woxic flying so damn high with 21 kills to 4 deaths. That's
what a great performance.
That's a crazy KD. Up against G2 as well, you know, I mean, the most recent of champions, and they're down 13-4, map 1. Eternal Fire, this is for survival here at IEM Rio. Day 2, G2 up for elimination, map 2.
Casual.
Finish B now? Or
Yeah,
coming
B. He's back.
I'm coming to you.
Yeah, come. One more B. Behind
I'm in
side.
temple zone.
I'm blind. One more, I think. One more city left side.
Hold right. I went to Ilya.
I say player
I have her left. Let's hit default.
Flashing.
Have him in.
Heaven, Mario.
I'm going close camera. I'm trying to fight a kill.
I'm gonna go with you. Spot camera.
Nice.
I'm holding your heaven.
Nice, yeah.
Last guy killed
should
me
be fine,
behind,
yeah.
but be careful. Let's do heaven. Go heaven. Go heaven.
I'm holding heaven.
Yeah, I'm holding right.
His side. I'm gonna.
Nice!
Nice,
guys.
Jonas,
Let's
good
go.
round.
Sick!
Good round.
We might not have dragons, but that fire is certainly eternal when it comes down to the Turkish side, having absolutely smashed on G2 here in the first map of this elimination game. That is correct, Amundo. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters in Rio. Pimp Yanko with me. And if someone check G2, they have a pulse? Like, what's going on?
Not yet. It doesn't feel like, but I think this was the expected, not score, but the expected result on Anubis. I think Eternal Fire, a much better team on this map, and they've showcased that. The problem for G2 is just not really getting into the game at all, not having almost any good moments as a team, nothing to sort of feel any sort of confidence going into the second map.
I think it's fair to say that if Eternal Fire on paper is a better team on Anubis than G2, however, it's the way they lose that makes it feel uneasy for me. You know, it felt like a very lackluster first half. Monesi had to come up with a couple of cool clutches. Even Snax had to come in and find impact, you know, a couple of times for them to win rounds. And apart from that, it felt like a G2 that were nowhere near close winning this map. And I know it's early, you know, and they've only played 2 maps at the tournament, but we saw against Heroic a game that on the scoreline, sure, 13-10, you would argue that was somewhat competitive, but essentially they could have lost that 13-5. They now lose 13-5 here on Anubis against EF as well. So for my money, it does feel like G2 haven't checked into the tournament at all.
And you know, there is something to say about teams that start slow, right? And there are certain things that happen with these teams, like a FaZe clan, like a G2, where they can bounce back. You look for that more competitive game, just like you're talking about a 13-10 scoreline, does bring a bit of competitive edge to it. However, it wasn't in particular. So Where was that answer here on Anubis? Just non-existent.
I mean, one of the things that I'm lacking right now, and I hate to point out and be like one player's missing, but we just saw Nico play fantastic in Copenhagen, and for my money, he was the MVP of that tournament together with Monesi, obviously, and here he's been nowhere to be found. We heard some of the voice comms as well. He sounded a bit frustrated, understandably so, but he's had 2 very, very poor maps now in a row, and as we spoke about when it comes to G2, without Nico Monesi playing well, they're not winning.
He's got 13 kills on 2 maps.
Ouch.
I mean, that's
not ideal.
Terrible, by all standards and all means. And G2, it's going to be very tough for them to win anything with Nico playing like this, right? Even if you have Monesi playing really strong and Malvs, right? It has to be probably 3 guys at the same time at the very least.
Yeah, at the very least. You talk about Malvs, he didn't necessarily love playing Anubis just now either.
But you see, the problem is also like now we're going into Mirage, G2's pick, right? And Nico with performance like this and the team playing poorly and the comms being bad, what's likely to happen, right? Like if you go on that map, you're going to maybe try and do too much,
sure,
right? And force some plays, and then if that doesn't go your way either, all of a sudden you're probably facing elimination. So I think for G2, no matter how bad these 2 maps that they played so far in the tournament have looked, and they've looked pretty bad, like you still have to find a way to sort of believe and just outside be like, listen, yeah, it was really bad, but they're really good on this map. So let's just focus on, whatever the game plan is, whatever we were seeing and whatever we want to do on Mirage, and just get the players to sort of have some more energy, right? I mean, Nico in that voice comms is basically just, like people are stuck in a bad situation, doing nothing about it. It's like, if you feel like you're in a bad setup, say something, ask for something, do something. Otherwise, how can we amend that situation?
Yeah, just inevitable at that point, right? You're pretty much just staring down the barrel of an L. But we can take a look at some of the rounds if you guys would so choose to or would love to. I think rounds 4 and 5 might be loaded up.
Yeah, I mean, round 4, I believe, was the first round G2 won. Monesi coming in with a nice clutch, and that was one of the few positives that we could take away. You see it right here. Monesi, up until this point, had already had 4 kills, or 3 kills, and he finds the timing to take down Mage. And you think to yourself, all right, this is a way of kickstarting G2. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Round 5 was a disaster class. G2, Monesi winning this round. Round 4, they apply a lot of pressure to the money of Eternal Fire, but if we dive into round 5, we can see, a symptomatic way of G2 playing Counter-Strike, I'd almost argue. You get it right here on your screen. You see 2 players, and it's Snacks and Malps, They want to challenge the smoke down here in Connector. Before that, Nico is unfortunately losing the duel to Shantaris. Very symptomatic for his tournament. Look at these 2 players making a fool out of themselves in the smoke. Are you waiting for it to fade? Do you want to jump through it? Snacks jumping through. Malps not following with him. I don't know if it's miscommunication, if it's some sort of a weird idea. Maybe he got stuck. I don't know what it is, but you're playing an Eternal Fire that has 2 MP9s, limited utility, and this is the round where you're supposed to get back into the game, and it's just falling apart like this.
And that's a sign of a team that's not ready to play, because, Nico is dying. There's a flash play there, so they're trying to do something on mid Eternal Fire. Like, that's the timing for you to react. You have to go through that smoke immediately together. The guys from B have to go in. If they did that immediately, there's only one guy there. No matter, he's going to get traded eventually. You get the bomb down, and then at least maybe you have a chance for your guys to clutch it up again, right? Like, that is how G2 needs to play, but it doesn't even get to that point where their players have a chance.
And I guess it's not a problem with the idea. The idea is that it's more so the lack of execution into a round like that.
And on the other side of things, I mean, Eternal Fires definitely bounced back after yesterday, absolutely. Right? Finally came in to play themselves. Individuals doing a little bit better. Xantaris, I think that was a one-off yesterday, but I think they've shown us some of that stuff that we've seen. It's probably just solid play, right? Good plays, playing as a team, taking calculated risks. Okay, we leave a gap here, we know about it, we're focusing somewhere else, resetting back, and there was never a doubt who's going to come out on top on Anubis.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still having some doubts here in this series as to is G2 going to show up or not. However, it is not the only series that we have going on around here. There is the B stream. We can do a quick check-in over on that side of things to see how it's going on the tournament floor with James Banks.
Over here on the B stream, before we get into this Strike Heroic game, I want to give you an update on what happened between VP and 9Z. 9Z started off their whole match looking on fire and incredible. VP were not playing well. James couldn't hit an AWP shot to save him alive. But then we come through onto Inferno, and it did get close. It could have actually been 2-0 for 9Z, but it wasn't meant to be. James and his crew managed to hold it down, long it out as always, and then went on to Mirage, and it honestly felt like 9Z was broken. I spoke to Max on the interview, and he was really down. He was not happy with how they played their CT sides, and they just felt a bit deflated for a team that's normally so hyped. So 9Z has been eliminated. VP are still fighting through, but they're not looking that good. But all eyes right now are on Astralis and Heroic. Let's see what happens there. I'll update you later.
You looked a little perturbed, like you want to say something on behalf of Astralis, but...
Not really, just on behalf of VP. I watched James play Inferno, die 4 times in 22 rounds, so no, I was not excited about that either.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow burner. Look, we're going to go ahead and cut to this break so that we can jump back into Mirage and see if G2 has a little life in their system. We'll be right back after this.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With FaceIt Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Bro, I think we're fine. They'll pick Inferno.
I hope so. Our agent looks really bad.
Yeah, we're terrible on agent.
You're right.
But G2 aren't much better. No way they'll pick it. They'll pick Inferno.
You know what? Our Inferno is so clean.
Alright, you dumb, bro? You always take so long.
Yeah, let's go.
Do you think he'll buy it?
Who knows?
Maybe they'll try and pick Nuke or something.
I hope so. We've been cooking a Nuke.
Whatever you do, never pick cash against me, motherfuckers.
So, Mathieu, who has faster flicks?
Faster flick? Obviously this guy. I mean,
we're both good at it. I think me and Zyvo are very good at it.
Who's more likely to rate smash the screen?
Not me and not him.
I think more him. I mean, maybe show more emotion than me during the game, so I would say more him.
Who's more likely to win a 1v5 clutch?
I mean, we're both good at clutches, I would say. I'm gonna go for both.
Who's gonna win this 1v5 clutch? Can I say both of us?
Who's more likely to go through smoke without thinking twice?
I would say him.
I think I'll go for Zyvo, because I think he got some lessons from Apex.
Who's more likely to get a crazy jump shot?
Him.
Can I say Apex?
Who's better at their trash talking?
Definitely not me. And can I say Apex? I think Apex is good, even though he's not in the room. So I will do it this side. This side.
Who's more likely to buy an op even if you know you shouldn't?
I think it would be me, because I like to make a difference.
Him. I was probably him because, like I said, I'm not playing often with op.
Who's the better op?
Definitely him.
I think everyone is unique.
Okie dokie, artichoke. Let's get this one started. G2 down in the dumps, broken. And will they buckle on Mirage? This is their map pick. Anubis, forget about it. They certainly want to after a 13-4 shellacking. But we got ourselves situated and ready for map 2. Chatty B, what's your diagnosis?
All I know is from first to last could tell you just how brutal the Counter-Strike circuit is. That would be a heartbreaking way for G2 and a sobering moment off the back of a win in Copenhagen not that long ago. Surely Mirage is the map where they get to stand and deliver, but it's the T side where they'll be starting.
Oh yeah, I can already kind of feel myself grimace at the idea, considering just how neutered G2 looked on Anubis. This is going to have to be a different looking team, a different squad altogether. Where was Mouths? Where was Nico? We're going to have to see them in the server if they want to put up a fight, if they want to extend play and extend to the next day of IEM Rio. This is an elimination match. Eternal Fire very recently in the grand finals of EPL. G2 very recently lifting the trophy at Blast. Now we find ourselves in Brazil, and it's a different story. Could end very quickly for G2 here on Mirage as we get ourselves started with a T-side pistol.
Yeah, actually 2 mid smokes?
Missed window. Oh, he missed a window smoke.
Oh dear.
Oops.
Okay, yeah, you don't need those binds apparently. Anyway, out the guts. So they're going to try and go for what was looking to be a B split with those smokes, but they're going to come up through connected to A. It's all a ruse.
Yeah, okay. Zentaris has actually used all of his bullets, so he's going to get punished on the reload, but it doesn't matter when Woxic and Wicardia are raining down terror. From Sandwich and from CT, they hit the shots necessary, puts m0NESY and Hunter into a very tough 2v4. Oh, nearly got out away from him there.
Oh!
Long-range goosh. m0NESY actually hit down into Woxic.
Well run.
The movement, though, the movement.
The problem is where the bomb is.
Yeah, that's a good point. Woxic's housekeeping that. Hunter tries to retrieve it. Hunter actually hits the shot. Okay.
Take the plant.
Let's go, Hunter.
100% take the plant.
Please, plant.
Well, he will still get it down.
No, he won't. No, he won't. Madja gets him off it. Oh, frustrating. Difficult chance there onto Calix on the close. Missed shot back from Calix.
Where you going, mate?
He doesn't know. He's isolating this duel on Madja. And, oh, he's actually got a chance. Don't forget no Kev here. And, yeah, just a headshot will do. Madja locks it in.
Would have taken the plant. Would have taken the ability to force buy.
Would have loved that, wouldn't you?
I can't believe they missed a window smoke.
Yeah, Nico, no less.
EF, you won the round and you bought in with...
I want to fucking hear some fucking headshot, cracking heads, and having fun, okay? I don't give a fuck about anything else. Just show who we are.
All right, I'm going to his defense right now.
Yep.
All right. The biggest issue with this team is likely the flowing of communication, actually doing things as a unit, because they win as individuals. But you need to talk to each other. You need to have a good attitude. You need to make sure the comms are flowing. You need to be working off one another to make those individual plays still a possibility. So Taz is dealing with probably a moody team, I'm going to be honest. I would imagine there's a bit of that going on, even with what we heard from Snacks in the first half of map number 1.
Yeah.
About all right, well, I'm going to call now. We'll still wait for their utility. Tells that they probably try something coming into the game, let the individuals see if they can get it done. They're on the T side, and what he needs from the players, what he's trying to inspire within them is to bring the mood of when they're winning.
Yeah.
Because right now they don't feeling that way, but they need to be feeling that way to get their absolute best because they aren't a strategic team. They don't have the structure to fall back on.
We've been talking about it as well. Oh, real chance there onto the flank of that mid-SMG, but it's just locked in. Lovely last bullet headshot from Woxic to round out round 2, but also the strong starts, or the absence thereof.
Yeah, lack thereof.
It's not been good. And so far it was, what, a 10-2 half into a 9-3. Now we get to Mirage. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, just get a couple of the players activated right now, right? Early multi-kills, some good trade work. That is going to start to inspire confidence for G2 because you can't go out like this. You can't lose 13-4, then get blown out on your own map choice. And it's the T side. Get a round or 2. Bro, there's 3 people looking at who's meant to be dropping in the utility. Like, what is going on? If you want to bully the in-game leader of Madja, I understand the call, but both Xantares and Wakadia are in positions to respond and help this. Snax is being given utility to buy him the space in middle to make it look like a default. Nice little nade onto the toes of Nico. Hunter through the underpass to connect with Snax for the mid space. Monacy now grouping with Nico and Malbs.
Madja's acting like these 2 players right now. He's trying to act as if there's a second player on the site to set up this Xantares Wakadia trap. Ooh, little lamp flash. Bang on the money. Wakadia ready. Nice work. Anti-flash catches Snax. Opening kill for Eternal Fire. First gun round for G2. They have been delayed. Like, they've hung around B apartments for 45 seconds and they've got nothing to report.
This might be another tough map.
Certainly hasn't started strong, but that's just been the Rio for G2.
Wakadia has this Galil. He's in a position for 1 and probably trade. Actually, Xantares will be the one who gets to activate. Nico is going to clear this. He seems aware of the possibility. If he peers into window, it's 180 degrees worth of angle, so backward turns, and he had no head armor.
Sick angle.
Did Nico have no head armor?
I think Madja did some damage earlier.
But it looked like the watermelon.
It did kind of spew. Yeah, I can go back.
Is there any way we can go on YouTube, right, and have a look?
Yeah,
Did he really have no head armor, or am I?
I can tell you in about 3 seconds. Here we are.
Yeah, I'm looking right.
No head armor.
What the fuck
is going on here?
You have no head armor against the bonus round, bro.
Yikes. Okay.
It wouldn't have, like, he's still dead. What am I watching? All right, Snax in the Tech 9. Story as old as time. An opening kill, something to work with, space taken. Molly towards connector. Galil loose on Cat, highlighted there by the obs. Up through into a potential crossfire. Xantares ticket, Woxic jungle, Calyx, sandwich.
Okay. Well, they have mid, and they've got ladder now, thanks to Nico. Match is pushed up in apartments, so he's not going to have much to say about them charging up short. Say that. Gets one quite comfortably. The flank's good. Hunter gets a necessary frag. Now Calyx finding Snax. Woxic straight on the warpath. Looking for Malbs as well on the site. Good damage, Malbs. Just that Tech 9 for 1. Oh no, 26 HP. Hunter in the 1v2. Not looking good. Not looking likely. Xantares just crab walks through. Locks it in, and a 4-0 EF start.
Yeah, fortunately, that's just the partial from G2. The bomb will give them all the cash that they could desire. Monacy will be into the AWP and all the goods. So this is where you look at a team like G2. What you want to do is put your fraggers in positions to do exactly that. So you need to have the basics down for the map control, right? So you want to be putting Nico in connector. You want to have Monacy going for the peak on the jump spot over towards B, or posting him up in Palace. So smoke window, force that player to rotate through jungle. But double AWPs from Eternal Fire on the CT side is the response off the back of that round win. This could be tough to deal with.
Snax takes early licks. Gets himself across the tap. Wakadia does look like he wants to swing with that flash. Doesn't do so.
They know he could be... Oh, okay, that's at top mid box. So the tap swing from Snax as the second flash comes through. Blind to Wakadia. Good information going both ways. Woxic posted in connector. Might need some support because that AWP could start to get overrun, as we can see. Take a look at the radar. It's almost a yellow line, right, with this default. Hunter quite passive, worried about underpass pushes as well as B. He will now start to crawl forward for space. Nico dealing with the A. And Malbs, Monacy, and Snax working through middle together. Here, it was close, wasn't it?
Really close. Monacy had his opportunity. Good damage from the nade onto Malbs. Bomb on the back of Snax. Doesn't want to go pushing smoke, delivering that to the doorstep of Wakadia. Thinks twice about it. Con occupied here by Malbs. Oh, this this is good timing from Wakadia. Very, very good timing. m0NESY hits the reaction shot necessary. Woxic's AWP is quick though onto Malbs. A second would be huge, puts the bomb on the ground. It's m0NESY back. Can m0NESY continue to do all the heavy lifting? The answer of a resounding no. Calix catches him from sight, puts it onto Hunter. And a very difficult 1 versus 3. Calix should have him right here. Oh, but a quick adjustment from Hunter makes it interesting. Gets the first. Ramp a threat, that's noted. 9 seconds to try and punch in this code, and it does look like he's found a safe haven to at least get that done. Knows Antares was ramp side, peeks over it, and now knows where Madja is thanks to that nade. Jungle and ramp for Hunter to solve this puzzle. You know he has to be around sight. Madja's had his potential escape, so Madja crawls through. Centaurus patient, clearing his options. They're actually worried about CT, but Centaurus isn't. Gets it clear, and a 5-0.
Okay, well, look, they have money for the AWP, so I'm curious to see, they'll just pick up one of the AWPs, and Taurus will keep an AK, you know that he loves it, and Hunter, the highest flyo, as we have 0 kills for Nico, 1 for Snacks, 2 for Malbs, and 2 for m0NESY, as he finally got on the board, and this was great from Woxic. I love the form we're seeing Woxic in. If Henry G was here...
Oh, mate. Yeah, he'd be losing his marbles. It's so exciting to see Woxic's form. It does feel as though he's back to full mouse sports Woxic.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not as crazy, right? But it's consistent in the positions that he's playing. And then when he gets the opportunity in rounds, you get to see a little glimpse of that as well. So this is great. 5-0 start. Taz on the timeout.
You mentioned the absence of kills for Nico, but what's so more alarming to me is 0 ADR. Yeah. The man hasn't even connected a bullet in the first 5 rounds, and he is a win condition for this G2 roster. m0NESY kept humble as well.
What do you feel about the pace that G2 are operating with? Because it's quite timid, right? They're not getting stuck in with the early fights. They're trying to play the utility game for the map control. I think Eternal Fire, when we talk about structure, is going to be better. Now, if I'm Nico and m0NESY, what I'd want to be doing right now is calling my shots. I'd want to be getting set up. That's what I was trying to emphasize before. Those are the 2 players that I think this team needs to ride or die on. Malbs as well, to some extent. Nico out mid. Here you go.
This is some pep. He wants this fight. He welcomes that engagement.
There you go.
Woxic deleted. Leg shot hit, short. Nico wobbly.
Oh, Alex!
Malbs goes down full spam through the boards. Tara's kept humble as well. Looking good, G2. That was one hell of a timeout.
And a G2 round. Standard util. Put a fragger in space and hit a headshot. It opens the gap. That second one from Malbs, a thing of beauty. Zentaris found, then traded. Good work. A G2 round, something looking a little bit more like the team that everybody would expect to see in the server right here, right now.
Nico out-duels an AWPer with a rifle, and then Malbs has a ridiculous spray, long range all the way through CT. That's the kind of individual rounds that G2 are known for converting and more than capable of doing so.
They've been able to pick up that AWP, so that will then get dropped in towards the hands of m0NESY. Oh, they'll even do it this round. I thought that would be into the next. Wakadia and Madja going to hold on to their guns. Or at least that's what they're looking to do, as Nico is having a waltz on low HP. Should get away with this one. And finally, a round post on the board. Scoreline reads 5-1. CT side for EF. They're going to be looking for about 7, I would say. I think, realistically, they're going to want 8. I think they're really going to be hoping that they can get 8. And they have enough for the purchase. So Zentares can drop an AWP across to that of Woxic. Or maybe it will be Wakadia. We'll wait and see, as actually Faber, he's going to take a tactical timeout. 30 seconds for him to have the conversation. And it's I think these are good moments to take these type of timeouts right before you're about to be bankrupt. Right? I like that. Like I say, don't do it after the fact.
Yeah.
Do it to avoid the problem, to make sure everybody understands, because this round is worth more than 1. Full buys, both teams. AWP's out. The G2 go for something with a little bit more spring in their step once more. You can see the Insta window lined up. And away we go. Triple mid smoke. So connector, short, and window. No, it's actually cat, sorry. A execute off the back of Snacks feigning the same or similar mid control. Woxic ticket, Calix. Oh!
Oh, he has a HE. Could maybe find the finish on that. Wogsig's got to be careful. The AWP, what? Oh, he was off the angle. They're already through. Calyx can't believe it. No support whatsoever. Snacks on Khan. Woxic under pressure. And that's an important duel for Malbs. He can't win it. Woxic gets one through the smoke, and now it's awkward for G2. Snacks and Nico. Up against 4. Edge of the smoke for Xantares. Doesn't get spotted out. Nico in the open now. Perfect. His positioning is so cruel, so good. Might even leave with another. It's just Snacks now in the 1v4.
3 of them are low. If he wins this fight on Magi, if the operative and well, the timeout converted. Great work. Eternal Fire back into the winning ways. Haven't stunted or stopped G2's economy. They have enough for another buy of their own, but this right here, Woxic, yeah, the timing, I saw him get off the line. I was like, well, he obviously doesn't know the fight's coming. The second that he finds the clear, that's huge. That's massive. I thought he maybe mantled up, right, and was just over the top, but that's very well done from the CT combo. Great work.
Oh man, it's tough out there watching G2. Falling apart. Honestly, that is hyper-aggressive now. Nade finds and punishes his aggressions. Snacks up underpass, but has to respect the incendiary. EF's Mirage looking tight.
And look at the radar. There's nobody really addressing A, and that is essentially the correct call. There's no one through Palace, no one through Ramp, and Monacy does find the opener.
Wow, good handling from Cardia. Couldn't quite finish off the job, but significant damage that Xantares can profit from. Gets them 2. On the cross short side. Resmoke window, that's the last of their resources. At least in the smoke department. Now what?
Apparently divide and conquer. So they're going to move Snacks into window, which he's hoping to get space, and I imagine flank B. With Monacy going through underpass, this will have to be a B split. And there's a Chotchki. I see a charm on Monacy's block.
Yeah, Monacy's got a charm. Kind of disappointed, actually.
Yeah, me too. Well, Snacks in window, so... Oh, come on, bro.
Well, he starts moving soon, right? He doesn't let Monacy play first. Oh, he does. Okay.
It's 25 seconds.
So, yeah. So, hopefully that's enough of a distraction that he catches a rotator. Ooh, he hears it coming.
I think Calyx will catch him, though.
Whoa, that's a nasty one! That's not good! It's not good at all! Oh, no!
At least they won a tournament together.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was
a good win.
Ay, caramba. Oh, we'll see this pick onto Woxic. Nice
the highlight of the round. Now, fumble of the day yesterday was from EF.
Second timeout used for G2, and yeah, this is just kind of a montage of the mental state for G2 right now. I mean, I cannot express how psychologically testing it is to go from lifting a trophy to getting on an aeroplane, plug it in your mouse and keyboard again, and finding yourself staring down the barrel of elimination day 2. You could not...
Which is by nature of the group, isn't it? Because if they were in Group A, they could have been eliminated on day 1.
Yeah, true. That's for real, for real. It's Tech9's. Let's get started. Let's get into it. Will G2 have a recovery of a half? They've done it before. Can they do it again? It's with these half buys. This is where they can do some of their more dastardly work. EF, though, have had their finger on the pulse of this G2 attack. They've had a good understanding as to what's coming and have handled it so far with class, and it looks like they're doing it again. Look
this
at this
one
read.
could get out of control.
Dude, Xantares is already going there.
Yeah, you're right. You're bang on.
Fudge. This fake's not going to achieve much. Maybe pulls one of them off.
Well, Calyx is ahead of the smoke wall.
Okay, well, Magic gets the info and he gets it safely. Now he gets overrun! Oh, but Bacardi is there in time. Long range Tech9, not gonna happen. Denied at the door. And Monacy, what's he supposed to do? He hits a nice headshot, doesn't finish off the job, and Hunter was the guy throwing.
So, look, this is a round where obviously it's not a full buy, right? But when you try and play a round like this,
you're faking into a black box. So you don't know what is, you know what's being sent, but you don't know what's being received. So then when you're hoping that they have a fear factor enough. Oh. Okay. He's through.
Counter-terrorists win.
Anyway, guns will come out. I said they'd like 8, didn't I? I said 8.
You did. You did say 8 would be nice.
I think they'd love 9.
I bet they would. I bet they would. Holy moly! I don't understand. Why does nothing make sense anymore?
No, it does make sense.
It does?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
This is them on their worst day.
On a bad day. You've seen them on a good day?
Yeah.
And now you've seen them on a bad day.
This is a team with no structure.
What's that? Was there a smoking spawn? It's a T smoking spawn.
Looks pretty.
Yeah, it looks cool. That does too. For Woxic, catches the Hunter progression.
EF are a better overall team.
They look like a good team.
Maybe not better players, player for player, but they're a better team. So I would prefer them to win, you know? Looking at what we're seeing right now from G2. Like, what are we seeing from G2?
Not much. Not much.
Oh, look at him go. Look at him go.
Bro, he's been so, like, chill and passive for 9 rounds straight.
He might get caught, though.
It's pretty cool, though.
Stop now, man. Just stop. I can't quite believe it. I cannot quite, but that's the bomb he spotted as well. Hello!
No! Checked it! Mongolz had a look! Oh my goodness. Okay, that's a little like a divine intervention there.
Something to work with.
Something.
This is the moment that restarts the heart of G2.
You're right, Chad. You're absolutely right, because Woxic is going to have to move. And he's not going to do anything. There you go, you see? And Centaurez, on the other hand, is just standing in the open. He welcomes an angel. Give me one, and Malbs does. He obliges, and Monacy catches the Bacardia swing for the trade. Okay. Calix, what have you got for us? Woxic rotating CT. Malbs is just going to swing through. Great crosshair placement from Calix, brought down by Monacy. It's up to Woxic in the clutch. And just as he switches away, he does well to dip out, throws out the nade in pursuit of Snacks, can't finish him off. And Monacy and Nico decide we're just going to finish this. We're going to bring the fight to the AWP. He can't fire 2 bullets simultaneously. He has to bolt. And so both positioned to punish the save. It'll be Monacy to take the contact, Nico to swing off of it. Oh, lovely. 2 rounds for G2 to work with so far.
Do we see a favored timeout?
What, you mean immediately after losing the second round, you take your second timeout?
Well,
could do.
Look, honestly, if I win the half 10-2 and I use 2 timeouts in the first half and then I only need pistol with the conversions and I win, I'd much prefer to take that than an 8-4 half after not taking a timeout.
For real? Okay.
Right? He isn't taking it. We are back underway, but the finances for Eternal Fire will be in, well, the dog swamp next round if they don't win this one. So keep your eyes peeled. G2, have you found some form? Have you found some fire? Because 4 can work. 4 is doable. The CT side of G2 should be very strong. Need a breakthrough. So Malbs and Nico postured over towards A ramp. Snacks out behind the mid smoke. Monacy to try and assist him. Hunter up to the traditional trap of underpass/B. Monacy's pivoting over. Got Madra on the jump spot. Bacardia short. Okay, back and forth he's called. Heaps of utility held onto as well from G2. EF are more than happy to give them the mid control. I imagine that's because it doesn't feel like they can do a lot with said mid control. So kind of battening down the hatches towards the sides. Woxic starting to search towards ramp. Now, does he clear the close right? This isn't a great fight for an AWP. Maybe Calix will for him?
Yep. And the team plays there. Calix does bring down Malbs. Awkward for G2. And Snacks has managed to clear out short. Oh, Nico goes down to the Woxic AWP. Another impactful half again.
Hunter's close though.
Yeah, overlooked.
They're in.
Another. They've actually found the necessary frags here. Calix is just a imminent death. Honestly, we'll catch him.
And there you go.
So, Snacks is the best player on G2.
There you have it. So, Zentaris will have to save. Final round, they're only going to get 1900 as the loss bonus. And there's a real possibility for 4. 4 is very doable, and they can turn things around. And then, once we go to the third map of Dust 2 and they run with all the momentum of the blue wall CT side that they're about to erect, they'll be looking good to take things in 3.
Okay.
It is Very possible. I'm not even being facetious.
No, exactly. And what's also funny is that, you know, that timeout discussion, you drew attention to just how different a 10-2 and an 8-4 feel when you're up against a G2 CT side. So now with 3 in the bank, thanks to some handiwork from the 4 of them, or the 3 of them, excuse me.
I think it's really rough. Like, G2 obviously opted to start T-side Anubis, but then it's their map choice of Mirage, so they have to start T-side because Eternal Fire are picking CT, right? They don't get the option. It's just for a team that has bad T-sides, or maybe that's a poor way to say it. Maybe a team that is very individually driven, so the T-sides don't fall back with on structure or puzzle solving in the same way.
Yeah.
If you're not really feeling your day, to dig yourself out of those problems is a lot tougher, and we're seeing that. So Zentaro saves, he drops 1. Wakadia gets that. MP9s for everybody else. Those pesky MP9s. Can they find a 9th for Eternal Fire?
Two smokes this time, and a Molotov for the con peak. Snag starts to go very quickly towards that side of the map. Zentaris is going to be flashed in for this, and look at that. I mean, just a combination of nade, flash, and swing.
They have to go B, they have to go now.
Nadja, going to drop out this van smoke. Gives him something to play around. Molly towards the bench might limit his options. Actually, he brings the fight back to them. He might mantle up. Let's Wakadia take first contact, and now with Mal's lows, and Torres a very sliver gap. And Madja does well to equalize. Brings down Nico and slows this round down.
Calix has been heard by Hunter. Woxic T-spawn push. Calix gets away. Can he live? Can he get out of con?
I don't know. I don't think so. The Molotov will seal the deal. Gets away. Not today. Gets caught. Hunter with the last bullet of the spray. Woxic coming for the flank. Madja being heard with the lick of the flame. They know he was jungle. Smoke from Malbs to acknowledge that. Nade on the plant. Actually, will tag down Malbs. Makes it a 2v2. Well thrown.
Well, where's Woxic? That's the question if I'm G2 right now.
Behind the con smoke. Hunter, he's holding for it. Oh, God. Woxic's quick today.
Monacy clutch.
Has to be.
No kit.
Has to be. The Monacy clutch and catches Madja jumping around evasive maneuvers. Monacy has the cross, but the smoke. Oh, there's a gap. He can work with this. Woxic gets across. He allows him to cross. And now behind the smoke, it's not the perfect weapon for the job. He's going for the defuse. Monacy reads it. 8-4. Is it workable? Can G2 take us the distance? Or is this the last map they play in Rio? So far, in a map and a half, G2 have got 8 rounds total. It's not been fantastic. It's been far from it. G2 are on the verge of elimination here in the second day of play for Group B. And we're ready to see this elimination match reach its end. Will it be on Mirage? We're about to find out. Chad highlighting that Eternal Fire perhaps taking their foot off the gas just a little, letting G2 close out the last 3 rounds of the half has made this competitive scoreline just a little bit more obtainable.
Definitely so. I think that G2, they get the pistol round, they get things rolling, they can bring this map back. It's their map choice, and we can go the distance, the third, Dust 2, a map that they can very well win. This one's not over just yet, but this pistol might have massive ramifications as Hunter aggressive, Nico window, m0NESY looking towards underpass, and Hunter needs to find this one.
Very hard shot to Makadia, well drilled. Forces m0NESY to respect it. They hear the dismount, so they have a good idea as to what the setup was. Hang on. Nico, window, hard shot found. Has to kill Makadia. Nico hitting shots.
Beautiful.
Takes down the 2 stars of the Eternal Fire show. And, ooh, plucks Calyx out of the air. Madger's on the ramp. Good luck, have fun. And a P250 for Madger, all he's got to work with. Bomb spotted towards the ramp. G2 make a relocation of their resources.
By all accounts, after that opening exchange where Hunter goes down and m0NESY backing off, the window that was then open, timing-wise and literally, because they were under Nico. He bows them out in a big way.
Ooh, Malbs had a chance there. Ricardi's hit a good goosh. And m0NESY's not interested in letting them back into this round. Hits the shot necessary. Spotted. 1 bullet would do it to Madger, and they go for the knife. Oh, you stole away his orb cache.
Yeah, he could have been getting himself out the big green. Nico wants that one, though. We'll throw that onto the tally. Gets himself up to 6, so a very impactful pistol round there for Nico. I think his most impactful round of the map so far. This outstarted. Wakadia dealing with Hunter's aggression, but look, that's a specky one, but it's Nico's double in window that is the highlight for me.
It was 8-1. Oh my god. This is the biggest win streak on this event, 3 rounds in a row. Let's make it 4 now.
Hey, keeping the vibes high.
Yeah, good. I mean, that's something Hunter's definitely capable of, isn't it? Trying to keep the troops' morale high, even in the face of adversity.
But watch how quickly this gap closes, right? Like, no joke, because they win the pistol. Now it's essentially eco from EF. They have a deagle, sure. Wakadia afforded that opportunity because of his kill. If he can get some damage, that's the best they're looking for. But for G2, this will probably be pretty spotless, I'd imagine. Guns come out into the next round. Scoreline 8-6 at that point. G2 win the gun round. 8-7 has to be another partial from EF. We're tied up 8-8. And we're on to map number 3. That's how quick. Blink and you miss it. Wow, they're at least allowing G2 to work through a lot of their utility. It's just 2 smokes and a flash remaining. m0NESY might get to farm here.
Yeah, that would make up for the absence of the knife kill. Ooh, he's farming. He's got the full combine harvester out. Gets himself 1200. 1 tick. Deleted.
There we go.
Yeah, triple kill with the SMG. So that's definitely going to help farm up some cash.
Does he upgrade into the AWP, or does he? Yes, he does, immediately.
Instantly.
Immediately. He's not going to mess around with that silly business, and understandably so, right? You're in a position now where you can start taking control of this game. Well, the buy does come in for EF. They would have had the break to discuss, the start of the game. All right, if we win the pistol, we go here. If we don't, this is when we're going to bring out the rifles. Obviously, those things can change based on plants, based on the amount of damage. But first rifle round, and I'm sure EF were expecting G2 to pick this map today. So let's see what their prep work looks like. m0NESY starting solo A with the AWP. Malbs has been boosted up in towards the vent. So Nico will be floating jungle/window. Hunter aggressive on cats. Snacks to lock down the B site with this MP9. Now, I want to say a default spread, but EF have done nothing to try and vie for this mid control just yet. You can see a smoke dotted there on the radar towards the mid window, which has now come to its logical conclusion. Madger pivoting back over towards A. Now, throwing out a bit of util from the A side was Madger. Madger just ran all the way back to where you throw the stairs smoke from to throw a window smoke. I wonder if he's trying to fool them with trajectory.
Yeah, that's meta. That's crazy. It came from A. It came from A. Get ready, A.
Yeah, really, though.
Yeah. Potentially.
And now Woxic's throwing the A fake. So...
Oh, mind games. The mind games are very real. He's going to commit to this as well. Snacks. Snacks has a lot to do. Snacks has a lot to do. Oh, they're all over him. Oh, it's disastrous. Empty-handed RG2. One back from Hunter's FAMAS for the double molly. There's nothing for you here. What's the Chad Birchall review?
Mongolz had an orbit ticket.
And Woxic just one-banged him.
I don't know if he one-banged him, but he definitely leveled him.
Yep. Flattened him. And then they hit B. After all of that, hubbub. After 3 smokes land A, after Woxic gets a kill on A, and suddenly there's 4 people flooding into the B bomb site. Gangster. Really cool.
Damn.
Well, that AWP didn't get to do much, did it? Didn't get to do anything. Let's see if we can see the Woxic kill.
Here it is.
Oh my God.
Yes, I felt that that was the type of shot he would have had to have hit. Filthy from Woxic. That is an amazing first gun round. An absolutely amazing first gun round from EF.
Like,
okay.
So well put together. Every piece of it. Working in, synchronicity with one another.
Well, now they're dealing with what is a G2 eco. There's a Deagle for Nico and Malbs, and they do their best work on those Deags.
Gosh.
Hunter with a 5-7. We've seen Tessus with some potency on that yesterday versus... No, that was Shush yesterday, wasn't it? On Cat versus G2.
5-7 that ended the game.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's really going to come down to this flash trap. And 4 players currently reside in middle. This is possible.
Has to be one hell of a flash. 2 available. Snacks has 1. Malbs from Con the other. As they start to maneuver this contact through Con. 4 players just about to play the fade. This is going to be horrifying for Malbs. And for Nico. Now the jig is up. What have you got, Nico? What can you do? Can't hit with Cardia in time. Falls into place beautifully for Eternal Fire. A lot of dinks there from Monacy. Puts some damage down range, finishes off Calix and gets out of there.
So that little script that we were talking about of how G2 can work back into it and take control, it does get a bit harder from here, obviously, with the change, right? They took that eco, which normally when teams, find themselves in that type of position, maybe we would see the force come through. But I think because next round, 1900 loss, everyone's going to be touch and go, right? We're talking 3 players just around that 4K mark. Monacy a little bit lower. And Snacks is actually going to sacrifice and buy the AWP. So Monacy gets the AWP. Everybody should have a rifle. Util is one of the bigger questions, I imagine, for blocking key areas of the map. It's 2 FAMASes, and that's on your anchor players. So keep that in mind. If they are in 1-to-1 duels, like where it's heads up, they're not going to have... Well, they don't have AKs, but at least the F4 slightly better. More than slightly. Here's Nico, charging up the guts.
Yeah, he's going to try and take matters into his own hands. A head-to-head duel with Centaurez. 2 of the most talented and gifted aimers in Counter-Strike. And Centaurez, he's brought down by Monacy, gets the revenge at least.
I think with the AWP in play, maybe it's something that they weren't necessarily expecting. So how much more can Monacy pull out of this? I think... Looking at the util, so we have 2 smokes remaining for EF. One of them... No, Wakadia has flashes. I was going to say grouping up and executing against an AWP might be the best way to try and finish things off.
Yeah, it does look like they're maneuvering to try and finish B, but they have just borrowed Monacy into the back of bench. And that works out. Nice angle. Catches Wakadia's crawl.
I feel you still have to go B. They're so committed.
Yeah, they've got no info anywhere else. 3 members of G2 occupy middle right now, so their response time is going to be quite snappy. Monacy looking for more impact. Magic has taken down Snacks, and oh, he can't hit it! Calix, thanks to the flashes from Woxic, has managed to open up this B-bomb site. Nice composed taps from Malbs, makes it a 2-on-2.
Woxic has the flank. It's like he knows he's coming.
Yeah. Hunter should be a dead man. There's no way you can win this duel with an angle held like that. Too easy for Woxic. Continues to be a nuisance, a problem. 16 frags and counting from Woxic, majority of which with the rifle, I hasten to add. No kit, no hope here for Malbs. 11th round coming in hot. Nice B finish. Despite Monacy's contributions, it's just not enough. And just going to recover the best weapon for the job if Woxic lets you. What a drive-by that one was.
Do you think there is literally any correlation between the fact that left-hand model being added to the game, Woxic being a lefty, Like, it's probably
it does
nothing,
synchronize,
but it's kind of crazy, right?
True, actually. If you were trying to pinpoint the exact moment when Woxic started to have this upswing in form, probably synchronizes quite nicely.
Like, it's amazing to see. I think, you know, some of the... I think some of the woes for Woxic were probably motivation, which has changed. Like, the older you get, the maturer you become. But the ability was never in question. But in recent times, it was, because it was like, oh, maybe he can't deliver in modern CS.
Well, he was always this kind of, this player that, like, maybe he doesn't have the best comms, or maybe doesn't have
Not great with the util. Now he's better at almost everything.
He does it as a full package.
And now he's still banging heads.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing to see his development as a player at a later age. You know, he's not describing a granddad.
No, well, Xantaras and Woxic, they've been on our screens for a very long time. And Madja too, formerly a 1.6 player.
Actually, quite an older roster when you put it like that.
And Calix was part of this team as well back when they were space soldiers at the majors once upon a time. It's Wakadi is the only new boy. All right, 2 rounds, Eternal Fire. You can send G2 packing in last place. First at the Blast Fall Finals. Best of 5, a win over Na'Vi, breaking Alexi B's streak against the Core. And then to fly all the way to Rio. A week later, 2 days at Counter-Strike, and you lose to Heroic in a best of 1 and Eternal Fire in a best of 3.
Gonna leave a mark for G2. They're being very, very diligent. He just fires off a bullet for info. Doesn't catch wind of much. And they're heading into a wide open bomb site. No one's here. Nico's going to try as fast as he can to tuck in just in time. But they've really timed this well. Like, you've got 50 seconds for your take. You isolate the first duel. You remove Nico from the equation. The rotations come through, and the frags are just going to come your way. One by one, they fall. G2 up against the ropes. As Eternal Fire are going to have 6 opportunities. 6 series points. 6 eliminating G2 points. They cannot falter a single time. Is this going to be the last round we see from G2 in Rio? 6 chances for the Turkish side. I will, however, present the caveat that in the past, Eternal Fire closing has not always been a strong thing.
It can be a tough task, right? And this is the thing. If Eternal Fire want to be considered a contender in World Counter-Strike, getting past teams in this fashion, you have to.
You just 13-6 them.
Yeah, you have to.
That's what you do.
Exactly. This is it. Xantaras, A ramp. Molly holds him at bay. Malbs starting deep within the site. Monacy with that AWP. 19 kills for him. Snacks, Nico, and Hunter combined have 19. Calix probing B. Hasn't necessarily always needed to be the punish on Snacks, but something that they can look for as the finish. Something that was highlighted by the desk. A conversation that has been had as Snacks struggling in the KD department.
Round after round, empty-handed. It can degrade your confidence. A necessary component to good Counter-Strike. Window smoke thrown out. Madja doing a little double combo, con and window.
Oh, he's missed it.
He has missed it. Okay.
Well, there's no one in window. Nico can go and peer now. He wasn't posted up, so information that the sector's clear. A flash over and a swing, being diligent about it. Like selling a B fake. Nico's rotating B.
Monacy's rotating B.
It's just Malbs. He's in a pass.
It's been faked out. Completely faked out. Snacks actually delivers a great kill onto Calix.
Oh, no. They know Malbs has to be here somewhere.
They're looking for him. They've got a good idea as to where he is, and Taras was holding for a second. But Macardia nails it! Oh, dear. G2. 3 deaths away from elimination. It's so perfect for Eternal Fire. A clean conversion to close it out. All coming from CT. Nico unable to do anything. A dink onto Wakadia. All he has to celebrate. And now up to the last 2 of them. Snacks and Hunter for the clutch. A good headshot back. More required. Woxic has con. Xantaras up on Tetris. The time ticking further away. It looks good. It looks great. Only Snacks can save them. There should be nothing left. Just 1 bullet into the pole, and we are locked in. Eternal Fire knocked out G2 from first to last. Copenhagen lifting the trophy. Rio out day 2.
not present Ji-Hoo in the server in back-to-back days as Eternal Fire show class. This team on the rise throughout 2024. Turkish Counter-Strike on the map as it's going to be a long flight home for the international squad. From the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, EF, well, they right now are riding a high. They're going to be finding themselves playing forward throughout the tournament. This lower bracket isn't going to be easy. They will be taking on the Mongolz. So, National Counter-Strike, head-to-head clash. Two teams with heavy hitters, good structure to stay alive in the lower bracket, but class from EF today. Love to see it.
Pain, Imperial, 9Z, G2.
Who's the odd one out?
Yeah, there's one sticking out like a very sore thumb. That is going to leave a mark. G2, the volatility continues. Highs, lows, they're in the valley right now, though. They are not feeling good. It is going to be a sinking feeling as they unplug their mouse and keyboards here, as Eternal Fire continue to go from strength to strength.
Strong game from m0NESY. He was towards the tippy top of that scoreboard there, but regardless, G2 are eliminated. The stars did not shine, the individuals did not carry them through. We've got an interview ready on the sidelines.
I think that we just didn't arrive. And that's the only thing we can say. There's a lot of stuff that we could talk about, but I think that mainly we were just not sharp enough. Yep. And it's not like, G2 needs to hit headshots to win the tournaments. Like, we just literally were off. And I think that it's a very good lesson before the end of the year, and we just need to take it as it is and get better.
How hard is it, though, to reset from, say, like the highs of Copenhagen, you go from lifting a trophy, then to come straight into a group stage, but also you didn't have any practice days either?
It's, if you look at this score, then I can say it's hard. But I think that's just not fair enough to say that, because we won, now we lost. It's I guess, something that we needed after a very good start with the lineup. We had very decent results, and I prefer us to have a big lesson here in Rio, than have a lesson at the World Finals or a major. So a lot to, maybe not that much to take out from this loss, but definitely we need to come back ready.
What's next for G2 in terms of, obviously, you'll have a bit more time now, right? Will it be straight back to practice and get yourselves ready for the next two events?
I mean, definitely we need to step up and grind our way back. Let's take step by step. Let's regroup. We will talk and we will make decisions.
Any words for the fans out there?
I'm very sorry to the fans for what we showed, but we still were fighting. It wasn't like we didn't try. So thank you for supporting, and next time we'll be back.
Thank you very much, Taz.
Thank you.
Well, try, and try again. That's what G2 is going to have to do, or at least they tried here in this series. But as it turns out, Eternal Fire are significantly better than G2 today. Speaking of which, we've got Major here on the desk with us. Congratulations, man. You just knocked out G2. How you feeling?
Hello, guys. Hello, everyone. Today we showed a pretty good face of Eternal Fire, and we won a good match against G2. But today, because it's a strong team, maybe tomorrow we can lose, and that's all.
I think yesterday it was obvious you guys just got into the tournament a little bit slow. For Xantares as well, felt like his worst performance in a long time. Was that anything else, just the first game of the tournament?
I don't know, it was a bad day, to be honest. Like, I think we started really bad on T side on Inferno. Like, we had a very good opportunity on the pistol, but we threw it, and after that they just play aggressive a lot, Boiler and House, and we cannot punish them, and we try to come back as City. I think we play good City side, but small details on BO1, the momentum, and we lost. But today I'm very happy about my teammates because we had a good game plan. We talked a lot yesterday night. Everything, like, it was very good, and the firepower was really better than yesterday, and this is what is important for my team.
Yeah, your last game before this tournament was the Pro League finals, right? Like against Navi on LAN. That was a great series. They're the best team in the world. How much different it is from that game playing against the G2 that we saw today?
I think we showed a similar phase like we did in April Pro League against Navi and today against G2, because we play good CS, I think, and Yeah, I think I'm happy that we showed the same face that we did in EPL. Like in this match, it's important to be always like this. Sometimes we are like Astralis, we fall down, but we need to keep what we do and keep this road.
Be careful now. You're gonna upset him. He's talking about Astralis. You never know.
For your own sake, don't be Astralis. You know, it's probably
No, Astralis is a good team. To be honest, they play really well. They punish them. They had a game plan, I think, and. Yeah,
but that's the way I see it. You only had one bad half yesterday. Apart from that, you've been playing good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Be honest with me here. Were you surprised today that G2 didn't put up much more of a fight? I know you guys played well, obviously, but you're on the server. Did you feel that they were way off, as Tess also said?
I think they had the game maybe a day off a little. I don't know, but I didn't do so well. I think I did good calls, but my teammates just killed them. Like I don't know if the situation was more advantage to us, but I think. G2 is one of the best team in the world. Like they have the best player in the world, and it's always a pleasure to play against them. And I'm very happy and proud of my teammates that we won against such a team like this. And we know keep working.
Yeah, because now back against the wall kind of situation, right? So for Eternal Fire, you've got the Mongolz ahead of you. Tell me a little bit about that game in terms of style versus G2
really, there. Yeah, really different teams playing with different styles. Like it's really close game against them every time. We will see. Like we are able to win G2, but we're also able to lose Mongolz. Yeah. But Mongolz is playing really well. I think in Vitality in Inferno, they had the game and they throw it. I think Mongolz is going up, and it's a really great team, and they have a style different, more ballsy, I think. Yeah. We will see. But. Yeah.
Well, look, since we've got you here, we do have another matchup coming up with FaZe and Liquid. So I kind of want to pick your brain on that one. What do you think about the new look and the look that we have with Liquid right now? Because we're going to get into FaZe, don't worry, that's a whole different kettle.
I think Twist doing a great job as a leader. I think they play well. Ultimate is playing good. Yesterday he didn't play really well, but I think he's a great player also. I think Liquid is a good team. They need to keep doing what they do, and I think it's going to be a great match against FaZe.
Even when FaZe decides not to show up to the server sometimes. Like, what do you think about the current state of FaZe?
Yeah, well, to be honest, Carrigan is still one of the best leader, maybe the best leader in the game, actually. So they have great individually. I think maybe the lack of, not motivation, but how can I say in English? But from outside, like they try to come back on the world, but it's still FaZe. Like they do great comeback. Like it's FaZe.
You can't discount it, right?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Major, why don't you go ahead and talk to your daughter? It's about that time.
Yes, and my son. Every time I forget my son.
Oh, no.
My wife say, if you forget my son, because he's really small. He's 1 year old. And
how could you, man? Unbelievable.
And after that, he will watch the video. He will say, Daddy, well, you...
When he's older, he'll go back.
Yeah. Because my daughter understand the game, understand me, and etc. But not my son. But Defne, güzel kızım, oğlum Aslan ve karım Ceren. Size çok seviyorum. I love you. This is for you. Every time I work for you guys, it's for you everything.
Oh, that was nice. Nice little taper into the Englando there. Hey, thank you very much, man.
I translate for people understanding.
You did great. You did great.
Thank you very much.
Also, Woxic did great. Thank you, Major. Yes, Woxic, our United States Air Force Aim High player of this match, undoubtedly. 39-15 kind of speaks the story on its own, but the multi-kills. Well, G2, I don't know. Maybe it was just kind of easy today.
Yeah, I think it's a great sign for Eternal Fire that the individuals, keep playing on the level that we saw at Pro League in those playoffs. Woxic, especially, I think he had the biggest uptick in performance, right? Yeah. Xantares, really consistent. Vicadia also stepped up, and that's the recipe for this Eternal Fire team, because definitely, the foundations are there, and now it's just about the players taking it to the next level.
Yeah, very much agree. I think Woxic had a great game, and to be completely honest, as I said, it feels like Eternal Fire have had one bad half in this tournament against Astralis, where they couldn't get anything going on the T side. Apart from that, they've been looking great. They demolished G2 today, and regardless of G2 playing well, regardless of G2 not showing up, winning in that fashion they did today, that's a statement in itself. So I clearly see them as a favorite going in versus the Mongolz tomorrow as well.
So humor me here for a second, Yanko. The G2 that we got today, is it more glaring that G2 didn't show up in the server, or that Eternal Fire was just hands above the best?
I think it's a little bit of both, as always, but this is not by accident that G2 has not showed up. I mean, you win a tournament and then you don't practice at all before coming here. Like, I understand that the schedule is grueling, right? But wouldn't you want, after just taking down Navi, who's beaten you so many times, to just sort of keep that good vibe and that good energy, right? I'm not saying you go in because, first of all, obviously your team needs a lot of work. Like, I don't know, like for Taz talking about results, like sure, that's important, but the eye test doesn't lie. I mean, they have a lot of flaws and holes in their game they need to work on, and when they win most of the time, it's due to the individuals making like great plays and having good starts and playing from ahead, right? So I think for that, you need to put a couple of days in there, you know, make it light practice, but make sure the hype is up, the energy is good, that you're still trying to improve on a couple of things, putting some reps in. You knew your opponent on day one, maybe like think ahead a little bit as well, because we come in, Nikos had the worst tournament of his career.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with you not putting any practice in between that? You know, different players will put in different amounts of hours when they have time off. You know, someone who has a kid and a family compared to someone who's 18 years old and just like has nothing else, you know, not much to do outside of grinding CS, right? That's why you have the team activities in there to make sure that everyone is putting at least something in. And yeah, going from winning a tournament to going out in last place, I mean, everything good that sort of has happened in recent times, now it's gone down the drain.
Yeah, and these numbers, what are they telling you, Jacob?
Well, they're telling me that none of them showed up. You know, for Nico to have such an impactful tournament in Copenhagen, where he was definitely an MVP candidate, to then come in here and completely drop the ball, not only him individually, but with his team as well. You know, none of them really showed up apart from Monesi. I think, again, you can point towards him and say he did what he could in this matchup. He did what he could in this tournament. I very much agree with what Janko said right here. It does feel like a bit of a mismanaged in terms of how you're trying to ride that high that you build up for yourself from Copenhagen heading into Rio.
Because, bro, you're going to have a lot of time to rest if you go out in last place. Yeah. You have a lot of time to chill now. You can go back home tomorrow if you want and have days off, right? Like, that's the point. It's like you can't take stuff for granted just because you were making playoffs in other tournaments or having deep runs, right? Like, you can't ever take it for granted. And we've seen, like, the players just were not ready to play. Individually, they didn't show up. As a team, they looked probably the worst out of any team so far in Rio. And for a team that has the caliber of players that they have, and that their aspirations are to lift trophies and to, you know, maybe win the major, like,
G2's not winning the major.
You are nowhere close to doing that. Yeah. And the reason for that is, against these teams, you know, why do you have faith in Navi? Because Navi has faith in themselves. The players do. They've done it countless times. Come back, come from behind. They have things to fall back on. They have structure. Players are rehearsed on these maps in making these moves. Like, G2 doesn't have any of that. That's why when you see them lose Anubis, right, which they were gonna lose more likely anyway, right, you have no confidence that they're going to do it on Mirage, because the players probably don't have that confidence, because every time they win, or it's because they're dominant from the get-go. If they have to play from behind, if they get into a hole early, they don't have a deep enough playbook or to be able to execute that or to come back. It's only hero plays. Chad and Alex painted the picture perfectly. It's like, okay, they make it to 8-4, they win the pistol, and then again it all falls apart. Unless they can keep rolling and individuals, you know, sort of waking up, it's gone. There's nothing there.
Isn't it crazy that that's the way you phrase and speak about a team that just won a tournament, that just took down Navi in a best-of-5 grand final just a week ago? I agree with you. And always, you know, you got to take the interviews with a grain of salt as well. Tess saying that he doesn't really buy into the argument that it's all about, you know, individuals stepping up and it was the team not showing up. I agree with you. We even heard Apex in Copenhagen say that, to be completely honest, he looks at the new version of G2 and he feels like they're less tactical. You know, they rely less on team play, less on structure than they did with Huxi back in the day. So it's moving in the wrong direction almost for my money as well. Right now, I don't like what I see for G2, and I even said it in Copenhagen. It was nice to see them play well. It was lovely to see Monesi pop off, lovely to see Nico pop off as well, but it's not a team that I have any faith in whatsoever coming into every tournament. Sure, they can win it, you know, occasionally, and sure, they can go into the major and make a playoff run because they have some of the best players in the world, but they don't have the structure like Navi. They don't have the structure like so many other teams.
They can also bomb out in last place.
Exactly. You know, they can also not qualify for the major.
At that rate, yeah, I think so.
For this one 2 years ago.
That is a rough way to go out for G2, but I think, you know, we've kind of put the nail in the coffin there that is G2's attendance in Rio this year, which does lead me into the brackets, because it would be a pretty adequate time to just kind of look and see where we are, kind of a litmus test, if you would. So with those brackets, it's going to look a little bit like this over here in Group A. Navi Furia have found the success that they needed in day one to secure themselves playoff spots, and then it looks down into that lower bracket and it gets freaking weird, Jacob.
It's still the biggest surprise to me that Furia were able to play so well yesterday. Of of course, we tried to paint the picture, Janko, saying yesterday morning that obviously they would come in super, super motivated, but for them to take down FaZe rather convincingly, for them to win a best-of-3 series against Mouse and book a spot inside the playoff right here already by now, to me, that's the biggest surprise of Group A so far. And then you have the lower bracket, obviously, with FaZe slowly but surely getting warmed up, and I feel sorry for Team Liquid because that matchup is usually not a fair one.
Yeah, it usually doesn't end well for Liquid, does it?
Yeah, at least in recent times, right? And Complexity also took down Mouse 2 times at Pro League, so they'll be looking for revenge as well. But I don't know, Trace, you and me were here 2 years ago when Navi Furia played in that, quarterfinal game, and that was just mental. I'm looking forward for Furia to be in the arena one more time.
We need Symbol back, huh?
I mean, at this point, like, this place...
He is back, just with Falcons.
Yeah, it's true. A little bit different now, all around the edges. So is Group B. Vitality finding that success that we just discussed. And then there's that Astralis Heroic. Jacob, I know you're a big fan of both teams, and you, in some way, shape, or form, vicariously wish you were in the server in the jersey as well.
Not really, to be completely honest. But I do think it's a fun matchup, a grudge match between the two teams, the two organizations. I think pretty much everyone involved in that game dislike each other one way or another. So it's a cool one. And I saw the first map as well. It was getting loud. It was getting tense. It was getting close. So it's not a bad one to look out for. Curious to see who's going to win that. Massive opportunity for both Astralis and Heroic to book a playoff spot. We spoke about it yesterday. Both of these organizations, both of the teams need success desperately, and one of them will get it in an hour or two.
And I think that semi-final spot is wide open for Vitality, because whoever comes on the other side, whether it's Astralis or Heroic, they're a massive favorite in there. And if anything, it sort of seems to be set up slowly, working towards that Vitality Navi, being on the opposite sides of the bracket in the playoffs, which would be
ideal.
Ideal, yes.
Yeah, the most ideal. Here, we'll just take a quick look in at that B stream as well. Just like we were talking about, Heroic were in the driver's seat first map. Looks like they're starting off the second one right, Jacob.
Yeah, they were looking great yesterday as well. And I think, for Heroic, we spoke about it. When you look at the lineup, when you look at the player material as well, I think they have good players in pretty much all positions. We labeled Kixen as an up-and-coming in-game leader, a nice prospect. We know the qualities of Tessus and Shoes from the old Heroic days. Dexter is supposedly, a star upper. He still needs to get going. Was looking good yesterday. And Nerds was probably the odd one left out from that old Ents lineup. So I look at that lineup from Heroic, and I think they should be better than they have been. So it's nice to see them finally come together and maybe put some of that potential to fruition.
I think for me, it's a little bit similar to Navi almost, right? Like there's not a clear superstar on the team. Maybe you're thinking about Nerds a little bit, potentially like Dexter when he's peaking, right? But they have solid players and they have a really good coach in Saw. So just like with Navi, it took them a while to really get going, to get on the same page, right? To get enough reps in and experience as a team together. So maybe this is a sign of things to come for Heroic, and it would be a great timing for it as well as we're nearing that major.
I think you're spot on. They do remind me a bit of Navi in that sense, and some of those lack of reps, is because of Dexter and the travel issues and all that kind of stuff. So it kind of put them back a month or two in the progress, but seemingly it's looking good for Heroic now.
Yeah, seemingly it's come somewhat together so far, at least in that series. For us, we're going to look at this break so we can get in the backside of this last game, and I mean that of FaZe and Liquid. So make sure you don't adjust your dials, and really, if you're watching Counter-Strike and it's not the Intel Extreme Masters, are you really watching Counter-Strike at all? We'll be right back after this.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With FaceIt Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Yeah, it feels like on some level they're just trying to get their default working. They really want to try and perfect it, or at least get something reasonable. KDN has a good chance onto Nerds. Yeah, not expecting him over the top so quickly. Dexter gets one back through the smoke. Blow on it with the HE, reveals position. Cadian flies around the corner. Tessus has seen him. An easy wide swing. Device will slip in, but this will be covered off. Shush and Tessus group. Device has a good chance to get on the board here. Sees the shadows, knows that they're coming. How does Tessus win that?
Kixan should be dead to rights. They should be clearing him here. Oh no, they've overlooked him. And Tessus swung early. So Kixan now set up to succeed. Yabi would need a clutch of a lifetime. Can scoop up the bomb and get it planted. Shush waits for Dexter as he crosses over towards Long. Yabi needs to have this fight and he spins. Dexter, where can he be? Yabi's got the right read, but it's Dexter with the collection. NT from Yabi, but Astralis still can't kickstart this T side.
Dexter is undeniable. Kixan overlooked. Astralis actually had a much better opportunity in that round if they just cleared their corners. Falls to Yabi in the 1v3 and gives it a good look in. Has the right read, but Dexter peeks under his crosshair. And this started with the opening kill for Astralis. Tessus, this clear on Device, that's unreasonable. Device can't find that. When you see from Tessus's POV, it does actually look quite easy for him, which is kind of surprising given the angle and the shadow and everything else.
He was everywhere. He was absolutely everywhere in that round. He even went back to B and got that kill that set Kixan up. And yeah, I hear what you're saying about this default, and sure, they're now starting to get a little bit more leverage in towards middle, but time's running out. You're already 6-1 down. Stair will creep in towards red room. The rest of Astralis will have a little bit of a peek in, and that's a big find. Device's Molly gets rid of Shush, but Dexter's here already providing cover.
Astralis just push through smoke, so you just walk through them. Stair was low HP, so you can kind of forgive him for that one.
Cadian's just out A.
Yeah, they're going that way.
Walk through the A main smoke.
Waiting for Stalin to get that kill in middle, and now they have the open runway. Dexter is not going to be ready for this temple play if he does push out into CT. This has to be the second. Surely, Cadian will confirm it with this kill.
But think about how much of that round is based on just a smoke push. Because, of course, it is the setup in towards red room. You're putting attention onto it. You've got the Device Molly that gets the kill initially. But all of that distraction relies on Cadian hitting the timing on A. And I guess that's what these T sides can look like for Astralis, but they feel like flash in the pan rounds, and you've got to rely a lot more on your default succeeding. Yabi will confirm the kill onto Kixan, so no one saves for Heroic. The money's not in the greatest state of affairs, because despite winning a number of these rounds, a couple of them have run close for Heroic.
Yeah, Yabi's 1v3 attempt has sent reverberations in the pockets of Heroic. See what they have to work with, but it's not going to be a lot this hunt. Massive. Yeah, the force buy-in is not pretty. Astralis, they can catapult themselves here to a reasonable T-half.
I have this like product request.
Product?
Yeah.
But what is that?
They want players to say something in Portuguese.
Oh no.
Yeah, so this is the statement for a product request in Portuguese.
No, I am Rio. Eu espero ter pelo menos 1.0 de rating.
Porque sou
One more time.
No chance.
Quebrar macês é o meu novo hobby e eu estou curtindo isso.
No. No?
Eu estou aqui porque sou that word got me. Sortudo.
I need to read this. Espero que você esteja curtindo assistir 4 horas de best of 3.
Do you know actually what you just said?
Is it what's written down there?
What's written there?
Coming here became my absolute hobby.
I'm only here because I worked hard.
It was about me. I could play best of 3 all the time.
I am Rio 2024 is #1 place in my ranking.
No, that's just not what you said.
Okay, what did I say?
No, you actually just said smashing tables is my new hobby and I'm enjoying it very much.
I actually didn't even try to understand what that said.
At IEM Rio 2024, I hope I get at least an over 1.0 rating.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, what's the real one?
I'm only here because I got lucky.
I mean, that's fair.
I hope you like watching 4 hours of best of 3s.
Twist, I want to start with just looking at your thoughts on the series against Na'Vi, especially with how close it got towards the end as well on the final map.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy our map pick was going well throughout the day. Those 2 was pretty disappointing. Just couldn't find our footing in the game. Wasn't on ourselves either. You know, maybe some too much sighing and bitching and stuff like this. And then Ancient. Yeah, I mean, they had a good game plan, but then we adjusted on the final rounds of our T-side Ancient, and luckily that bought us enough to get rolling on CD sides. Yeah. And then some crucial mistakes on our last 2 gun rounds. One was 11-11 and 12-11. Rough ones to lose when you're having such good momentum in the game. But yeah, other than that, it was a good series. I mean, I feel like Na'Vi's the best team in the world. At least consistency-wise, they definitely show it. Them and Vitality, very great teams. So when we have close matches against them, it shows that we're going in the right direction.
Very positive for sure. Now, looking back at the full finals against FaZe, obviously that wasn't the same kind of liquid we saw take them down on Cologne. I want to see, what did you notice was the reason why that game went that way?
It could be many factors. I mean, we didn't have Edward with us. He was with us in Malta, but then couldn't be with us in the fall finals, and it's unfortunate because there's such a high chance of playing on stage. And obviously, we're a new team, and it would be our first stage match. And yeah, obviously, I know those guys. They have tons of stage experience. They live for that environment, and that's what, when I was there, that's what we played for. We played to be in big arenas and play good CS there. So I knew it was going to be a tough game. I just didn't feel like we did everything we could as a team to maximize the possibility of having a good result.
Now, playing FaZe, I always look at this as like might be some extra motivation. You know, you are going up against your own teammates as well. With that extra motivation to win, can it sometimes maybe hurt you, make things more tense or complex when you're looking at the game?
No, I mean, I feel like our first match against them in Cologne was very, very close. I mean, in my opinion, I'm not really counting the first half of the year because that team, it just, you know, if we won against them, it wouldn't feel fully deserved. To be fully honest. And this time when we have close matches against them and we win, I know that feeling is going to be like, we worked for this and we deserve that. So yeah, I mean, we're working every day, and obviously sometimes there's just play style differences, right? We play good against Na'Vi and they struggle against Na'Vi. So it's you know, it's just a weird CS triangle of teams having different styles and stuff. So yeah, I think we're hoping for a good match.
And for you right now, in terms of calling through these games, you've been very critical of yourself right at times. Do you feel like you're developing each and every game? Do you feel like there's some progress you're seeing in like when you're noticing things that you need to change up and switch things up?
Oh yeah, 100%. Every game is a learning experience. I mean, every map, every half, there's something to take away afterwards when I'm rewatching. And even in the moment, you know, there's stuff to be learned, you know, kind of like a checkbook in my head, like, okay, not that, this, but I have to make an adjustment and stuff like that. So yeah, it is a learning process. You know, most captains I'm playing against have been doing it either half their career or their whole career. And, you know, I've had about 3.5 months, maybe even that, actually calling in game and so on. So yeah, it's definitely something I'm enjoying, but it's been a fun learning experience.
It's interesting as well, you say like just a few months of doing it as well, and you are still enjoying it. What would you say is the biggest obstacle that you've had to kind of get over? And are you proud of how far you've been able to do? Because we've obviously seen some very good results from you guys.
I think one thing that I struggle to get over, it could just be because of my personality, but it's hard to come to the state of mind where someone is going to get the short end of the stick, no matter what. Not everyone can be set up for success in game. And that's tough. As like a natural support player in my career, I try my best to always set everyone up. And sometimes, you know, over the past few months, I realized that, you know, someone is going to be in the deep end, but I have to help them when they're in the deep end to get out of it. So, yeah, that's probably the biggest takeaway, is that, you know, sometimes someone's going to have to take a back seat and let other things unfold.
Thank you for that reflection. Thank you for that insight, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, taking a back seat, letting things unfold, or rather for either of these teams, it could all become unraveled right here. Elimination, or do they stay alive in Rio? That's where we find FaZe and Team Liquid today. A precarious situation for a little bit of both teams, one perhaps more than the other. But just hearing what Twist said right there, what are you guys taking from that? The young IGL over there, so to say.
I mean, it's a guy still learning his new role. It's a guy still, you know, getting a lot of new experiences, what it's like being an in-game leader. One thing is, and Janko can probably testify to that, different in-game leaders out there. One thing is leading on the server, being the tactical genius, being the guy with the responsibility in terms of the calling. Another one is having the responsibility outside of the server. And it does feel like Twist is trying to take some of that responsibility and put on himself, you know, in terms of dragging up players who are maybe not feeling too well, or making sure everyone is in a good state of mind, in a good mood. And, you know, in general, just making sure that whenever you practice, you know, the vibes within the team are good, so you get something out of that practice. And not everyone is meant to have both roles. And I guess it's also a work between Twist and Mytha as the coach. But it does feel like Twist is trying to wear all the different hats that he possibly can.
And, you know, the best part about this, Janko, is getting someone to buy into that system, right? Getting your teammates to actually kind of buy into that, albeit it seems a little taxing for Twist.
Yeah, I think at the moment, you know, also what he said about Copenhagen and not having advert there, right, and that they maybe weren't prepared well enough for the stage itself, not necessarily on the server stuff, but some of the outside of the server stuff. Ultimate had his worst performance yet for Team Liquid in that environment. Obviously now we're back to the studio sort of setup where they did some great work. I think the biggest problem for Team Liquid right now is they just went from tournament to tournament to tournament. They didn't have time to really refresh their playbook ever since the season started, right, sort of just take a step back and look at, okay, these things have been really good, these things have been not so good, we need to throw some things out, add new things in, right? And that makes it easier for their opponents to prepare for them, right? They've only had so much time. As Twist pointed out too, he's only been doing this for a couple of months, Kerrigan for the better part of a decade. So that's where you have some of those more difficult situations arise for this new Team Liquid lineup.
And that's an excellent point, especially when you put it into the context of, as you said, Liquid have only been together for a couple of months. So the playbook in itself isn't that deep already, whereas had it been Na'Vi, you know, that wouldn't be an issue going from tournament to tournament to tournament. Alexi B said it on the desk yesterday as well to us, that they have such a deep playbook and so many different rounds and so many different ways of approaching the game that is not an issue for them, whereas for Liquid, they only have one way of playing Counter-Strike now. They have a plan A, maybe a plan B, but they haven't been together for long enough to have a plan C, plan D, etc. So, as Janko said, right now, if you're Kerrigan, if you're FaZe, you know what you're going up against, and for Twist to already know that it's going to be tough in that department is already a backstep from the get-go.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at this, you're talking about teams that are in two different states right now, two different statures almost. The composure of one team, we talk about a team like FaZe who have been there. They thrive for that big stage. We just heard it straight from them. But now I kind of wonder, what FaZe do we have? We have one that has been figured out. Is that safe to say?
I don't know if FaZe have been figured out. I don't think FaZe have changed much in terms of play style and how they approach the game. Obviously, we had the conversation with Kerrigan saying that he wanted to micromanage a little bit more, and then we had the players saying that that's not going to happen anymore after we tried that for a month. So I think FaZe have always been together for a long time. So in terms of their play style, it's not about them being figured out, more so the individual players having had a bit of a dip in form, I feel.
I think it's also strange, you know, at Pro League, they have a week boot camp in Malta in between the groups and the playoffs. Then they get 2-0'd by Complexity.
Yeah.
You know, in the first game, they go to Blast. They're 1-0 up against Na'Vi, 10-4 up on the second map.
Yeah.
Can't really close that one out on T side of Ancient, right? Get eliminated. Otherwise, they would have been in the grand final against G2, right? In a best of 5, where FaZe, I think, doesn't feel uncomfortable in that matchup. So this tournament will be very telling. Yes, they lost to Furia in the best of 1, but FaZe are no strangers to losing the opening game, especially if it's a best of 1. But if Broky is having this level of energy, I'm liking FaZe's chances. But yeah, I mean, this game against Team Liquid, definitely having to make the playoffs and seeing what their run can be like, whether they can upset potentially down the line, either, you know, Vitality or Na'Vi or whatnot. Like, you have to do something like that if you FaZe to give you something to believe in coming into, you know, World Finals, Major, whatever is around the corner for them.
Yeah, whatever happens to be next, Jacob. I'm looking at both sides of this coin, and I'm wondering, as an elimination game, who comes in here with the most pressure on their back, right? Because we look at a Liquid, we talk about a Roland from Poland, and all the things that Ultimate is bringing to the table, where the trajectory of Liquid's going. But for a side like FaZe, you know, who's got the bigger target?
I mean, there's pressure on both teams. I think Liquid, after the showing in Copenhagen and after getting blasted by the stage by FaZe Clan, they want a good experience in Rio. But I also buy into what Janko is saying in terms of Liquid haven't really had time to take a step back and refresh the playbook. So for Liquid, I think they can hide behind the excuse that they've only been together for a short amount of time. They haven't had any breaks, and after this tournament, there will be a bit of a break for them to then go back home and refresh the playbook. Whereas for FaZe, I feel like their downward spiral has been going on for so long that I would almost argue that it's more important for FaZe now to get a good result heading into the RMR, heading into the Major, if they want to come back and be one of those contenders to win the entire thing. So slightly more pressure on FaZe, at least from the outside perspective.
I think FaZe has more pressure on them in general, but Liquid has more pressure in this matchup just because they weren't able to take down FaZe the last couple of times they played. They need to figure it out, right? Like what adjustments to make to be able to potentially take them down.
Yeah, potentially take them down. You see the huddles going on. We're going to get that veto loaded up for you all. Yes, best of 3 elimination on the line.
I don't know if Liquid changes something up, right? Like, I mean, it's been Nuke and Mirage that they've had, you know, the best opportunities on, winning Nuke one time in overtime. Also, Liquid in this matchup has to veto Vertigo, right? FaZe getting rid of Anubis themselves. And we see them go back to, I mean, going for Inferno this time. This was actually FaZe's pick one time around. FaZe switching it up with a Dust 2. So Nuke as the decider. Liquid stays away from Mirage after they, you know, only got 1 round on T side at Blast final.
One of the underrated aspects about FaZe that they still sometimes have the ability to flex a bit in a veto with the 7-map pool. You know, we know that they technically can play 7 maps, and this time around Liquid can really go nowhere else than Inferno. And as you said, it's been a home stable for FaZe for such a long time as well. So I'm not really worried for FaZe heading into this matchup, to be completely honest. What we saw in Copenhagen a week ago was also a FaZe Clan demolishing Liquid. I know the stage is different. We're not in a big stage. We're not in an arena right now. We are in the studio environment, and that should speak to the favor of Team Liquid. But I feel like it's been established already that this matchup in particular, FaZe are the heavy favorites.
Heavy favorites, but Janko, it begs the question, who's going to win?
I think FaZe win here. You know, they're comfortable in the matchup in itself. The map pool as well suits them. Like, there's no maps that they feel necessarily uncomfortable on, and being able to start CT side on Inferno gives them a good base to get rolling early.
I echo the sentiment. I'm having a tough time seeing how Liquid are supposed to win this game. I hope it's going to be competitive, and I think, given we are in a studio environment, that it can be competitive, but at live, I said I don't think FaZe is going to win.
Well, gentlemen, I do believe we are ready to get this one underway. I want to thank you very much for your contributions and more of your thoughts, because in this game, with elimination on the line, with 2 household names here, it's do or die time. And it really does not get any beautier or more beautiful than that when it comes to Counter-Strike in the bracket. So thank you very much. We are ready to get into this game, so it seems. And in doing so, we get a little bit of FaZe Liquid on Inferno. Dust 2 guaranteed. Nuke should we need it. And what we do need in this moment are our commentators. It's Dinko and Moses.
Welcome to a matchup that has the potential to eventually become a rivalry. For that to happen, though, Liquid actually have to get a win versus FaZe, and they haven't been able to do it yet, Jason. They've come close a few times, but the most recent matchup, certainly not, and now facing elimination once again at the hand of FaZe Clan here in Rio.
Yeah, Liquid's got a lot of familiarity with one-sided rivalries. On the wrong side of it, unfortunately for them. This seems to be another one that's building up into that very same situation, and as you alluded to, some of these matchups have been close. You think back to Cologne, the 2 series they played there, close maps all the way through, a 2-1 that Liquid, that utter collapse on the final map of Mirage. I think it's important to say as well, in the last 2 series, Inferno has been played, and it has been resounding and convincing. FaZe wins both times as well, so Liquid picking right back into it to try and get this started, and hopefully have made some of those changes the desk was talking about. They probably haven't had a whole lot of time to do.
Now, yesterday we got to see Team Liquid play Inferno versus Na'Vi, and they absolutely destroyed them. They controlled them on the T side. There was something just beautiful about the first half from Team Liquid. They're going to get to start T again, but there was an interesting point from Twist in the interview before this game where he said there's just a playstyle difference when they play against Na'Vi, because they feel comfortable versus Na'Vi and FaZe struggle against them. And so there's definitely a different style of play coming into today, and I'm interested to see how that affects Team Liquid's T
well,
side.
Stylistically speaking, I don't think we're going to see the same kind of pace that they had against Na'Vi. I mean, yesterday in that series, Liquid opened this up. They were so very fast when they attempted to make first contact, so fast to get into map control positions, and it really messed with the protocols and the structure of the Na'Vi side of things, getting a feel for what the timings were going to be like. FaZe won't have those issues. FaZe is happy to descend and play that grimy, grinded out, really back and forth Counter-Strike, that fast-paced, hard-hitting Counter-Strike. They love that just as much. So Liquid's going to have a good game plan here for the T side. They'll be starting on it. Twist is going to lead his troops into the pistol round. Yakinder's got smoke flash. You've got nade flash on Brokey with no kit picked up for FaZe's defense.
Well, charge down middle from FaZe in this pistol round.
A little stroll.
Well, Carrigan's going to get a double opener in towards second middle. Naf and Yakinder are able to get 2 out of it, and Rops is already at bottom mid fighting and getting a second kill. Naf now alone. Now, yesterday we saw a ridiculous
don't do it
clutch,
again.
but surely he can't get this one.
I think that was actually a 1v3 yesterday that he won, a 1v2 and very extended in the pistol round. But yeah, this is going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, Bob nowhere near him, but I think it's very exciting to get into this game and just see if there is some improvements from Team Liquid the last time they played FaZe. Twist was saying as well that it would mean a lot more when they have these close games now than it did when the roster first came together, because it feels like it would be more deserved in terms of getting those close results.
Well, you can understand that perspective with Twist as well, because I think it's a very personal kind of journey that he's on in terms of switching over into the in-game leadership, and obviously all these games that he's had so quickly and so early on in his career as the leader against his former in-game leader, probably, I would imagine, his favorite in-game leader he's ever worked with. So, yeah, there's a certain sense there of the student learning enough to overcome the master, and that would definitely be a very nice thing for Twist to have in his pocket. Naf's about to get double swinged, and that's it. That's the pistol. An area where Liquid really struggled in their series against Na'Vi yesterday as well.
Oh, they really did.
Yeah, I think they only won 1 of 5
and that was
rounds.
the Naf clutch,
yeah,
right, that we
NAF
just
clutch.
mentioned. So that's not going to happen for them. Team Liquid are going to go for a 4 spy in this follow-up round.
Oh, what's up, Kerrigan?
All right.
He's rolling back the years.
Looking crispy.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it really sucks on the T side, you know, coming in, having a game plan for the pistol round, having it all mapped out, and then just getting punched in the face like that. You don't even get to execute the tactic because it's FaZe coming down to you.
Do you have some fucking deep voice?
David?
Hey. Okay, sorry.
David, he's here.
Well, it sucks even more when they're doing that.
Yeah.
They're just shooting heads.
They got the vibes going early.
Doing the pirate hum. Yeah, definitely got the vibes going. Yakinder, though, is going to snap those vibes right out of Frozen, and he gets a follow-up. Carrigan's down and an MP9 collected. They're going to smoke out CT spawn. Brokey sprinting back over here to try and plug the gap, but he's not there in time, and Team Liquid have many players in the B-bomb site now.
We might have all kind of forgotten a little bit what Yakinder is capable of, especially on this map in the role as the prime banana player on the T side, because he's had some of his struggles, you know, recently. But this man is a hard carry on Inferno if he gets it rolling in banana. And that is a lovely start for him. 2 Tech 9 kills. And once again, I mean, as weird as it is, the sense of deja vu that I'm having against Na'Vi yesterday, this is exactly how the series started as well. Lost the initial pistol round, and then one converted the second round, and then just ran away with the half.
Well, it's nice when you get.
Obviously, we're only at step 2 of that sequence.
Yeah, but it is a step nonetheless.
It's a step nonetheless.
And that's all that really matters. Let's see if they can get something more going. But when Yakinder is able to get those entries, the game becomes very exciting. Let's see if he can do it consistently.
Look, he's not going to be giving you double kills each and every round, but even if he's just getting his 1, right? Even if he's just going 1 for 1, and you make the defense have to make a decision of whether they want to play 2-2 or 3-1 on the map, or how that, you know, player shifting back and forth between the bomb sites is positioned. Put that pressure on FaZe with some of those opening kills. So even if he's just able to get 1 here and there, it's going to be a huge benefit. Good find on the jumping Frozen, just 1 too many hops, and that time Kerrigan just gets deleted. So 1-1, and FaZe buy right back up into it with 2 saved weapons. M4 still in the hands of Rops, but now you've got a couple of AK-47s on the field to play for Team Liquid.
Yakinder sent back up banana again. I seen yesterday there was a number of players that were willing to charge up and be the front man of the attack, but The task is Yakindar's this time, and it works out very well to clear Frozen from behind the sandbags, and that is the only B player for now.
Well, Kerrigan's shifting over, but I imagine when he sees that smoke has popped, it's almost going to be like, let's just save. Let's keep these weapons. A little bit of utility picked up. He has no idea they've actually crossed into the bomb site, so he's about to get a rude awakening. Yep, there it is.
Awoken rudely. And now FaZe, there's not much to save anymore, really. There's 2 players left, and they're all about to go down as well. So Brokey loses half of his health. JKS is putting pressure on him. And there is still one problem. Naf in the bedroom. He's relatively close to these FaZe players and would look to take everything away from them and take away that money, but there's another step for you, Jason. They're on that path.
Yeah, Naf is a force to be reckoned with inside the bedroom. Very good kills that he has here, grabbing some of the exits.
Don't let the sloth persona.
All right, Brokey's going to be able to keep onto this MP9. So yeah, great start from Team Liquid in terms of converting the second after losing the pistol, building upon that. 2 back-to-back rounds where your Kinder's giving you good kills and Banana as well. Exactly what Liquid dreams of on this T-side start. The conversation the desk had was pretty interesting in terms of which team had the most pressure placed upon it. And I thought Yanko had like a good kind of comment in terms of, you know, FaZe in terms of big picture and Liquid maybe in terms of, you know, this isolated matchup. It is kind of crazy with how much the struggles of FaZe have extended and lasted into this season and into this year. And still the expectations for them are so high. They don't get a break.
Yeah, it's, I think there's a lot of teams, I think, especially Na'Vi yesterday, who were talking about the lack of break kind of affecting a lot of things, even outside of the server. So for Team Liquid, it would be interesting to see, given some time, how many improvements we can see from the squad. But this should be a relatively comfortable situation for them. Best case scenario for FaZe is they stick to this B play.
Yeah, but careful now.
Dink.
Yeah, I was gonna say let your Kinder go in first. He's got that MP9. Don't put that AK-47 in harm's way. Dropping his utility back to get some support. A little bit tense here. There is a 5-man stack from FaZe, but Yakinder, he's gonna spot out 2.
Brokey does well to get his first kill.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no reason for Liquid to go in now. You see those 2 players, it's just like, let's just wait. Let's just chill. They're going to have to do something. We have a minute left on the clock. Nobody commit anywhere. So Ultimate's just waiting for the next follow-up peek. That smoke's going to fade pretty shortly, and Rain is going to be exposed behind it, so he makes his move ahead of time. And once again, Ultimate is just like, nope, there's a 3rd player at this bomb site. So everyone bail out.
They're about to find an empty A site, and it will be another round for Team Liquid. 3-1 start here.
How about G2, Dinko?
What about G2, Jason?
Well, they're gone.
Yeah.
They're gone now.
That's very sad.
Yeah.
For G2, but I think it was the fashion in which they went out was the most surprising, right? It's like, because Eternal Fire yesterday didn't look like they were coming back into the events with the form that they had previously, and then they go on and just destroy G2 without allowing G2 double figures in any of the maps. So I think that is a really disappointing exit from G2.
It's really exciting to see Eternal Fire continuing that form from Pro League, and obviously Woxic individually is just very exciting right now, which is cool, and it's making that team very dangerous. Yeah, first or worse for G2 though is like...
Yeah, it sucks, especially for Nico, who will be very disappointed about his own performance today. It's just one of those off days.
Yeah, someone came into it in an off day and it just spread throughout the team. That's like the only explanation. That was ugly start to finish from G2. M4 is picked up right at the end from Frozen. Liquid's gotten away from the bomb radius, and they're up by 2 rounds. It's 3-1 in the favor of Liquid.
Well, money back finally for FaZe Clan.
Money. Saved M4 is actually huge. Frozen's got 2,300 left over in the bank. That can be an op down the road for Brokey if he needs it.
We'll see what they can do with this FaZe. They can bounce back, or will Team Liquid continue this strong T side in back-to-back days? Ultimate running up mid. Now, this is something he did yesterday. He was confident to just kind of take some fights up through brackets. He's got the help of JKS with him at the moment, and a smoke out to left side.
One thing we know about Ultimate from his early stage of his career, these early games that we're seeing from him, is that he's got no lack of confidence.
No, that's very true.
He's got no lack of confidence and a distinct lack of fear.
Yeah, he's bold.
Which are very cool qualities, and that's a very nice double nade.
Yeah, double dunk on Rain. Won't be too happy about that, and FaZe plan to lose their first player. Once again, it is just one on this B bomb site. Frozen tasked with holding on to it alone with 3 players of FaZe still positioned towards A. The fastest rotator to go and help Frozen is Carrigan, who currently stands at Arch, but he's still focused towards A at the moment.
Dude, if you're Rain, you're just like, why did they double nade? Like, what did I do? What did I do wrong?
You probably play that spot too much.
Yeah, maybe that is. But I mean, to call it out on that round when he just happens to be there,
that's pretty wild.
He's like, man, I didn't make a noise. This sucks. Defensive smoke, good timing from Frozen. That'll delay things for Liquid, but I don't think they've seen anything to send them away from this B bomb site. Naf just challenging, making his presence known, and I think that actually might be a signal for Carrigan. You just see a MAC-10 lurking like that, and he's like, okay, they're not finishing here.
Smoke goes out towards CT. Frozen, he's going to get flashed through it, but he actually got connected by the flash, and he still went, and it still worked out. Frozen on a double.
Wait, they're
somehow.
going back. They're going back. That's why it looks so awkward.
Yeah.
Easy double kill, but now it's all on Rops.
And the pit, strong position. And Rops was fantastic yesterday in their second game. Well, he goes out again for a peek on Ultimate.
That's a bomb.
Just gets around the corner. 8 seconds. Bomb loose.
Done.
Not enough time. This round is over. And Team Liquid, that grenade's going in, and they will just end up being a headshot from Brokey to close it. So a second round for FaZe, well recovered. As they barrel back over towards A, Rop steps up.
Man, that little bit of hesitation, calling it back to the A bomb site. It's like they got the read of what Carrigan was cheating over. Maybe they heard the footsteps as he's running through CT spawn.
Yeah.
But it's at such an awkward timing. If all 4 of them are here, if they're still pushing forward, that's at least a traded kill. Might have outplayed themselves, Team Liquid, in that round.
Well, we didn't see the ult for Ultimate on the T side all that much yesterday. Maybe less than 3 times.
Saw it a couple times, and he loved doing that aggressive play that you were just mentioning, like running up middle, like he's kind of like he's done now, and just posting up.
Well, that's the move available to him with a sniper, and Carrigan getting back away. Wants to make sure that he's not severed off from his teammates by that utility. So Brokey, eyes in the apartments. Here comes a peek from Naf. Utility goes in first, gets the AWPer off the angle. Brokey goes in for a peek again, and 2 Team Liquid players losing half of their health. Twist and Yekindar down.
Yeah, it's a nice little nade that come out to the half wall. So Yekindar spotted 1, goes for the pre-fire, at least forces a smoke out. Good swing from Frozen just as it's about to bloom. Tough fight for Yekindar, and tough situation for Team Liquid now in a 3v4.
Well, they're going to try and challenge Brokey. Ultimate being sent towards long. There is a player rotating in now. Carrigan can get eyes on the archway. This is a problem the Ultimate must deal with, and he certainly will. Now they're actually thinking about a B split, so the bomb is going back bottom middle. Brokey still seeing pressure applied short, but all a ruse at this point because 2 players have gotten towards CT spawn, and that bomb is still going up Banana.
And Twist has a smoke over in Banana as well to deploy towards CT spawn if they want to. It would block off their teammates from being involved, so he's going to smoke off Coffins instead. Ultimate, can he react fast enough to Frozen? He gets the crosshair there, but not the kill. Good trade from JKS, but they still have Rain to deal with.
Yeah, Rain's shrouded in the darkness, and he peeks out into the open. Doesn't take that first kill. Doesn't take his first chance. He waits. He composes himself, removes Naf from up on top, but he's lost the second player.
And this gets really awkward. Look at this little lurk in CT spawn. This is JKS. Has to get this kill on Rops or else it's all over. He needs to live. He needs to win, and he's got it.
He locks that one in. But a 2v2. As Team Liquid look to hold on to this. Brokey and Rain have no kits on their backs, no utility left. As Team Liquid have a great chance at closing this one, but Brokey with a fantastic shot on JKS. Twist has to win it alone, and he's run out of ammo. He gets Rain on the Glock instead, and it is a 1v2 for the in-game leader in Twist.
Yeah, really nice clutch from Twist. That's a big win, and that's a chaotic round, a weird round. When you get into the bomb site, get the bomb planted, and realize too late that Rain is still back there in Dark Spot. That could have very easily fallen into disorganization. So good composure from JKS and Twist, just being patient. Realizing the bomb was a teammate, they didn't need to rush into any decision after Rain makes his presence felt.
A timeout taken for Team Liquid. That round feels like an opportunity to once again, build on this T-side scoreline. Money in the bin for FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe in a really rough spot despite surviving with 3 players in their round victory. So they'll have to play an economical. 5-7s and SMG being picked up. And a conversation for Liquid, knowing they've kind of got FaZe in a really vulnerable position here. They probably have a good read. The money's a little awkward for them. FaZe might have been able to actually buy here. Brokey would have had 4,500. But I guess not wanting to like really force the entire economy this early on in the half.
Perhaps seeing too much risk in that. Grenade goes down to Boiler, and Rain once again eating shrapnel. Losing 49 health immediately. Yukindar's got top banana. There's no challenge from any of the FaZe players. There's a setup designed to deal with threats being pushed towards B. There's a flash being ready to pop. Ultimate and Yukindar moving ever closer to this B site. I mean, it is USPs, but that one MP9 could be a bit of a problem with the distraction, but it gets cleared by Yukindar.
And the flash just came in a little bit too late. Tough to get that out in time to help Brokey. Nice shot from Twist. That's Kerrigan going down. They know there's one more, but they've handled at least this little bit of a stack at the B bomb site. All is well. Just gonna walk himself in. Here's the footsteps of Frozen jumping up. Easy kill for Twist. B bomb site is open for business, and Liquid's gonna have 5.
Another good day at T-side so far from Team Liquid, and I mean, this round is expected to go their way. It's the next round we'll see. It could turn in from a good T-side into a great T-side.
Yeah, the next round is the one that FaZe is doing the save for. So the next round they can have AWP, they can have all the utility they would have liked. This round they could have 4-spot with M4s, but maybe would have missed some flashes, some HE grenades, and they're just saying, as soon as we get guns back, we want to get the CT side rolling, so let's not worry about the money.
Speaking of rolling, I mean, yesterday was really interesting. Obviously, we've heard the interviews multiple times from Ultimate talking about how they've kind of cultivated this environment to make sure that he feels as little pressure as possible coming in as a rookie to the professional scene. I mean, he has just been dropped in the deep end and expected to perform against the best teams in the world, and they've obviously done a fantastic job at that, but all the credit can't go to the players around him, right? There's a lot of credit needs to be given to him as an individual for having the mental strength, mentality, and obviously ability to compete at this level straight away and not let it phase him.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't even get that kind of a conversation from your teammates really unless you're showing potential. You know, if you're not showing the potential and you're not showing that you're putting in the work and having some growth early on in your tenure, you get a lot less leeway with the teammates who have been grinding in the professional scene for quite some time. So, tons of respect. And for good reason, for what Ultimate's been able to do in this team in the early going and his first step up into Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Nav's been playing with a MAC-10, I feel like, this whole half.
There's been a whole lot of dying for a couple of the Team Liquid players. Ultimate has the AWP more often on this T side than yesterday, but that's mainly because he didn't lose it, right? A couple of scenarios yesterday where he would get a one and done and then not have enough money to pick it up in the next round, but he's been able to keep it. Let's see what he's able to do with it up top mid.
And notice how the pace of Team Liquid has changed so much from yesterday. We're not seeing those fast rushes through halls, through banana at all. They're being a little bit more cautious. They're taking some control really quick, but being patient after the fact. It's going to buy time for Kerrigan to get into position. A 4th defender here at the A bomb site. Frozen once again alone at the B bomb site. Smoke's being deployed up into the choke points. And Liquid is happy to listen to this utility being spent. You don't dry swing this, do you?
Goes into the open, and the shot goes between them. Goes back for a repeat, and Kerrigan actually wins it on the rifle. Not the start that Ultimate would have hoped for in this round, and Liquid down a player.
No, he had, I mean, the first shot was going to be really tough with Rain just dry swinging with no indication, but the second one, that's one you'd expect Ultimate to have. 28 seconds as JKS is just being patient. Holding down this position so his teammates can return. A small fake towards the B bomb site thrown by Yukindar, but he's not going to commit with it.
They're coming back now with the bomb up through banana. Yukindar will commit eventually.
Actually,
10 seconds. This worked very well. 10 seconds. That's all the time they've got left. JKS now applying pressure. Yukindar went down through the smoke. Twist fortunately has Naf to protect him, and the bomb will go down. Oh, it won't. It gets cancelled. Last second. Frozen stops that plant, and that's the round done. Naf hangs on to the AWP, but the last second steal away of that bomb plant by Frozen.
I feel like that's a round that just came out of the Yukindar VP playbook, that like really late round fake into back to the original.
That's more of what JL was talking about yesterday when he said late finishes, right?
Yeah, that one counts as a late finish. We'll give it to him. Naf can't possibly cover 2 choke points at the same time. One FaZe player pressuring CT choke, one pressuring coffins.
Well, back to a MAC 10 for Naf.
Yeah, I hope you had fun with that AWP for a little bit.
For literally a second.
Get your ass back on the Mac 10.
You can dot. Looking to crack things open. Carrigan's head could have been the obvious choice, but couldn't connect the bullet. Now Frozen offers himself up for a peek, and Yekindar is going to go down. So no longer really winning those fights at B.
And Ultimate's not getting any looks with this angle. Na'Vi gave him a couple yesterday. FaZe isn't messing with it whatsoever.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating. Got to go bring that all back through Banana instead. And this is where it becomes the T side of Inferno, where the AWP doesn't feel all that useful when you're not getting any of those opportunities or peaks being given to you.
Last time he came up Banana, though, he did dry peek into this angle. Looks like they're going to have utility out, so Carrigan will be forced to throw that smoke pretty shortly. Carrigan just holding on to it as long as possible. They might have to beat this at this point. Flash is coming in from deep, and yeah, JKS is going to step in front of the smoke, but it doesn't help, and there's Frozen pouncing, and FaZe handled business at the B-bomb site with ease.
Now it's just Naf. He'll manage himself a kill on towards Rups, but how much can he get for himself? That's the only objective.
Don't you ever say it's just Naf ever again.
But it is.
It is.
And now it's no longer. It's 5-4. FaZe about to tie things up, and Team Liquid's T-side starting to stall out.
He's only one sloth. What can he do? Yeah, they really have cooled off, or FaZe have done a very good job stalling them out. Opening kill onto Yekindar. No banana control throughout this entire round up until the late stages when they marched up to do this execute. But without that banana control in the favor of Team Liquid, they can't pressure that bomb site early enough in the round to force Carrigan's smoke out. So that becomes a huge piece at the end of the day. Scout on Twist. Unarmored pistols around it. And aggression from Brokey.
Oh, yep, that's the one weapon that was purchased. You ever seen a sloth in real life, Jason?
I have.
They're pretty cool. They're really cool, actually. I fed one grapes one time. That was pretty cool. I felt like its servant was lying there, feeding
a whole bunch of grapes, or just one by one?
Well, just one by one, because I really wanted to make it as intimate as an experience as possible with the sloth.
That makes sense.
And it was a core memory that I will cherish forever.
5-5.
A timeout.
Yeah, necessary one, I think. These last three rounds have been horrendous. It's really set FaZe up quite nicely to close out this half in a strong position. They've got plenty of money for these last two rounds. Well, they lost 4 players in the last 3 rounds played. Liquid have just gone cold in the fragging department for the moment. So Mither's on the mic to provide an idea, an opportunity. Nav's got 9 kills leading the way for Team Liquid, and he's been playing with the MAC-10 like 70% of the rounds that we've seen so far.
He's really trying to help everybody else out, and it's just working out for him. Doesn't really need a real weapon, but now he's got one. He's got an AK. AK's on 4. Twist having to take a Galil. He has got the short end of the stick this time. It was interesting to hear in his interview that his biggest problem of being an in-game leader is realizing that he has to give the short
people
stick
around him
to some other people. You know, like put them in bad spots. He doesn't really like having to do that.
Oh, Twist been forced out. They're going to peek this. Yeah, that's a rough situation. Trying to find some semblance of safety. If it makes him feel any better, an AK-47 wouldn't have done anything for him in that situation.
Yeah, nothing really would have helped him that. They're going to have to play without him. 4v5 instantly. Brokey dodging the flash. Naf certainly not dodging the flash. Looked right into that one. Looked into the bright lights. Kindar realized there was a smoke coming over the top and wanted to make sure that he got in front of it before it bloomed. And he is now just hiding in behind the barrel.
Liquid have lost the opening engagement in the last 3 rounds in a row. They've been playing all 3 of these 4v5. Obviously, the caveat, one of them was, you know, scout and unarmored pistols, but even in these gun rounds, really struggling and not able to build anything off of it. Once FaZe have that advantage, they sense that weakness. They lock up these choke points.
It feels like a very disciplined CT side here from FaZe. There's been nothing aggressive, really nothing too crazy.
They had the only times they were aggressive was the push in middle on the pistol round, and this push that we had in the last round, I think, from Brokey against an eco, And then obviously it depends on how you want to classify it, but the like mid-round banana push that they had a few rounds ago to get the opening on Yakinder. You know, there's little elements mixed into it, but overall it has been a pretty chill standard CT side from FaZe, just executing it very well.
So the FaZe now going into the lead. This will be their 4th round in a row on the CT side. Looking to try and end the half with 5 in a row.
Their first lead since round 1, Dinko.
That's pretty impressive. Now they're in full control. None of them coming down to a defuse either. 2 of them time, 2 of them elimination. So it really starts to paint the picture at how convincing these last 4 rounds have been for FaZe as well.
Yeah, Liquid haven't even really smelled a bomb site in these past 4 rounds, the stretch that FaZe is on. This has been a really impressive run as this defense is just locked down, hit a new level that Liquid not able to break through at the moment. Final round of the first half. Let's see if they can scrape one more together. Brokey with the AWP has a good spawn, might be going for a peek, and doesn't want to mess with the flashbang.
Rob's pushing into the apartments this time. A little bit more space being taken, and isn't seeing any presence. Rob's will just hang out at the end of the hallway. Naf is now arriving, and Rob's is just gathering info on the shoulder peaks. Oh, gun goes out. JKS is the first to go down. Couldn't quite get a second onto Naf. Important trade from Naf to keep Team Liquid even. So once again, they lose the opening, but at least they trade it instantly.
Now Brokey gets aggressive. Now he's got a little peek towards the mid choke point. Twist doesn't mess with it quite yet. Not a lot of utility for Team Liquid to work with. They're going to start making their move now, but Brokey still has this angle. You have Rain over in the pit, and now Kerrigan has shifted over.
Kindar is still prowling around at top banana. His teammates have paused. And Kindar is fighting, and now presence being detected. Nice shot from Brokey. Got away with that one. Can't believe he's able to get his crosshair back for Naf.
No, and Rain loves that kill because he's just like, yeah, I'll make the play next. I'm good. I'm in a nice position. Oh, the timing.
Just missed the timing,
back, but he's got the intel now. He heard the footsteps.
Well, 30 seconds left. Frozen's been really good at B. He's been very reliable, and he's got Carrigan with him. This doesn't feel good for Team Liquid's chances at getting into the B bomb site to round out this half.
No, but there's no Molotov to deal with. There's no extra smoke coming in very, very late. The problem is Brokey's already here.
Yeah, Bro's just going to sit at first oranges. First headshot is locked in. Carrigan got one on the grenade, but nice shots and Twist. Not enough, though, to make the most of it. 7-5, a 5-round streak to end the half for FaZe. Team Liquid were not able to replicate the same success that they had on their T side of Inferno yesterday against Na'Vi. A much stronger hold being put up against them from FaZe Clan, and now FaZe Clan lead in the second half 7-5. With a pistol victory, this could start to get a little scary for Liquid very quickly.
Yeah, and it's looking, FaZe is looking really solid today. There's been some games in these past few months you come in, you're like, oh, this FaZe, we don't like this FaZe. It's feeling good. Today, they look solid, not making a whole lot of mistakes, not overextending, not trying to do too much.
I mean, we always talk about it from the Twist perspective of obviously wanting to be able to beat your own team, your old team rather, and obviously your in-game leader is an in-game leader yourself, but you have to think about it from the Karrigan perspective too. You don't want to lose to Twist ever if you can help it. And right now he hasn't.
You know, we'll get into it in one of the eco rounds. There's a cool point I think could be made there. Ultimate's going to be holding on. It looks like he's going to get a lot of Glocks sent his way. JKS is nearby over in Boiler, but he's stepping forward into it, and that's more than he expected. JKS can only get the one. Twist hears all of this. No reason for FaZe to expect him to come this fast.
Around the back, he will arrive, and a headshot onto Karrigan. Collected. Bomb plant is being confirmed now by Rain. His teammates covering it off. Twist is just waiting for them to relieve themselves of the site, but they're all pinned within the bomb site now. They can't get away, and Naf just goes in. Headshot through that smoke. Molotov to burn away Rain. It's all on Brokey, fighting on multiple fronts, and he actually got the goosh. Oh, he's got back to it, and Brokey, he could absolutely break them, but Twist steps up with a headshot right at the end. Brokey is just a freak.
Those shots are insane from Brokey. He almost gives us another special clutch. That's wild. Look, I want to make the point first. Liquid's retake there, what they had double Molotov, they had a nade into the bomb site as well. Having that kind of utility is absolutely beautiful over for your B defenders to rotate into the A site. Perfectly played. Twist is patient, waiting for that smoke to clear, waiting for them to deploy their utility before he starts making his move. But Brokey almost ruined all of it.
One bullet just would have done it on Twist. Just had to nail that USP headshot, and Twist peeks the angle and gets it, but whoa, that could have been something so special. Tech9's Deagles here for FaZe. They're going to buy in the next, so just looking for some damage here. Smoke goes down at top mid. Brain just, ooh, I thought he got in front of it for a second there.
Yeah, just for a moment. So I was going to say, I think actually, I mean, like just kind of knowing Karrigan and Twist a little bit, I think actually there's a certain level of, I think there's a level of pride that Karrigan might feel if Twist eventually does learn to beat him. Certainly in the moment of preparing for the game, you're all the other direction. But I think Karrigan would be able to find some solace in the fact that he'd be very happy for Twist if he watched them develop into an in-game leader that can take him down. For sure. I think that'd be a fun relationship to examine in the future when Twist has more time at the helm under his belt. Not a good start. Could get worse, but Yakinder's going to hold on. That's the first kill, and he can only get the one. Thankfully, Ultimate's found two on the other side, but this is a bomb plant likely as a smoke goes down into the cross. Twist going to take down the first, but the bomb does cross, and Brokey will get the bonus money for his team.
Yeah, he's having a great game here, Brokey. 14 kills, 5 deaths. Let's see what else he can get out of this.
I just hear a water sound?
Yeah, you did. Just maybe stuck to his boots from the fountain, but another shot for Brokey.
Oh no, he might be cheating.
Yeah, he might be. He might be, you know. He's loaded up. Brokey looking to pull off a ridiculous clutch. He's actually got away. They've chased after. Oh, dude, the time. Oh, okay, Brokey. That is so freakishly good.
He is cheating. He's cheating.
He's just unplayable.
It's like,
what the hell?
Yeah, it was like that pistol round was almost cool, and we feel bad we took it from you, so we're gonna give you this Deagle 1v3.
Dude, look at this.
Oh my lord.
No.
It's not even played badly. The jump in, low HP though, that second headshot. Damn.
Dude, that was just Tech9s and Deagles. That wasn't even a buy. Like, they didn't have Kevlar.
And it's been one of the great factors for Brokey throughout his career is like you could probably find some things to be critical about in terms of positioning, in terms of, you know, where he decides to move in certain situations, but man, when it's like when there's chaotic moments, when there's an important round, he steps up to the plate.
It's just cool in those situations. And he's damn good at shooting as well.
There's been very few players. I feel like I feel like I have more faith in Brokey to win a clutch that I think is impossible than just like a standard clutch.
Yeah, there's some logic to that, I suppose. Like, he's like the Draken of clutching, you know? He can sometimes miss the easy ones. Pulls off the most ridiculous ones.
He does. He's got a list of them.
Well, Team Liquid, they feel the sting of that because it's forced them down into a situation where they've got a Scout M4 as the two primary weapons. Everybody else is on 5.7 or CZ.
You know, it's just the world fun and balance. Liquid did the same exact thing to FaZe in the first half, losing the pistol and winning the second round and a half. So now they just got paid back, and now they've got to try and convert. And Scout and Ultimate is only connected on Rain.
It was Latvians in both of those rounds that made the difference.
It's true. Shout out to Latvia one time. All right, Naf over in the cubby. There is a Molotov on Kerrigan. You have to imagine this will be checked, if not cleared by the Molly. That's actually going to go towards Broken Wall. So Naf, he's got two coming his way. Hard clear from Rain. Looks away right at the end. A decent amount of resistance. JKS can't get it done. Needed that second kill. Beautiful shooting from Kerrigan to get into the bomb site, and that's 9 for FaZe.
Yeah, without that beautiful shooting from Kerrigan, though, you might find yourself in a bit of a predicament there if you're FaZe.
A pickle, so to speak.
A pickle, yeah. Organic. No preservatives.
Twist, which kill was Twist? He had the M4 in this round and didn't get anything done with it. Just curious where they had that positioned. Yakinder's going to find an AK-47. Not a bad thing to take out of a loss. See the one on the site?
He was indeed.
Yeah, he got wrecked.
Big time wreck.
That's a Kerrigan
by
peak.
Kerrigan off the balcony, yeah. Well, Twist's not going to be too happy about that one.
Well, their struggles against FaZe continue. Yet to win a series, 0-3 in series play against the cores of these rosters, or these exact lineups,
famously,
I should say.
for very close, famously very close to getting a win.
Yeah. Should have had it.
Yeah.
But here we are.
Definitely should have had it.
And yeah, despite looking rock solid, incredible on Inferno yesterday, FaZe have really managed to keep them in check here today. Still a chance for Liquid to come back once the gun rounds begin again in the next.
Let's see what Yikindar can do with the AK. The one player with anything worth talking about. He saved it over. He picked it up off the battleground.
And he's put armor behind it as well. Ooh, CZ, there's a chance for something. Everyone being forced back from their aggression, and yeah, Yikindar
awkward fight.
Can't get anything done. Rain slips past him, a weird angle with the MAC-10. Double digits for FaZe. Next up is Dust 2 as the second map in the series.
It's just become very one-sided, this game. Out of one round in the last...
You can do it.
8 rounds.
There you go.
So, pretty terrible.
Liquid need to do something in this next round to kind of, I think, change the flow of this game a little bit. Next round or the one after it, like it feels at the moment like FaZe is just kind of running through pretty standard stuff. They're not having to work super hard, and obviously it's early on in the half, so there's been some low buys, but even towards the end of the first half, we were even commenting, very standard CT side, not doing anything too crazy. And they've been able to get away with that throughout this entire map.
Just want to let you know that I couldn't have done that basic map without your encouragement.
The encouragement of counting as you hold tab?
Yeah. But, I was just double checking because I didn't want to give the guys at home the wrong information.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Spreading misinformation on the internet, it's not cool, Jason. But it is popular.
It is popular. There's a lot of it going around. Round 17. Liquid have to play with 2 SMGs. Yakinder, because he invested in that armor, wanted the utility this round for his banana position.
Yeah, his banana position. It's really important. Frozen. He's all the way up top banana. He's cleared out Yakindar first. And it's worked out pretty well for Frozen. And he's waiting for a repeat. Could get it.
He's going to get it.
Oh, just walked away, though. He didn't wait long enough. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a lesson in patience.
Also, you have a 5-on-4. Don't need to force the situation. Frozen going to back away.
And intelligence.
And intelligence. Well, there's the swing from Naf. Easy one for Frozen. And now it feels like Liquid is just on the back foot. They're reacting and having to respond to everything, not able to actually dictate any action on the map.
The long take has been established. Rain's already in the archway. Smoked out the library as well. They've got full control right now, FaZe.
I feel like they're almost like hunting at this point.
Yeah, where
like,
are they?
We have control of the map. We're in CT spawn. We're on Rap side. We've got middle. We've got banana. So let's go see what we can find. Take some of these guns away. JKS can still throw a wrench in this.
Yeah, but they're so focused on him now. And there's the first. They should be able to get rid of him, but he actually got a lot of damage off on Rops. If he gets that second kill, then we're really starting to cook with gas. But here's Carrigan watching the library. About to silence ultimate, and he will with the headshot locked in. Twist coming back. Carrigan really is shooting today. Nice shot again back on Twist. 11 rounds now for FaZe.
Yeah, he came in with some attitude.
Money's gone again for Team Liquid. It doesn't get much easier for them. They're around the $3,000 average here, and that obviously is not enough to get a full buy. So Kevlar, upgraded pistols, getting sprinkled in here and there, but very likely now we see that 12th round coming in a moment for FaZe.
Yeah, a 9-1 run, and I can't help but feel like at this point Liquid had that very nice start, going up 5-1, 5-2, and then when this run starts from FaZe, it probably feels like, you know, yep, this is how we're used to things going. It's how it went back at Blast. Just got erased from the server, and it's happening again here in Rio.
And then Brokey with the Deagle, just kind of stole any chances that they had of starting the second half with some impact.
That Deagle round is crushing. You don't bounce back from a clutch like that.
No, you do not. Rob's about to clear JKS in the corner. Oh, JKS like it maybe hide for a second. He actually managed to get a shot off. But eventually taken down, just leaving Naf in the sight. And he's got the P250. Here's one. Crossing out towards short. And they come back to look at him as soon as he rings out his first bullet. It is 12 rounds for FaZe. It is map point on Inferno. And from looking so good yesterday for Team Liquid, you can just see the difference of playing FaZe Clan is it's just a different level of miscomfort in this stylistic matchup for Liquid at this moment.
Sure, and I mean, yeah, that's one advantage they had yesterday in that series, in that map, the Inferno against Na'Vi, was the fact that, you know, the way they were playing really threw Na'Vi off their game entirely. FaZe is all comfort for them. This is where they like to live. They haven't really been challenged a whole lot. This is a 9-1 run for FaZe at the moment. And they've been allowed to just do the basic fundamentals and win rounds due to it.
Not an AWP in sight. 10 rifles. Ready to go into round 19 as FaZe Clan look to make the final blow happen here on Inferno. Similarly one-sided as their previous matchup. And it's in the studio environment, it's not on the stage. And it's getting pretty good for Ultimate with that shot through the smoke. Carrigan going down first.
They needed a little love. They needed something to go their way. Naf playing up on top of the board. Smoke's going to clear shortly. He can re-smoke if he wants to or fall back. Brokey, Rain, and Frozen to attempt to get control of Banana back from him.
Naf. Ooh, getting taken off the top of the car. That is a big shot from Frozen that's given so much space for FaZe. They're going to move with it. They're going to be quite swift about trying to get into this B-bomb site. Smoke's going to go down at CT. Frozen making sure, while blinded, that he stops any potential swing. Yukindar did not swing. In fact, he has allowed them into the bomb site. With 45 seconds left, FaZe having this much control. It's a little worrying now for Team Liquid, who still have JKS a long way off at A.
Yeah, well, JKS has to be nervous about Rops, the lurker, sticking around somewhere. Has happened so frequently on Inferno, but he's going to head in. Yeah, a little bit late to start this retake. JKS has full utility. They've got 2 kits, so they've got some things, but this is going to be such a hard retake. Where do they place the Molotov? Smoke off to Banana, you would imagine, and can they get a kill to start things off?
Well, Team Liquid looking to try and stay alive on Inferno, but they've lost 2 players in an instant, and they will collapse at the hands of FaZe, who come into this matchup on this day of do or die. FaZe have map 1 versus Liquid, and they've got it 13-6.
Could you have some fucking deep voice?
David?
Hey, okay, sorry.
David, he's hearing us?
David?
You have Molly.
Oh.
Op is peeking you, under first, under first.
Nice! Let's go, take up.
I thought it was nice, on it, Russ, let's go! Let's fucking go, boys.
20.
Flash pin?
Flashing.
Pull.
One banana.
Pull, Russ.
Pull.
Nice! Spam one. They're in the smoke. One more burning. One left. Peeking. He's fighting me. I'm Gush. Done. He's side. I'm dead. Turret. Nice! Lars. Fucking sick shot, bro.
How
do you kill with that charm, bro? How can you kill with this charm? How do you kill with this charm on this level, man?
Diggling.
I'm putting that charm on.
Well, Inferno starts out, we see a FaZe pistol and then a failed conversion on their own behalf. However, that did not slow the FaZe clan down. They dominate Team Liquid on Inferno, and that's just the first map of this elimination series. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters in Rio. That's hashtag IEM for all you cool cats playing at home. And for us on the desk, it's another team on their way. I don't know how else to sugarcoat that, right?
No, that's a tough one to sugarcoat, especially if you're Team Liquid. You got off to a decent start. You're leading 3-1. You're on your own map pick. You think to yourself that's going to be just fine.
How did that happen?
It happened to me yesterday or earlier today.
You know, crashing like Team Liquid on their own map pick.
I'm going to crash out in here, man.
Yeah, looks like it. We can still hear you, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But anyway, rough, you circumstances. I was saying, Liquid, you're on your own map pick. You come in, you must be well prepared. You get off to a 3-1 start. You lose a couple of stupid clutches, a couple of stupid rounds, but I don't even think that's the difference maker right here. I think FaZe Clan were a much better team. They were looking much more drilled on the map, and I'm starting to see what we spoke about coming into the tournament. Liquid have a plan A, Liquid have a plan B, but the playbook is not that deep right now. That once they get figured out, it's very hard for them to adjust mid-game.
Yeah, look, FaZe just has a very high comfort level playing against Team Liquid, and we saw some mind games from them on their CT side, right? Calculated gambles and whatnot. Kinder had a great start to the game. He was the reason why Liquid was able to wrestle some of that early control of the half, especially on the T side. He'll go down here, so a 4v5 situation for Team Liquid, right? You can see that they have mid control at the moment. FaZe leaning 3B the whole round, right? The important thing though is that Brokey is not there. Brokey is towards the A side of the map. So what will happen here as Liquid is starting to creep up towards the long area, right? This is where they find the gap in the defense from FaZe. They're going to get the kill on Carrigan, right? Carrigan is the B player, so now you're going to see Brokey is going to show up, show himself on short, fire off a shot. So at now, the call for Team Liquid is, okay, we killed the B player, the op is on A as well, who is usually sometimes on B if you see the B player towards A. So that's why Liquid is going to go into a B split, expecting only one guy to be on that bomb site, and they're soon going to see Frozen, who's going to get a kill and be traded, but there's this guy in the corner as well that's going to come into play, and that's going to be Rain. So right now FaZe is loving this, even though it's a 4v4, right? They don't know about Rain. He's the Joker, like he is being set up in this situation to win the round for his team. You can see no one's even checking the bomb site, no one's looking at anything, but a little bit unfortunate for Rain. Smoke covers Twists, right? He only manages to get one kill on Nav. Twist just goes straight into Ruins. JKS is in a strong position in CT spawn. Rob sort of too late for him to go anywhere else, right? It's a almost impossible fight for him to win, and in the end, in the 2v2, Liquid is going to be able to win the clutch. But just an example of like all the little decisions and little details that come into making some of these calls and the mind games that we see. It was a great clutch from Twistzz in the end.
Great example of FaZe actually playing a pretty much perfect round, as you said as well. They lure them into the stack. They get everything they want out of that round, and yet they still lose it. You said it yourself, that smoke coming down for Rain makes it very difficult for him to get the bomb planter. He tries to play it safe, but unfortunately for him, only gets away with 1 kill. It was a game of details in the beginning, and that's also why I said it was a little bit disappointing to see, for me, that Liquid didn't have much more to offer. When you're up 4-2 in the first half, you're on your own map pick. At that point, I know Brokey, we're going to come into that clutch as well, but that was it for Team Liquid. It felt like Plan A was looking somewhat decent. The first prep rounds was looking somewhat decent, but once you had to figure it out mid-round, Twistzz had no answers for it.
But Twistzz does have answers from time to time. And we even got an exclusive sort of listen-in here, a Kadia listen-in, as to some of those comms that are getting called in those moments that are crucial. Let's listen up.
I'm flashing and peeking dark side. I smoke Coffins. Nothing dark side. I smoke Coffins now. CT, I'm thinking. It's okay.
I'll see him taking
It's red gloves. It's not one of the B players.
I'm staying on Coffins, yeah?
Yeah, he was Coffin. I'm smoking CT. I'm smoking the boost on CT. Did you smoke already or?
No, I smoked Coffins. One fountain. One get fountain.
Okay. I'm holding CT for you, Marek, so.
2, 3.
Go back. It's B-sec.
Yeah, you guys get them.
Calling it based on the color of the skins of the gloves.
Talk about the details, right?
The devil's there.
Even the color of the skins plays a role in some of these rounds. Great from Twistzz to be able to notice something like that.
That's kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. You know, unfortunately, it's not enough to win the map, but just the fact that he's aware that whoever plays with those red gloves are not normally on that bomb side. That's paying attention to detail. And I guess for FaZe, change your gloves next time. Goddamn.
Yeah, and if the devil's in the details, then Jacob is certainly a little satanic. And by that, I'm talking about this Brokey clutch that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, Brokey had another field day. Coming in with the deagle this time around, it's just fantastic to see Brokey pull off some of these plays. At this point, he already has 15 kills, 5 deaths. He was so close in the pistol round as well, getting it done.
But it's here, Ultimate with the pre-fire really gives away the play, right?
Yeah.
Like, once he shows himself, they both have to run. Brokey has no idea where they are. I mean, he's maybe thinking they're in the side, they're going to try to defuse something or tap the defuse, something along those lines. But, I mean, still a sick shot onto Twistzz, really. They even jump over, but he was just better.
Even the pistol round with the Glock, if people remember, he got so close winning what essentially was a 1v3, gooshing both of them. You see that here? It's so crazy that he gooshes them both. We get to see the deagle clutch one more time. Broken Frozen had a fantastic showing. You know, those two combined shut down Team Liquid, and that's again, you know, another side of this story. One thing is FaZe perhaps being slightly better prepared, having a deeper playbook, having a better understanding of how to utilize it, but also the individuals. We spoke about Ultimate coming into this game. He's been an interesting prospect for Team Liquid, but I feel like that hype is slowly but surely starting to die down. Maybe he's been figured out a little bit. Maybe he has to showcase that, you know, he has more to offer than his just, you know, go-to style. But Ultimate in Copenhagen, Ultimate here in Rio so far hasn't really been the Ultimate we saw the first couple of weeks.
There's a lot of that going on around here. Shout out G2 one time, since we've got him right here in the moment. Let's talk about Dust 2, next map of the series, and potentially the last one here in Rio for the side of Liquid.
Yeah, it's not looking good at the moment. I think also because FaZe was down on their CT side, right? But they just seemed really confident throughout. That's when they started winning some of the banana fights, finding kills on Yakinder. You know, 5v4 plus you have banana control. That's a really nice situation to be in on the CT side. And sure, this is the map that they lost to Furia, but that was, you know, a game in which they lose both pistols and, you know, first game of the tournament for FaZe. So I expect them to show a better performance this time around.
Yeah, me too. It's hard for me to imagine that FaZe won't walk away with a 2-0 after what we've seen on Inferno, after what we know FaZe can do on a map like Dust 2. Again, I'm gonna tip my hat and hang it on Ultimate. I think if he can find impact with the AWP and he can somehow give Twistzz a bit to work with, then maybe there's enough in Liquid to make the game competitive. But with the way Ultimate is playing and how much he's set up, you know, to find some of these openings, how much he's trying to be involved early on in the rounds, if he's finding no success, it's very tough for Twistzz to call Liquid into the rounds. And as we spoke about already, it's not like Yakinder is that player, you know, a couple of years ago that constantly wrecks chaos and constantly finds openings left, right, and center. So for my money, they rely a bit too much on Ultimate, and he's been struggling so far, and that's an issue for Liquid.
Yeah, it is. Gentlemen, thank you very much. As always, we actually do need to get into this map. But first, a little bit of a break, because on the backside we go to Dust 2. We find out who stays alive in Rio. Are we looking at a Team Liquid headed home, or is it going to be FaZe? Let us know using the hashtag IEM. We'll be right back after this.
smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that? Never miss a play again. Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Growing up in Kelowna, I don't know, it's difficult to say really, because the issues I experienced in my childhood can happen anywhere in the world. Some of the most challenging things were, I think, poverty. My family was definitely not doing good money-wise. We moved frequently within Kelowna. You know, it's never a good situation when you have to rely on the government to assist you in life, besides growing up in a broken family. And at the time, you don't really know why parents separate at a young age. And my mother ended up in a not so great relationship, which ended up being abusive for both of us. And my dad moved away to another province and kind of had another family to take care of, per se. It's probably what's made me appreciate the good people even more.
Who has better aim control during spray downs?
Me, I think me.
I'll give it to myself.
Who's more likely to get a multi-kill?
Yeah, him.
I would say definitely Flames.
Who has the better game sense when lurking?
Well, it's kind of black and white questions here, but I mean, I have to give that one to myself.
Yeah, him. I think it's also due to the experience, the amount of time played, but I think in general, Robs has been so consistent.
Who plays better when holding an off angle?
I think I'll do myself, probably, because I'm more in those roles and I guess just more experience.
Him. Like, my ADHD doesn't allow me to just sit and like, what a nice angle to hold. Like,
who's more likely to sacrifice themselves for the team?
I mean, if you talk about entering, then definitely Flamesy.
Yeah, me. Of course me. Like, that's just my role, so obviously, like, his role is more to be...
Who's more likely to swear at his teammates?
Yeah, me. Not because I do that, but because I don't see Robs, like, in any situation, getting mad at anyone in this team, so...
I mean, I call out my teammates sometimes, so I'll just give it to myself just because I know I do. But I don't know if Flamesy does.
Who's more likely to wound his teammates?
Me for sure, because Robs doesn't play close to his teammates.
I think it's hard for Flamesy to wound a teammate because he's always going first. He's not going to shoot a teammate, but I think I would give that to myself.
Who can clutch better in a 1v2 situation?
Yeah, of course.
In terms of clutches, I think it's a relatively easy question. If you compare me and Flamesy, I would say me, just because I think I'm just more in those situations.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024. FaZe have never really had a great run in Rio. It's been a tournament that has been disastrous year after year, and they haven't had a good placing at any point. They're looking to make the playoffs, and they have to get through Liquid just to stay alive, just to stay with a chance at making the playoffs down the line, Jason.
Well, Liquid have to do a similar kind of thing. They've got to win this one if they want to stay alive in the tournament overall. This is for elimination. They could be going home, and they've got to do, I mean, just to draw one more parallel to yesterday, because, you know, why not? It's a lot of fun. Liquid have to do exactly what Na'Vi did, which is bounce back after a map one, and they clearly were not really locked into that game. It felt like a very flat Team Liquid on Inferno. They've got to come into Dust 2 completely rejuvenated.
And it didn't look good yesterday on Dust 2 for Team Liquid. And
maybe it's opposite day though. It looked good on Inferno yesterday, and they looked bad on it today. Maybe they looked bad on Dust 2 yesterday, and they're gonna look great on it today.
Sure. Let's dream of opposite day for Team Liquid as we get into the second map of this. CT side start for Team Liquid. Xbox smoke tossed out from FaZe. And it's actually a full clearance of the tunnels from Team Liquid. They're into the lower tunnels now, and quick play for FaZe now being set up as they burst through short. They've got multiple players charging in towards this A site. Ultimate is eradicated. Frozen with great shots on the Glock, and Rain now thinks about that flank around the backside.
Everyone thinks about that flank on the backside, and Brokey just drops down. Good cush. All these headshot angles not treating Liquid well. USP's not coming out on top, and another pistol goes the way of FaZe. 1-0.
Damn. Another pistol round. Another loss for Liquid in it. So it's getting pretty rough in those pistols. That's something they're going to have to definitely work on. I mean, just looking through the money here, no one's purchasing, no one's force buying right now on the CT side. Looks like they're just going to get one flash.
Yeah, this pistol round is rough. I mean, there's some beautiful shots from FaZe, especially the entry onto Ultimate. Ooh, they run through the Molotov, and now nice flashbang. Rain's kind of alone. Now he's got teammates with him. Should be all good. Missing some of the shots, but close up. Yakinder gets sprayed down, and there we go. Get one more with that AK-47. I was going to say, Liquid actually had that was actually a really cool pistol run. They had a perfect timing on that flank up Xbox to flank Catwalk. The fact that Ultimate goes down in basically 2 shots from a Glock is, I think, what really sealed that pistol. It's like you would have loved him to live, be a second point of attack they have to be concerned about, slow them down in some way to set yourself up for the flank. I wonder if JKS can get out of here alive with his AK.
That would be a big steal away. I mean, he is pretty far away from everybody at the moment, so it looks pretty likely he will be able to carry that AK.
Kerrigan's just starting to make his move now in the tunnels, and I imagine if he spots JKS from tunnels, Rain and Brokey are going to pick things up to come hunt this down, so it all depends. There's still plenty of time in the bomb for them to get this AK away from JKS. Found himself a new hiding spot.
We'll have to fight to hold it if Rain continues to go through T-spawn here. And JKS hoping he can just carry it over, but that is one hell of a peek from Rain, so no way he can carry that AK over. Rain actually gets an upgrade on the way out.
Hell yeah, Rain. Congratulations.
Well, there you go. Something extra to work with.
All right, well, they saved in that round, so it's all for this one. M4 is being brought out from Team Liquid across the board. Plenty of nades as well. Yakinder is going to be buying up, although, yeah, he goes for M4 as well. Thought he might have gone to an SMG for the nades, but he wants the rifle.
Team Liquid's first gun round. We'll see how their CT defense is looking like. And it's quite a heavy play for FaZe in towards B at the moment in terms of taking and occupying the tunnels.
Twist showing a deep smoke towards top mid back catwalk at the telephone pole, and a couple of flashes as well. And not using it this round, but I imagine that's going to be setting up for some aggression later on. Look at this little walk out middle. Yakinder deleted.
Yeah, that's such a sick shot from Rain. Grid opener. There's been a Molotov to the back of the B platform, and the lurk smoke's been thrown out, but there's no one activating through tunnels at the moment. FaZe are actually going to show some presence that make it look like it's going to be a B split, then they're going back up Cat to attack into A. And Ultimate, he's waiting around the car. Utility's flying in towards their positions, flashes up, Ultimate's forced away again, and FaZe have some space to play with as they try and encroach upon this A bomb site.
Oh, 2 of them, and they haven't seen anything. Rain crosses in, AK-47, he's precise, good taps. JKS is going to cross over just underneath the bomb site. Rain low on HP, but plenty of FaZe players still to find.
Yeah, JKS is a little awkward to go into that smoke, and so he's going up the ramp instead. JKS close to Rain, low HP, and he finishes off the Norwegian. Twist finds the follow-up headshot on Kerrigan.
Robs his way out of position.
Yeah, he has to sprint, and it leaves Brokey with a lot of work to do here, but Team Liquid are not applying pressure to that defuse right now, and they do not have a kit, nor any utility, and Brokey just bursts JKS open. Twist is thin on time, and that's a problem for Mr. Russell. He is going to have to just go down to the hands of Brokey, and another round added to the tally here for FaZe.
Brokey's hitting some absolute bangers today. We saw it on Inferno, the clutch, the pistol round, now this one just...
And he's doing it without the AWP too. He's doing it with rifles and deagles at the moment.
Yeah, it's a beautiful round from Brokey. Good job from Rops as well. Low 8 HP, so you can understand he's taking that long flank. He's thinking they're probably going to end up saving. A couple nice kills come out, so he's got to hustle, but still manages to chuck that flash over just to do what little he can to help Brokey in the clutch. match. However, Liquid is staring down the barrel of a very slow start.
Oh, good tag from Ultimate onto Brokey. And follow-up is perfect. Brokey goes down through the smoke. Ultimate just had to land 2 shots, and he does it without issue.
Yeah, good for Ultimate. Been a quiet day for him so far on Inferno and now into Dust 2. See if he can pick things up on this second map. Desko's highlighting in particular his performance against FaZe at the Blast Finals, one of his worst. So looking to have a bounce-back performance against them. Frozen spots Naf a little bit late. Still survives, dinked up, heavily damaged both directions. He's got Kerrigan with him, but Frozen doesn't want to go down easy because he's helping to protect the bomb. And now the rest of FaZe just crunching into this bomb site, slowly constricting around it.
Still a couple of damaged players here for FaZe. Rob's on 60, Frozen in particular on 22 health at the moment. And Kerrigan gets across scot-free. Ultimate unable to land another shot. Bomb planted, and not a lot going for Liquid here. 4-round start here from FaZe. Very impressive beginnings to Dust 2, and you do start to get very worried now for Team Liquid. We haven't seen any life in them since really the first half of Inferno, because you remember they had a decent patch of form. They picked up a lot of the rounds that made it look like it was going to be competitive, but from that point, FaZe just changed the game.
Once FaZe took control, it was all over.
And same here.
We'll give them this next gun round as well to see if what they're going to have in them. They'll have the, you have to imagine the AWP is going to be out. Ultimate's got the Scout at the moment. Yakinder was able to find that AK-47 that Frozen swapped out for the AWP to make sure that Liquid couldn't recover it at the end of the round.
Terrorists win.
But it'll be the best buy that Liquid's had so far. So let's see what they're going to have in store for us. We did see them flirt in all the attempts yesterday against Na'Vi to get something going on Dust 2 where they got battered down. Double op setup was brought out a couple of times. Twist and Ultimate with those. Not to any kind of great effect, but it was something they were trying to slide into.
Yeah, it was interesting to see that it purchased multiple times throughout the half, and yeah, you're right. We didn't see it be all that effective at any point, but cool to see that they want to go for it, and maybe it can work out in the future. But Frozen attempted to peek along. He's not going to be able to make it happen. Doesn't quite get the golden opportunity, but Yakinder down in lower tunnels. It's Kerrigan to get traded out. And will he get a second? Answer to that question is no. Rops able to follow up, but he's worried about Naf pushing through the tunnels, and he's got a great read of this. Rops is ready, and Naf, well, he won't be stopped.
Always going to be a tough fight for Rops. Good on him to actually read the play and get the damage down. Liquid is shifting over towards the middle portion of the map. They completely evacuated A. So JKS is backpedaling up the ramp, but he's not going to make it over to railing. Maybe he doesn't need it. Flash out in the sky, gets around the corner, just barely. And now he can slow things down.
Sees the bomb go in towards Gandalf, peeks into the open, and Frozen nails the headshot on JKS. 2v2, down through the smoke is Frozen, so once again, we ask him to clutch.
Did they realize there's 2 players there? I think that was called out at the end. Double spam through the smoke, so Brokey's got a chance.
Yeah, well, let's see if Brokey can do it again. Another 1v2 being teed up, and Brokey's got his driver. Looking to send it home. Looks fine. The first couldn't connect onto Naf, and an instant kill from the Canadian to drop Brokey and give Team Liquid their first.
Yeah, couldn't convert the downswing. Really tough. Good call from Twist and Naf to drop down and play 2 different elevations against Brokey, make it as tough as possible. First round is on the board, and they do recover an AWP. So how much can Team Liquid put behind this and build into the half? This was equally a setup they ran a number of times against Na'Vi yesterday. I don't know if they had the added benefit of the player jumping up Xbox to get up towards Catwalk, but equally against Na'Vi, it wasn't that effective.
You're muted, bro. You're muted. Nice! Nice!
Oh, I'm muted. I told you how to win the round, but you made it on your own. It's okay.
That's okay. Yeah.
We've all got that friend who doesn't realize they're muted in the TeamSpeak server. Smoke goes down. Out of the tunnel. I told you how to win the round.
Yeah, well.
I still won it. It's fine. Lurk smokes put out. FaZe have a lot of their resources. In fact, everybody is going B. Kerrigan over the top, climbing. And Naf straight into a first headshot. Twist has him on the combo. And Liquid still a player up as FaZe sets sights on the B-bomb site. Twist descends down through the window into the site. Another kill added to the tally for Twist, but eventually taken out by Frozen, who can't get past Ultimate, and Brokey won't find anywhere to go in this round.
Yeah, really nice job. I wish Frozen would have just been a little patient, let that Molotov burn a little bit before trying to make that jump, but he didn't assume anyone was peeking.
Well, that didn't work for FaZe whatsoever, and that's actually their money gone.
Yeah, nice little B explosion they try and do through the lurk smoke. Good position from Naf that doesn't get cleared out. Part of it is the pathing. As the first player jumps out to the boxes, only one player is actually swinging to try and get to the bomb site, so no one's there to really react and turn that corner. You add a little bit of presence over towards the window of the B bomb site, and FaZe just couldn't figure it out in time. Liquid again is going to go back to this aggression. Yakinder in lower dark, lower tunnels, Ultimate on catwalk peering towards top mid with the AWP.
Ultimate. Oh, shot goes between two.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, he is under a lot of pressure now, isn't he? Okay, 2 clean openings for FaZe. Eventually, Yakindar getting something back here.
Yeah, but this doesn't make any sense.
Another one, Jason.
This is insane. What a breakdown for Team Liquid. And FaZe now is like, they wanted to pick up the pace, and now it's like, everyone wait. Dude, we have a 4-on-2. We have weapons to recover. We can pressure, do different parts of the map. Let's make this defense really uncomfortable. Nice shot from Kerrigan. And you can't even blame JKS. At that position, with how passive him and Naf both are in their roles and their positions, they need to have some information to try and get the round back in their hands.
Dude, that was a full eco. Well,
yep.
You know, I say full eco, but you had a Deagle.
Unarmored pistols. Deagle, a couple of Glocks mixed in there.
That's ridiculous.
We need to see how Twist went down. I mean, Ultimate overstayed his welcome.
Yeah, he definitely needed to get out.
And I think part of the reason that might have been some miscommunication. I think it was Yakinder in middle who is kind of taking a fight after Ultimate went down towards catwalk. Ultimate might have assumed that he had someone from middle covering that catwalk run-up. But man, just like that Deagle 1v3 from Brokey on Inferno, this is one of those rounds that's going to be tough.
That's how Twist went down.
Yeah, so he did have a player watching for that. It just gets destroyed.
that range by range Deagle. Oh, that is a very frustrating round to lose if you're Liquid, because you were just sort of planting your feet in the half. You finally broken the money of FaZe, and then you lose to their upgraded pistol round.
All right, Ultimate, what you got? Get it back.
Yeah.
Get the energy back. Look how aggressive this is. We said he had no shortage of confidence. He's all the way at top mid. Taking a lot of risks.
Yeah.
And he doesn't get the reward.
Gets battered by Brokey. Ultimate down, committed into a very dangerous area. And doesn't come out alive. Nice boost for Yakindar, but he's going to miss Rain. Doesn't see him coming out through the lower tunnels. A little late to assemble. Brokey ready to punish any deep peek from Naf. Let's see how Liquid play this 4v5. JKS waits at long. Naf, an important kill to collect. Fight at long goes the way of FaZe. And Frozen sees the second player of Yakindar. He wants to commit to that fight, and he will, and he'll win it. Yakindar goes down, just 2 players left, and here comes Twist. He'll walk right into a scope if he keeps going. And the shot goes between the legs. Twist actually clears Frozen.
That's actually a really good play from Twist. Brokey was ready for it. Good fight up towards top mid from Naf. Now he's got to guard the B bomb site. So Liquid bring it right back. It looked like the round was going to spiral out of control, but into a 2-on-2 we go. However, the map is wide open for a Rops lurk.
This is where he thrives. And there's been fights all over the show, and they perhaps could lose track of his whereabouts. 20 seconds, though. That's the problem here for FaZe. Not a lot of time.
Well, it has to be the B bomb site.
Brokey's going up short to A, though.
Okay, so Rops is going to fake and try and get this kill.
I don't see how this works out. Brokey's going to run Twist is long, so that's the bomb. Down, not enough time anyway.
I think towards the end of it, at a certain point, they were like, we don't really have time. Let's just make a ton of noise and hope that some of them peek into us and we can just get lucky.
Win elimination.
Yeah, that's that one slips away from FaZe. 5-3. Really good bounce back in that round from Liquid. I think that was what, like a 2-on-4 at one point?
Yeah, because they initially lost Ultimate at top mid, and the follow-up kill went down at long, with Frozen being able to take Yakindar out.
Frozen got 2 over at long, and I mean, Twist, realistically, after Frozen gets that kill, he saw where the flash was coming from, so he's telling Brokey with the op, hey, there's one more here. Watch that corner. He's going to swing, and Brokey just misses the shot. ends up being the decider for the round.
A long play being set up here again for FaZe. Flashes being sent over the top, making it very uncomfortable for JKS, who has to start retreating with Yakindar. And at range against the MAC-10, JKS's rifle will be favored to beat Carrigan. Just a Tech 9 here for Rops, but it's very effective when Twist is looking the wrong way. The tunnel push works out for Naf. Oh, this fight awkward. Both players taking a lot of damage on board, but JKS able to annihilate Rain with a headshot through the edge of the box. Great flashbang. Frozen caught by it, and Yakindar melts him away with the MP9.
All right, well, as sketchy as it's been for Liquid to grind back into this half, you can see the results. It's starting to get them a little bit of confidence. You can see there's a lot more communication, a lot more ideas flowing within Team Liquid. The flash play, the flash peek out towards long, being a lot more dynamic on this CT side. It's going to force the first time out of FaZe.
And you know what?
That was a tongue twister.
that was hard to get out. That was, but you did it. I think the impressive part is the fact that Team Liquid obviously lose to the upgraded pistol round, and then they were able to bounce back after that. So they didn't let that completely rattle them for the rest of the half and let FaZe go on a huge streak. And that's so important for Team Liquid, because that really could have been a possibility. They've still got a way in this half now. They can even leave ahead. FaZe are going to go through that conversation now. They don't have a lot of money.
That's the one bullet JKS fought. Shot in that situation.
Just right to the head.
Yeah, it has been a really good recovery for Liquid. Outside of that hiccup, 4-1 run at the moment, with that one round being just a Glock buy from FaZe.
It's very simple. Say what you're doing so we can connect way better. Okay, there's small details missing, so we completely get off page completely. We have all the rounds, guys. We need to fucking step up and keep the comms clean now, okay?
Well, keep those comms clean in a little bit. You can tell we're playing soccer. Broky's leaned back in his chair.
Football in Brazil, you absolute monster.
Yeah.
We call it football here, all right?
Well, we all know it's not football. But yeah, Broky's, something's going on with Broky's PC. That's what I'm getting at.
I mean, this is a life dream, really, to play football in Brazil. Look at this. Great work. Channeling some of the greats like Ronaldinho. Who's your favorite Brazilian football player?
His first touch isn't that good. Ronaldo.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Thanks.
Yeah. Number 9 you met, of course. Yeah,
yeah.
That
one.
cool haircut. Ooh, well, obviously using this as a bit of a moment to have that deep conversation.
I don't know. It's interesting. I don't have any information about what's going on. It looked like this was going to be a tech issue.
No, it's just a conversation issue.
Oh, is that what it was? It was just having a conversation?
Yeah, just having a chat.
Oh, I thought Brookie was on tech.
No, they were just listening to Carrigan kind of.
Oh, okay. That's fair play.
Hey, guys, let's communicate more.
Yeah, no, I just saw Brookie lean back in his chair, and it wasn't moving out of his spawn location, so I was like...
He's just taking a moment to relax.
I was like, they're just going to play this round out just for the hell of it.
He's not going to miss a single op shot now that he's had his moment of recuperation.
Shame on me for doubting tournament management. I thought maybe they were just like slow on the restart.
We get lovely little buttons on the screen when there's a tech issue.
True.
That was just a football break.
It's a good point. It's not my best work.
It's like World War I football break.
That's the night before Christmas or something, right?
Yeah, that's the one. Christmas, in fact. All right, let's go. 5-5 scoreline. Round 11, and Team Liquid on the way back. Ultimate and Naf. Going for a little bit of pressure into the tunnels, and Rops once again losing the fight to nasty ass Naf.
Yeah, well, that's a piece of aggression with the op that Ultimate did a number of times yesterday. This time it's Naf with the AK does the work. Oh, that sucks. Yeah,
that really sucks.
They hear the burning. Oh, JKS, you missed this timing. Yeah, bail out, baby. You don't want to be caught there. Catwalk's an issue as well. Liquid have to figure out how they want to handle this situation. If they try and come back up this ramp, so they're going to flash one through. Once again, double flash, but it just spam into the smoke. So Rain, this is awkward for Liquid's defense. They're getting pressured from so many angles, and just now they're realizing the bomb site is lost. This is a losing battle, but they're not away. They're not out of it just yet, and they will pay.
Oh, Carrigan. Oh, Rain able to spin back. Naf goes down. Carrigan doesn't stop shooting, and FaZe bounce back out of their own sort of timeout situation.
That's blown rotation, blown protocol from Team Liquid. JKS falling back, and that, yeah, you want to flash him through the smoke, but once you've kind of lost that, once they're pressuring the bomb site and able to cross over, you need to put your forces towards going back towards middle and retaking Catwalk. Because this is never going to be a fun fight when there are bodies, when there are FaZe bodies up on Cat peering down.
He's back. Mid-peak being set up here for Brokey. And not able to get the shot off. FaZe looking to end this half 7-5. At least that double up setup, we've seen it spotted. Naf and Ultimate using it. It's not Twist on the AWP this time. Let's see if this is the winning recipe for a 6th round for Team Liquid. Oh, Rops. He's had a really tough time against Naf in the tunnels. Another time, Rops actually got caught by the flash thrown towards him and walked in the open blind and gets punished by the sniper.
They've done a good job pressuring him in this half, though. They've had a couple of lower pushes from Yakinder. Ultimate's op has been aggressive on Catwalk. Naf has pushed upper B a few times. Naf has flanked all the way through upper to lower. Rops has had a lot of looks coming his way in the lurk position.
Carrigan, oh, that is an instant drop. Assassinations across the map for FaZe Clan. Ultimate at least able to trade out, but it's all about Naf's op on B, and he misses crucial shots. Ultimate actually chimed one in. Frozen and Brokey now looking to do this together. Frozen gets caught by Ultimate, who has switched out to the rifle now instead of the AWP, and he is doing everything on his own. His 3rd kill of the round as he looks to close it on Brokey. Grenade going through the window. Brokey once again tasked with a clutch for FaZe Clan. He goes to the Tech 9, but JKS will swipe him to the side and a defuse to close at a 6-6 half. We're all tied up here on Dust 2 between Team Liquid and FaZe Clan in this elimination game in Rio. Team Liquid needed to bounce back coming into this game after a really weak Inferno, you could say, Jason. And now this does too. They had to pull it back. It wasn't a great start from them, but they did a really good job in that first half at making it competitive again, and they round out the half at a tied scoreline.
Yeah, and it never looked pretty. It actually never really looked all that comfortable or convincing for Team Liquid, but despite all of that, they still end with 6-6, so I'm very good. I mean, obviously not playing your best game, but able to throw up 6 on your CT side after starting down, what, 0-4? So not too shabby. T side on Dust 2 for Team Liquid. A late mid push for FaZe's defense. They wait. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
What do you? That's the bomb.
That throws a spanner into the works, doesn't it? Couple of spanners maybe. Well, Team Liquid have to try and figure out how to get that bomb back. That's a whole other problem. And now they've got to deal with a lot of space being taken by FaZe Clan players. It's a rough scenario now for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but FaZe know what's happening on the map. They know they're going to be in lower. Brokey might have just spotted a little bit, fired off a couple bullets, and FaZe just going to back off.
No.
And regardless of what happens, one thing they've done really well, obviously, is they've stalled out the first piece of utility that Liquid threw, the Xbox smoke that was supposed to activate the lower players to be able to get out. That's dissipated, and Rain is still just waiting in T-spawn for his moment.
Well, Carrigan's about to peek out into the open. Oh, Yakindar. Oh, he turns his back at the wrong time, and Carrigan, 2 headshots collected. Oh, a third! Carrigan is just hitting shots. And he goes back again. He's had a great game. He's had a lot of individual moments looking real solid today from Carrigan. You like that?
They just got so wrecked.
You like it? Like watching them get owned by Carrigan?
Everyone. Brokey up middle with a 1-tap on Naf. Stops the bomb. Carrigan middle, like Yakinder walking back, looking through the doors, probably trying to figure out exactly what tactic, what finish.
Yeah, when he turned around and Carrigan just walks out, I'm like, oh no, Yakinder.
When he just spins and gets twisted in that last kill as well, it's just like, man, you have a hot hand this round. That's a heat check. So Pistols still not kind to Team Liquid. They've won 1 of 4 played so far in this series, and they lost the second round after that victory. In this round, no investment from Liquid, only Glocks. So yeah, this is, I don't know, it's interesting. I'm curious to see, you know, obviously I think that a lot of this final judgment of this Liquid roster comes out, you know, after the major. That's obviously the prime goal that they're building up to at the moment. And with such positive results at the start, I think they've deserved that. But there is a conversation to be had, but this feels like the first kind of obstacle after Liquid looking really, really good to open up, going into Cologne, even not making the playoffs. Some of these events starting to rise up and look like a dangerous team. This event feels like they've stagnated a little bit. And the desk had that conversation. Not a lot of time off, not a lot of time to build on the playbook that you have and assess what's going wrong and what's going right.
And I guess that opens up the conversation too, because we have a lot of excitement around the Team Liquid squad because of how early it is. And Twist has sort of switched the in-game leader role. Ultimate's time as a rookie opper and this project all coming together, we give them a lot of time and leeway. But when do we expect to see them take the next step into the next level?
That's why I think the major is going to be the first. That's why that's the event that I look at and I say that's where we can have like a real solid judgment.
Yeah.
Aggression from FaZe.
Pretty quick. It's FaZe just destroying Team Liquid's T side here. JKS is going to do what he can, and looks like he can do a little bit more than expected. He's got 2 headshots. If he gets Brokey, then it's a 1v1, but couldn't stop the op on that angle.
Old Man's got 16 kills, JKS. He's having himself a game. It's just not in the periods of impact. And once again, kind of like on Inferno, like a little bit of aggression, and you don't even get to run your tactic if you're Team Liquid in the first gun round. FaZe is in your face, pushing lower, pushing mid again. Not even yet able to execute the game plan you came up with for the match. There's those solid Neo claps again.
Always great to hear those. The rhythmic prowess of the great Neo. Oh, Twists. Oh, it's gonna burn. Yeah, it burns.
That's right, he got his.
He did.
If everybody gets 1 kill in a round,
then
you win.
Everybody on your team, yeah. Brokey. He's got 2. Frozen stepping up as well, tapping away. JKS is down to 40 health. The grenade going in, taking a little bit more off the top, but Brokey, it's all about his Tech 9 rattles.
That's an artistic shot. Look at that.
That's good. Look at that. Yeah.
Wow.
Cameraman's been cooking.
Yeah. He wanted to have some fun today. He came in a creative mood.
Gotta say, it's a very polished shield.
It is. Ollie was down there. You just know it every single day with his gloves on.
Just polishing it. What do you reckon he uses? What's his polish of choice?
I don't know.
Saliva.
I don't really know any polishing brands. Sure, we can go with saliva.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one to bring up as option number one.
It's the most natural. Ultimate. Lying away. Smoked out at the tunnels. His angle no longer exists. Well, it does, but it's hidden behind smoke, so he's going to back away. You mentioned not really having ultimate on the first map. I mean, not really many players for Team Liquid were there, but maybe you want to see some of them on Dust too here. Still being pretty quiet.
It's just that you're having quiet games, and even Inferno kind of quiet for both of them as well. You can do an ultimate, and it's two pretty critical roles, kind of your playmaker, space creator, and your AWPer, both struggling to find consistent impact in this series so far. I say his name and he delivers. Yakinder with one, but Broky's still here at the corner.
Yeah, Broky's been so good. Okay, he just goes out and the only thought in his head is no scope NAF. Broky makes it work. And once again, another BS moment for Broky. He just has those no scopes just locked in. He just knows that he's gonna get it.
Yeah, I think at some point on an individual level as well, you're kind of like, what's Liquid supposed to do?
Yeah, true. Like, how do we deal with that?
He hit Naf with the one tap on the pistol. Kerrigan had his shots on the pistol. You have Naf, Broky with his no scope here on Naf. Anytime they're swinging into a fight, there's just a brilliant shot on the other side of it. And first time out used by Liquid in this map.
Yeah, it was really cool to see the graphic be reposted recently about Broky joining the team on a temporary basis back in the day with FaZe.
Yeah.
And you're just wondering, who is this guy? They pulled him out of nowhere, and it wasn't very popular back then just to grab these FPL stars and bring them into top squads. And we got to see Yanko's tweet as well about it, talking about how when they brought him into the team, they needed that sort of new energy in the squad. It just worked out really well.
Needed a grinder who's just going to be sitting on the PC playing Counter-Strike, and they found it. Yeah, we talked about that in a podcast. I asked a question about Liquid. I was just like, this was during Pro League, and I was like, who was the last player that got picked out of obscurity and delivered, pretty quickly? After Ultimate, like who was the one before that? And Yanko just said probably us with Broky when we picked him up, because it was kind of like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah, and you almost forget about it because it all happens so quickly. And
yeah, we learned his name real quick.
Yeah, we definitely did. And he's just been a staple of the squad. Knows a thing or two about cultural impact, that's for sure. 12 rounds for FaZe. For Team Liquid, this will spell elimination point, and it doesn't feel like they've got it in them today to be able to claw this back.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't feel like that Liquid's here on the server where we've seen it in the past. It's going to be it's going to be a really rough loss. But I think with the changes that they've made, with Twist coming in as the IGL, you're kind of trying to work Yakinder back into shape consistently. We've seen good things that we've seen step up since Twist took over the reins. But again, the consistency is what's missing. Had this revelation in Ultimate, JKS coming back and playing him into shape. I think for Liquid, while it's going to be devastating, it really is, guys, keep your eye on the prize. The major is everything. This roster that we brought together, weren't really sure what we were going to get about it. A new coach in there as well. That major is really the big goal that they probably set when this lineup came together and said, there's going to be bumps along the way. There's going to be struggles along the way, but everything leading into the major is a learning experience that we need to take something away from. So yeah, a really tough elimination, just a few moments away for Team Liquid, you imagine. Obviously, continuing to struggle, particularly against FaZe, is going to continue being a problem for them. But in terms of long-term for this team, the major is still the goal. The be-all, end-all.
Yeah, the pinnacle of Counter-Strike. Well, that's a long way off. JKS, he's had a good individual map here. Just hasn't been enough to put Team Liquid into a competitive position overall. He'll be watched by Kerrigan. Smoked out at long. The walk up through short is being completed. Ikendar shall be at the front of that attack. Similarly to Inferno, no fights being given as FaZe play more passive setups here on the CT side, allowing Team Liquid to have the space to work with. They've been given a lot of space to maneuver here up short.
Well, it'd be maneuvering right into Brokey's op. At the corner of long, Kerrigan has control of the long doors.
Another resmoke. JKS has just been behind a gray screen the entire round.
He's used to it. Life of a long player on the T side.
Yeah, that's true. Can be miserable. Not full of color. 30 seconds. And here comes this play in towards the A bomb side. Rain still in towards CT. Brokey unable to get an opportunity to strike down a Team Liquid player on that crossover. Kerrigan is still preoccupied about this late long player. He knows there's going to be one. He knows there's going to be a player to deal with. And that bomb finally going down here for Team Liquid. So to fight for their tournament life, it is Team Liquid in a 5v5 post-plant situation. Looking to fend off what will be a FaZe retake.
A little bit of love from the Flames. Kerrigan's going to kick things off. Brokey just giving up his angle, watching the long cave. JKS can now make his move. Rain coming up, goes down next, and Liquid's in control. This round is done. Brokey did find JKS, but that obviously didn't have any impact on the game, on the round.
Yeah, eventually they waited long enough. They got what they were looking for. You know, at least they don't leave empty-handed. They left with a goodie bag.
Kind of surprised FaZe went for that, to be honest. I mean, yes and no. I think they were very, very much out of position. And not a lot to stand on in that retake. But obviously they're sitting there like, we're up 12-6 and we've got so much money. Let's just roll the dice.
Yeah, you're going to see the product of having so much money is just another really good buy. Instantly out from FaZe. Rops will even have an AK saved over, so that'll really help matters. Yukindar applying pressure at B. Flash has gone in. Yukindar completely blinded and information picked up without a peek. Yukindar obviously panicking, thinking a peek was coming in towards him, wanted to try and stop that, but ends up just giving away his position and how close he was.
Yeah, hard to judge him for that one as well.
Of course, but that's information.
Yeah, it definitely is. Cool seeing Liquid go for that. Navi bullied him with that yesterday, like a two-man take of the B bomb site essentially very early on in the round, and just one flashbang forces him back. Didn't have the timing for it any longer. 2-1-2 setup for this FaZe defense.
You don't want to be caught by the random spam from Rain. Team Liquid wait until it goes silent, then they cross a couple of players up on top of the Xbox, and once again, look at her apply pressure at short, but there's a difference this time. Kerrigan has eyes on short.
Well, and also because FaZe is insisting on keeping Frozen inside the B bomb site, Rain has to be parked in middle to have that information, so it's really not letting there be a third defender at this A bomb site. Maybe it doesn't matter. Defensive smoke deployed from Kerrigan to give himself some space and mobility.
He moves into the site instead, and great flashbang from Brokey. Twist is broken. And now Kerrigan stepping up with the AUG. He's just melting everybody until taken out by JKS, and it's all on ultimate. A 1 versus 4. He's collected that first, his health is gone, and he'll cross slowly into the scope of Brokey and land that shot between the eyes. But it's time that is the problem. Ultimate has to commit to the plant soon. And that'll take about a commission for a few seconds here. Utility up into the bomb site. Remember, Ultimate's so low, and Rops just peeks him from short. FaZe Clan continue to get the better of Team Liquid in back-to-back-to-back series, and they have knocked him out of the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024. The dreams of a FaZe Clan making a good run in Rio actually start to become a reality, Jason. They're taking another step forward, and perhaps the playoffs are not that far away.
No, this was a good-looking FaZe today. Came in sharp and just played solid Counter-Strike. Liquid, on the other hand, as I mentioned, it's going to be a very painful, very devastating loss. Going to be tough conversation tonight out of this. And they'll have to figure things out to start getting this turned around in the other direction so they can continue improving the way that we saw at so many events. But FaZe shows they continue to have their number. Kerrigan shows he continues to have all the experience in the world over Twist, who's trying to follow in his footsteps. And we're ready with the desk.
Yeah, the School of Karagorn is definitely going to be looking into this one. Now, of course, for Twist and Liquid, that is the end of the road in Rio, and for FaZe, they march onward and maybe even upward, considering what we got today is more on line, more on par with what we expect from a FaZe clan, Jake.
Much better performance from FaZe Clan this time around. You know, they look much better in the best of 3 scenarios, I'm not gonna lie. Another time where they go up against Team Liquid and they dominate them, you know. I think, for my money, it's a little bit disappointing that Liquid weren't able to put up more of a fight on the 2 maps. I think FaZe were by far the better team, pretty much from start to finish. There was very few moments in this game where I felt the game had any nerve or you had any questions sitting watching it. Maybe Liquid could come back into it. So overall, very solid performance from FaZe Clan, whereas for Team Liquid, slightly disappointing.
Yeah, just felt like also strong game plans from FaZe after they win Pistol to be able to convert and keep it rolling into the gun round. We saw here on the CT side of Dust 2 some aggression, right? If we go back to T side of Inferno, also just managing to keep winning rounds after winning the Pistol, and for Liquid not really much in the tank to overcome that.
Yeah, not a whole lot in the tank for that at all. And also, speaking of the tank at this point, that's Frozen. It's got to be without a shadow of doubt in this matchup. And I'm talking about our United States Air Force aim high player of the match. Frozen all over the server.
Yeah, and he's been doing well for himself, not only in this game, but I think pretty much ever since he joined FaZe Clan. I think one of the reasons why we don't... I know Frozen is getting a lot of recognition, and I think people, you know, realize that Frozen is a superstar of the game, and he's up there with the best riflers we have to offer. But I feel like the reason why we're not speaking more of Frozen is because FaZe Clan aren't winning tournaments at the moment. We don't see Frozen in grand finals, and the few times we have seen him go far into tournaments, he sometimes have a bit of a habit of maybe not showing up, you know, in the biggest of the biggest moments when you then compare him to Twist. But there's no doubt in my head that Frozen still is one of the best riflers the game has to offer, and he continues to show that sort of consistency that FaZe desperately needs.
And we got the Dust too. What did you get out of Frozen?
No, yeah, absolutely. Just some really good shooting right on the T side. You can see how on point he was, consistent throughout the series. Brocky as well, being the second star of this matchup. But honestly, I want to talk about Karrigan a little bit, because we heard that, you know, he was focused after Blast on his individual level, right, trying to raise that. And I think he's playing with a lot more confidence when he's taking these duels. I don't think the work he put in sort of is the difference, right? Like, I mean, he's been playing for 20 years. I don't think 5 days is going to change too much where he's at. But just maybe putting the extra hours in makes him feel more confident in taking these fights. And he's been really great this entire series, individually and mechanically.
Very much agree. We also got a bit of a voice note from him, you know, when the game was close in the first half, where he basically took a bit of a timeout, you know, to tell the players to focus up. You know, we had the right game plan, we had the right idea, we had all the rounds in our hands. Now we just need to focus up to win. So it does feel like Karrigan is zoned in here in Rio to make absolute sure that FaZe are showing off from the best side.
So Karrigan is a fragger. Is that what we're getting at?
Yes. When he has the AUG in his hand, for sure.
For sure. Or maybe an MP9. I know some people like their EEKs more than others. Yeah, and as you can tell by this bracket, Team Liquid in their EEKs, they're going to continue to creak. They are out of IEM Rio pretty early on.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Liquid, you know, definitely going to benefit from having some time off to evaluate things and refresh their playbook. But I think you have to remember, who did Team Liquid lose to in the last 3 months? They lost to FaZe a couple of times. They lost to Navi. They lost to Vitality. They lost to G2. I mean, they lost only to the top 5 squads in the world, really, which... I think, yeah, it sucks to not make the playoffs at a couple of tournaments, but when you take that into account, I think they still, you know, can be satisfied with their performance for this young roster.
Yeah, we're looking at a lineup that is showing trajectory upwards, which is cool for Liquid, albeit not going to happen here in Rio any longer. Let's hear from Twist.
Not the ending that Liquid would want here, especially going up against FaZe. I want to first touch on the Inferno pick coming in here. You obviously had a plan, right? And there's a lot of data to go off this. You've also played against them a lot with it. Where do you feel it went wrong for you guys? Because I know obviously the clutches didn't go your way. You had the horrible moment after the pistol. But what do you feel like was the breaking point of that game?
Just our CD side. I feel like the T side was good. I feel like I was outplaying them. Maybe not good enough having structure. Maybe gave people a little bit too much freedom later in the T side half. But yeah, I feel like game plan was good. Outplayed them on the first 6 rounds. First 4 gun rounds were nice. Just CD side collapse.
Then moving into Dust 2, we get a 6-6 first half. You think, okay, solid, you can play that for going forward. Then it's just FaZe all the way here. Was this where it was starting to get maybe just a bit out of the game plan, not as how you wanted to play it?
I mean, they're just in the FaZe, and we cannot punish their aggression, then nothing in the playbook is going to work anyway. So, yeah, maybe players got caught off guard a bit. You know, it's funny enough, we played them in a scrim on Dust 2 before the event, and they owned us on it. So I kind of felt like it was going to be a pick. I was pretty prepared for it. Yeah. But in that case, in that game, our CD side was like the huge problem in the scrim. Oh, so it was just like it's completely swap sides. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know, not much to say.
Overall, though, okay, we're still going through the growing pains, right, of being a new team. We're seeing some ups and downs throughout it all. Where do you feel like you're at right now, coming into the rest of the year, especially looking at the major?
It's hard to say because we just fucking suck against FaZe. But we play good against every other team that we face, so not sure if it's a mentality problem or whatnot. So I think we're fine for upcoming events, Singapore, RMR into major, but obviously practice and need to definitely fix things.
Best of luck with it all. Thank you very much, Russ.
Thank you.
So almost poignant the way he pointed that out, you know, like the idea that, yeah, they are eliminated and we just freaking sucked against FaZe. And that's seemingly a trend for these guys, unfortunately.
Well, you either hope that you don't meet them as much in the future, right? That you're the opposite sides of the bracket, or you figure it out. But I think it was spot on, right? There's not much to talk about in terms of the playbook. If you can't punish the early aggression from FaZe, you don't get to the second level of the round, even in some of those situations, and then that was the main issue for Team Liquid here.
If anything, it's a good reality check as well. You know, I don't think anyone expected this new lineup and this new version of Team Liquid to be a world beater from day one, and as you said, they're losing to some of the best teams in the world, so in that regard, there's no shame in that. For Liquid, it's about establishing themselves as a team that can, from time to time, make a playoff run. Of course, qualifying for the major as well, gotta be the goal. You know, you cannot mess that one up, otherwise this project would be seen as a massive failure. But for now, I'm still satisfied with what I see from Liquid. Not everyone in the world can be the best, you know, and not everyone is supposed to be the best, and Liquid right now are not the best.
Wow, when you say it like that, I mean, how can I argue the logic?
There could only be one, the best.
Yes, there's also the second best, but also not the best, you know? So anyway, look, Mongolz Eternal Fire, we actually were talking to Major earlier. He's saying about their tempo and stuff to look forward to in that game, that it's always a little off-kilter and kind of fun to play against. Na'Vi, Furia there in the middle, that is just to determine the seedings in which they'll get in the playoffs.
Yeah, but also a big test for Furia. You know, I know they already passed one of the tests by beating Mouse in a best-of-3 scenario, but if they can make a game up against Na'Vi, then maybe we can start having a conversation about them going into the playoff with the home turf, with the crowd behind them, to be a real, you know, dark horse potential to maybe go into a cheeky little final out of nowhere.
Cheeky little final, is that what they're calling it? I've never heard of that. We work with UK people all the time, never heard cheeky.
Yeah, I mean, Furia, massive underdog in that one, but if somehow they could make something happen, potentially they put Na'Vi and Vitality on the same side of the bracket when it comes to the playoffs, so that would open up the bracket for them even more.
Yeah, which is what we're looking forward to, that being the weekend. Gentlemen, we still got a ton of Counter-Strike, but not today. We are done for the day, so thank you very much, gentlemen, of course, astute colleagues, or whatever you want to call yourselves. Wait, no, that's not right. What is right, though, is that we get off the air before I say something that I can't take back. So, let's call it a day. This is the Intel Extreme Masters in Rio 2024. Day 2, Dunzo. We'll see you tomorrow.
You wanted violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. You wanted violence. You wanted violence. I've got nothing to lose, mistreated for a long time, sick of abuse. Stick a dynamite, roll tight, lighten the fuse. Gunpowder in a landmine, now it's a move. I'm giving you a head start, watch your back. You're just cutting me a clear path for the attack. I was choking on a short leash till it snapped. There's a panic in your eyes, now they're fading to black. So you say you want more, you wanna open this door. Careful what you wish for. You wanted violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. Sudden death for you and me, blood it tastes like victory. If this is what you wanted, Manhunt ready to go, cheap shots throwing bombs, I'll be hacking the bone. Haymakers when the gloves drop, I'm gonna throw. Can't stop cause it's all just part of the show. I'm telling you to run fast, you're gonna pay. I've been sitting for a long time, open the cage. I've been waiting for revenge, for the look on your face. Searching for a sign, I've been counting the days. So you say you want more, you wanna open this door. Careful what you wish for. You wanna violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's death of the tip of your go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. Sudden death for you and me. Can you feel it? Listen to this arena sing. No way! Magic! Have you ever seen something like that?
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strawless winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Goldie! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.